presentations, some visual stories, and some Adobe Spark. So we're so glad that y'all are here to join us. So I'm going to go ahead and let Meredith take it away. So thank you, Meredith.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So this marks my first experience with using YouTube as a live streaming show, and I'm delighted to be here. I have been to Cypress Fairbanks last year, the Digital Learning Conference, and it's a wonderful school district. I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm putting into the chat my name and also my email name, because I'd like you to contact me after this session if you need more information. My role at Adobe is the Adobe Spark Specialist, and I'm also a Customer Success Manager. So to me, it's critically important that I provide you with the kind of support that you need to get up and running on Spark. I don't know how many of you joined my previous session. It was a little bit short and fast. So Janae, if you could help me, if in the chat folks could pop in if you were in the first session or not, then I would be able to get a rough estimation of how much content I need to cover for those of you that were planning to build on your knowledge with this second session. So the original intention of my session now was to cover student portfolios, presentations, and visual stories with Adobe Spark. I'm going to be doing that, but I also want to provide a basic understanding of what Spark is, assuming that many of you haven't had the opportunity to use it yet. I also want to offer one other thing, and that's this book. I hope you can see it. It says 40 ways to inject creativity into your classroom with Adobe Spark. So if you'd like this book, there are 40 different ways that you can use Spark in your classroom. And sometimes I find it's just nice to have something in your hands that's tangible. I would be delighted to send it to you in email, US mail. And if you'd like that, you can send me email privately and provide either your school address or your home address, whichever you prefer. And I'd be happy to drop it in the mail to you, plus also some Spark goodies. Okay, everyone. So what is Spark? First of all, let me say this. I am going to be dropping, here is the presentation link. And I am showing this presentation in Spark Page, which is actually what you can use to create student portfolios, presentations, visual stories, etc. Many different reasons why people use Spark Page. But what is Spark? So you're probably familiar with many of the other Adobe Creative Cloud applications, and possibly you've even opened them, such as Photoshop or InDesign or Adobe Premiere Pro. There's XD, many other applications available. Cypress Fairbanks teachers and students have access to Spark and also to some Creative Cloud applications. Today, what we're focusing on is Spark, which is an approachable application for design. And when I say approachable, what I really mean is that it's easy. It is template-based. It is available on multiple platforms. And in this environment where right now you all are all going to be in a potentially blended classroom for the beginning of the school year, potentially, Spark may be the answer for you, for kids to rapidly demonstrate their learning. And also for you to apply project-based learning techniques. So what's nice about Spark is kids can create quickly using templates. I mentioned that it's available on multiple platforms. So it is web-based. And to access Spark, you go to spark.adobe.com. This will allow you to go to the web-based version of Spark. You can use it on desktop computers, laptops, on Chromebooks. However, you can also use Spark in app form on iOS devices and also Spark Post on Android devices. And also Spark is available on smartphones. So I just want to let you know, when you use Spark in app form, you load the individual applications that make up the Spark family. So I'm going to cover this quickly, but just rest assured that you're able to contact me for more information. And also I'm going to be repeating the session this morning at 4 p.m. Central. So if you want to hop in on that one, please do. Okay, so sorry, I had someone who needed to join this session who was having trouble joining. So within this presentation, I've embedded lots of links, and I'm showing this in presentation mode, but I can also hop out and edit. And when we talk about using Spark for portfolios and presentations and visual stories.
Hello, Meredith.
Yes?
Do you mind we just need you to share. It wasn't actually sharing, so we'll make sure that you're sharing. Just a moment.
Oh, it says that
Okay.
it got disabled.
Okay, you should be able to do it now. We apologize.
Okay. Right. Okay. So everybody, I'm going to back up just one tiny bit.
Perfect.
So,
No worries. We appreciate you. No
okay.
worries.
Oh, I'm so
They're all hanging
sorry.
in there.
Oh my
No,
God. Yeah.
doing
Okay.
great.
Well, great. So everybody, what I was demonstrating here, I'm only just a couple of slides down in my presentation. So apologies for the screen sharing not working, but here you go. So I've accessed Spark via the web application,
Meredith, sorry for interrupting, but you should be able to share.
I am sharing.
You're sharing your screen? Because we don't see it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Perfect. You're there.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Here we go, everybody. So like I said, I'm using Spark on the web-based version, spark.adobe.com. However, know that you can use it in app form on mobile devices and also smartphones, okay? In this presentation, which everyone should have a link to, you have access to many different examples of how Spark has been used for lots of different visual stories. And I want to take a minute and show you a couple of these just so you can get an idea. Okay. So this is the Spark interface. I'm actually in my home page right now. And you can see here that I have a Spark page. I have some other different types of application outcomes available, a Spark post, a Spark video. For visual stories, we use Spark page most commonly because it allows you to scroll. And so many of you are probably familiar with PowerPoint. Spark page is HTML based, and so it just allows you to create one long vertical visual story. I get this question asked a lot, which is, well, if it's an HTML page, is it a website? The answer is yes and no. It is on the web, but it isn't actually a site because you don't have navigation. But it is great because you can embed multiple pages within your Spark page. So, you can string many pages together. This is an example of how a teacher, a high school teacher, assigned students a research project using Spark Page. So in this case, what he wanted them to do is to create a visual story. So this is accessible via the education examples that I included in my link. And so here is the basic requirements of this research paper assignment outlined by the teacher. So basically what he did is he created, he asked the kids to read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and then choose a theme for a research paper using something out of the book. So some research premise from the book. And so he provides an example and he explains that this is supposed to be a visual story. So that means that it will include multimedia formats. So multiple images. Here you can see an embedded photo grid and also links to supporting thesis statements. And then he explains that you need to provide citations. You can use Creative Commons licensed images. So he's helping the kids understand good digital citizenship and intellectual property rights. And then he explains to them what sort of research types are required in this project. And so you can see here there's embedded video from YouTube, mainstream media, etc. And so this was made with Spark Page. This is how he outlined the example for the students. But then here are 3 examples of the student work. So this is our Adobe Spark Education Examples page, and it is embedded in my presentation. But I just want to show you what the kids came back with. So, and this is why it lends itself very well to this forum, because this is multimedia content. And you can imagine trying to show this in maybe perhaps Microsoft Word or some other format. It's somewhat flat. But here you have the ability to have links, you can embed video. The student has pulled research from mainstream media, from TED Talks, and also traditional research, and chose the theme of the ethics of bioengineering. So this is just one of the examples. What I want to do is I'm going to hop ahead, but know that there are 3 other high school examples. I've included also on this education page other examples. Just going to scroll through them to let you know that there are some Spark Page examples for middle school and elementary school as well. We also have included examples from different subject areas and in different Spark formats. So for example, this is a book report with Spark video. But here, let me jump ahead and show you an example of a high school student from Seattle, where I'm based, who did a trip report, her senior project on graffiti and street art. So she traveled to New York City, and this is in Spark Page. And she collected a bunch of images on her smartphone and then came back and sat down to write her research paper. And what happened is she started in Microsoft Word, and her dad said, you know, why don't you try Spark Page for this? Because you've got so much rich multimedia imagery, it might work a little bit better for you. So she switched, and this is her project. So I'm in Spark Page again, and you can see here I'm just sort of scrolling through. This is obviously a lot more text-based. But she's also included some video. You can see here This is called a glide show effect. Maybe you all are familiar with Ken Burns. He's a documentarian, and they call this the Ken Burns effect. But basically, it's static images. You can see I've got a text box rolling. It appears that they're moving, but really it's just panning and scanning. This text box you can see has an embedded graphic. You can also embed video within your text boxes in a glide show. This is a photo grid. I'm pointing this out because there are different layouts that are available and different templates that are available. And the importance of knowing about that is that the students can spend some time tweaking, but really what they're focusing on is importing their content and telling their story and getting it back to you, showing that they have actually been able to understand the assignment and deliver a project. So I know that's going to be a particular challenge as we go through the beginnings of the school year in a hybrid environment. And so we do have many distance learning resources. So I'm going to jump out for a second of the Spark page, but let me just show you the impact of being able to include multimedia rich content. I'm not sure if the sound will transfer, but I'll probably just turn it off because this is a time-lapse sequence and it just has an audio track in the background. So I'll just go ahead and turn it off. But really what's interesting is watching the time-lapse here. Okay, well, I don't want to take too much more time with this particular example, but I do want to show that in terms of this research paper, she does provide links out to other external resources, which was part of the requirements. And here also are her citations. Spark has safe search, and the images that are included in Spark are like Adobe stock quality. However, they are Creative Commons licensed, so that means they can be used freely. They do include sometimes the author citation or the original creator citation. And so when you import a Creative Commons license image, it builds that citation for you into the project. So this was a Spark page. Now, I do have many other different examples here. So I want you to have some time to browse this education page. And now I'm going to return to my project here where I'm running this presentation and just show you that this is the link that I just visited here to show you these education examples. So it's embedded in the presentation here. Okay, I mentioned just a minute ago that there are Adobe distance learning resources available. So this is a page, a microsite that we created when we learned that many of our districts that we've been working with are going into a hybrid learning environment. So I wanted to make sure that you know about this because there are so many resources. I'm going to show you a few of these. And then also I'll just ask Janae if there are any questions. Can you please just let me know? And I will do my best to answer them. So the Adobe Distance Learning page is on the Adobe Education Exchange. This is the link here. It's edx.adobe.com. edX is short for Adobe Education Exchange. And then the page or the microsite is called Distance Learning. But this link will take you to it. And here's what's on the Distance Learning page. So there are many different teaching resources. These are created primarily by teachers for teachers. They cover the gamut of primary and secondary and also higher education. So there are multiple resources. You can see here there are multiple pages. I've just done a screenshot of a few of the projects that are available. You can also sort these by subject area. These Khan Academy resources are absolutely fantastic. And there are also some Adobe social justice resources on the distance learning page. So if that's a theme that your students might want to research and provide their sense or understanding of the circumstances that we find ourselves involved in. I just wanted to point out that there's a compilation of many different resources that you all might find helpful there. So let me point out that when you get to the distance learning page, there are multiple shelves, or just as you scroll down the page, you're going to see these groupings. So when you get to a specific grouping, there will be a view all, which allows you to see all of the resources at once. And this is a fast way to sort through and find something that matches your subject area or your grade level. The Con plus Create activities are absolutely fantastic. My son is going to school 100% virtually in the fall. And they actually are saying it's likely that he'll be going to school virtually, or at least in a blended environment in the spring as well. But right when COVID broke, he was taking an AP US history class, and I happened to walk in and listen to his teacher talking about the FDR and the Depression era. And it just so happened that there was an absolutely fantastic Khan Academy lesson on FDR and the Great Depression. And it has video clips, and she was assigning him a project. So I right away fired off a link to her saying, hey, listen, you might be interested in this lesson. And my son ended up doing that lesson plan for his AP US history class. So it was, really serendipitous. So there are other resources in addition to our distance learning page that I want you to know about that are available on the Adobe Education Exchange. You can filter by the product area. So in this case, let me just show you how that would work. So I'm just going to edx.adobe.com. And by the way, Education Exchange, if you visited it before, you might find it just a little bit different. It's been enhanced recently. And so here is how you would search. There are many, many different resources on a variety of different products from Adobe. So we literally have hundreds of products available. So you probably will want to know how to use search. So you just use this magnifying glass that's up in the top menu bar and just type in Spark. And here now I've narrowed my research so that I can see just the teaching resources that are available for Spark. And you can see here that you get a thumbnail that explains what the project is and what it what it can do for you. But if you click through, you'll be able to see more information. And in fact, I think this is the project I was telling you about, the Khan Academy project. So what happens is I just click the thumbnail and I'm brought to an education synopsis page that explains what the project does. It gives me the products that are featured in this assignment. Those are optional. It provides other information like, does it snap to any standards? What materials are required? What are the ratings? Here is how you actually open the lesson. Now, the Education Exchange, you do log in to Education Exchange. The benefit of doing that is if you want to proceed and take different tutorials and things like that, some of them help you progress in different levels for badging programs. And at the end of today's presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Adobe Creative Educator program, which is our we've just launched this program in June, and it's aimed at K-12 educators that want to have a closer relationship with Adobe. And it's you take a set of lessons and create a resource, and you will become an Adobe Creative Educator and get a badge. We've just had our first group go through the badging, and the feedback has been great. So anyway, here is this assignment that I just mentioned, and oh, I think it opened in a different window here. Right, okay. So once you click through, I just want to show you what happens, and this is the same methodology that happens with any resource. So here's where it explains what you do, and basically this is, you can watch this video, and this is on FDR and the Great Depression. You can either create a social media post, or you can create a fireside chat with Spark Video, and then it provides the links to these external resources. The Khan Academy resources are absolutely free. There's 46 Khan Academy resources that are available, and we will also be shortly publishing 350 Creative Cloud-based lesson plans similar to this set that we've done with Spark. So just keep checking back on our Adobe Education Exchange to find these resources. Okay, I'm just going to take a break for a second and ask Janae if there are any questions I can answer. I know I've been talking rapid fire here.
Oh, no, you're doing great. I know that we didn't have any questions earlier because you're doing such a great job. They did ask for your email earlier and we submitted that, but they're just looking for the links, and we're just going to share out because you shared a link for the Adobe distance learning resource. We can post that again. Okay.
Yeah, let me give it, let me drop it. Okay.
We have it. We're just going to find out which links that they need, but you're doing great. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, everyone. So now what I want to do is spend a little bit of time actually showing you how to create. Okay. So first of all, I've logged into Spark, and just because I know that this might be a challenge for some of you the first time out the gate, I'm going to show you how to do it just from the get-go, because I don't want this to be a barrier for you. So to log into Spark, the web-based version, which I recommend because that'll give you access to all three applications at once, because they're mashed up into one family on the web. When you want to launch it, you just type spark.adobe.com into any browser. And then what you're going to do is you're going to click sign in. So you can see here, and this is the same way the Spark applications work. There will be a menu bar. And so you'll want to acquaint yourself with the top portion of your screen. Then you click sign in. And then what you do, and I recommend that you focus on this right side of the screen for now. Log in with school account. And here is where you're going to type in your Cypress Fairbanks email name. And then what will happen is you'll click this blue oval here that says continue, and you'll type in your password. So these are your Cypress Fairbanks credentials. Now what happens is there's a matchup that occurs behind the scenes, and it says, oh, you are a valid user of Adobe Spark, and it allows you to open the education version of Spark. So what does the education version of Spark get you? What it gets you is access to safe search. That's number one benefit. So that means that all images that are served up to you and to your students in the education version have been run through a safe search filter. Now, Cypress Fairbanks may also have additional filters that they have put on the district websites as well, but just know that we have run them through a safe search filter. Also, what happens, the number two benefit is you have access to branding. And the number three benefit is that you will have access to the premium templates. And that's going to become clear in just 1 second. So you guys can hold me to that. Once you're in Spark, you will, if it's your first time there, your screen's going to look a little different than mine. That's because this is my home space, and each one of your students will have their own home space. It's going to look unique to them because this is their environment. It is possible for them to share their projects with you, and I'll show you how that happens. And also they can publish, create a link, they can push to PDF, to JPEG, or to PNG. So here now in my home screen, and if it's your first time, you'll go through a little bit of a tutorial and some splash screens that are helpful, that will help you understand how to use Spark. But I'm already in it. And now what I'm going to do is whenever you get lost in Spark, look for a blue plus. That's your trigger, okay? Here I want to create something. So I've just clicked my blue plus. And in this case, what I'm going to create is a Spark page. So I'm going to select web page. And if you're following along, fantastic. I'm just going to make this kind of very simple just to start. My main purpose in today's presentation is to acquaint you to the resources and to help you understand how you could use this for student portfolios or presentations. But I do want to help you with individual projects in your own classroom. And don't forget that I got this book and I want to send it to you. So I have a bunch of them and they're in my office. I'd love to ship them out. Okay, so here I am now in a blank Spark page. Now I mentioned to you that there are many different templates. So, and also one of the side benefits of having the education version is you have the ability to create a custom branded theme or template. And in this case, I've picked my favorite colors for my templates, my brand themes, and I've also picked my favorite type style. That's the benefit of being able to set up your personal brand. One question I get asked a lot is, can you have multiple brands? And the answer is yes, you can. So as with all of us, we have multiple personalities. We have our work persona, we have our kids, their different play groups, their sports groups, things like that. Maybe you volunteer, maybe you're a member of a church or a social group and you want to have different themes for those. You can set those up and have multiple ones, and they would appear just like they do here under brand themes. Now, these Spark themes are what everyone has access to, and what they control is your layout. And they also control your fonts. So I'm just, your type styles and also your colors. I'm just clicking a few different ones. You can apply these at any time, many times, over and over. In this case, I'll just start with Storybook for fun. Okay. The very first thing I want to do is I want to start creating my page, my portfolio here. And so in this case, let's say I want to talk about me as a Cypress Fairbanks student. So I found this image on your website, and I love it. I'm not sure what she's doing, but it's just wonderful. And I need to change the focal point a little bit. So I'm just moving my focus area just a little bit. And then okay, and so now this is my first frame. This is basically the header of your web page, the very beginning. And then here's what you do to begin writing your story. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I'm now in my second frame, and you'll notice that this plus brought up some options. In this case, remember how I was showing you in the graffiti project that there was different layouts available? So there was the glide show, that's the Ken Burns pan and scan effect, and also photo grid. So let's say, for example, I want to add some photos here, or I can upload photos. I can find free photos. This is going to access safe search. If I have a membership on Adobe Stock, if I want to load from Creative Cloud or Photoshop Lightroom, if I want to connect to Dropbox or Google Photos or Google Drive, I have those options. In this case, I'm going to use Adobe Safe Search. We source from Unsplash and Pixabay, sometimes Bing. So here I'm just going to type in a search term. And see what I get. I might be a little bit too narrow. Sometimes you have to play around with it, but I'm going to pick some multiple images so that I can show you what the glide show does. This may be a bit too narrow. It'll still serve up some images. Sometimes you have to push search a little bit. I'm fifth generation Texan, and I miss Tex-Mex. When I really miss Texas, I try to make my own Tex-Mex. It never comes out the right way. But anyway, okay, so here I go. I've just added some images for my glide show. I can see here I'm going to need to do a little bit of editing. Here in my text box, I'm just going to add some text here. Okay. So I can move these around. Here I could include a button to an outside resource. I'm not going to do that now. So what happens when you have this created? Let me show you. So right now it's creating my my Spark page for me. And since I didn't insert anything into the text boxes, it's not actually showing anything except in the first text box where I type some text. Remember earlier I said that when you insert Creative Commons images, if they are actually, if the author has asked for credit, it will actually appear in the presentation. You can edit this if you'd like. Here also is my personal brand. Don't look too close at it. It needs a lot of work. But let me get out of this presentation mode. Let me show you what the other layouts look like. So you've seen the photo grid. I'm just going to upload some photos. Just to give us an idea of, and I'm just holding down the shift key because I want to, well, actually, I wanted to select multiple images. Oh, okay. One of the images I tried to import was an HTML file, so it wouldn't let me do it. Okay. So I'm just going to save my photo grid. I have the ability to do some slight edits in the photo grid. I want to move on. I want to show you what a split layout is. So there are 3 layout formats in your Spark page. And in this case, this is sort of a 50-50 split. Here, commonly we use these for adding an image. So I'll just pick another one. Oh wait, let's pick some teachers. Here we go. And I can see here, I need to do a little bit of adjusting.
Meredith, you did your homework. It looks like you found some Sci-Fair people. I love it. And while you're doing that, I didn't want to interrupt you, but we did have a question about,
Okay.
Can you share brands from others or do you have to recreate it?
You have to recreate them. So yeah, we do get this question. So if someone sends you their branded template, you actually can see it, but you can't edit it because the type style and the attributes, the colors and things like that are actually resident in their Spark page account. Okay, so here's where you'd probably add some text. Okay, and notice here that I have some light editing capabilities here. You know, I can turn this into a quote, heading 1, heading 2. I've got bullets, I've got numbering. I can also do some other things too. I'm just going to keep this as big text. I can left, center, or right justify. So here also you can do other things. I can insert a button. These are the links. So remember at the end of the graffiti presentation, she had some links to some street artists' websites at the end. So those were her citations. Those are just buttons and they just link off. But you can also include, you know, text, which is a hyperlink. So that's how my presentation has a lot of those actual spelled out links for you. Other things you can do is you can import some video. So this is MP4 format that you bring in from your smartphone. Also, you can export from Vimeo, from YouTube, but I will say this, Spark, there are some codecs that Spark Video isn't able to interpret. So it's pretty much just your basic simple MP4 formats, not special codecs. So if you run into that problem, it probably is because it's a unique codec that isn't mainstream, and so Spark can't pick it up. So that basically is the layout. What happens next is, and we only have a few minutes, so I'm just going to get out of here and show you, oh, it's saving. You can see here. So that's the other thing. Spark is constantly saving your presentations for you. Anything you create is being saved in the background automatically, so you can't lose your work. Well, I won't say you can't, but it's unusual. And then the next step would be that you would want to share this presentation with colleagues. I get asked a lot, is it possible for other people to work in the same project? And the answer is yes. The way sharing works within Spark is kind of like volleyball. I serve the ball to you, you've got it, and then you serve it back to me. And so it's not full duplexing, like maybe you're familiar with working in Google Docs or maybe Microsoft Office Docs where you can both be in editing at the same time. That may come as a feature down the road a bit, but it's not available yet. So I only have a few more minutes, but the way that you, let me just get out of here. I'm just going to go back to my home page because there are two things I need to do. One is I need to show you guys the attendee verification page. And so I'm just scrolling through the rest of my presentation, which includes some key links that I thought might be useful for you. Know also that we're very active on social channels, and we have quite a lot of how-to videos. This guy is one of our Adobe education leaders. He's based in Texas. His name is Claudio Zavala, and he does a lot of Spark how-tos. They're really short, sort of like video snacks. So I want you to have access to those. I get asked this question, so my kids are going to be on different devices. What applications can they use at home? We're recommending Spark as the lead application because it has a low barrier for equipment capabilities, and also it's available on multiple platforms, and also everyone that's in the Cypress Fairbanks ISD has access to it. And that's one of the reasons why we're focusing on it, but also because it's super easy. Oops, I need to give you guys the other one. Okay. All right. So you're going to go to this link here. Okay. All right. So now if I wanted to share my presentation, here's where I would do it. I just clicked share in the top menu bar that you're familiar with now. What's happening is I've made a change to my presentation. Spark is recompressing. I'm picking up my link here. Notice that I can share out to social properties, to Google Classroom, to email, or I can embed this. Also, you can print, but here is the link that you're going to need to verify your attendance today. And that concludes my presentation. So I will be available to you via email, and also if there are questions in chat, I'll get back to you. Thank you so much for today. And Janae, I'll hand it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. We really enjoyed it, and we know that it was fast and furious, but you gave a lot of great content, so we really appreciate you.
Okay.
Say thank you, and you
I
want
hope.
to again?
Yeah, everyone, if you want this book, please be sure to send me your address where I can mail it to you.
Okay, so I think people are putting things in the chat, and we have Mr. Boyd over there that's doing that. So we really appreciate you. Thank you for being on, and I know we'll see you a little bit later today. So enjoy a little bit of time off, because I think we're ready, almost ready for Seth to come in at 10 o'clock. So thank you again for being here, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Thanks, Janae.
Bye. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I'll stop sharing now.
Yes, me too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
What link do they want?
I'm sorry.
People are giving me their email address.
For a book, for her book, and we'll send it off to her, because she said she's going to send them a book.
So I need to copy.
Can you copy all their emails? I don't know why she said that, but I heard it this time. I was like, what?
Yes, please copy those emails, and then I'll contact them directly, and I'll get their addresses.
Yay, sorry, I was still on, so you were able to verify that. Thank you. Sorry about that. And I'm
No
sure
worries.
everybody else heard it too. So that's perfect. Yay.
Okay,
Thank you. Bye.
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 Hi, welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions. So there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit, for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
This Adobe Workshop series is a preview of the products in the Adobe Creative Cloud that are now available to students and faculty throughout your district. Participate in an Adobe workshop and learn how your students can develop creative skills in your classes. See how your students can practice photo editing, video production, and prototyping to achieve learning objectives. You'll be amazed at how easy it is to create with Adobe tools. We know you won't be able to attend all of these workshops, and that's why we've recorded them and will make them available for your review after the conference. Visit the internal Sci-Fair Adobe webpage for links to resources, handouts, and workshop recordings. Since distance learning is becoming more prevalent, each session provides information about the Adobe products that can be used on the devices your students can access. All participants will receive information about how to use creative skills they've learned in this workshop to become an Adobe Creative Educator.
Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions. So there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
This Adobe Workshop series is a preview of the products in the Adobe Creative Cloud that are now available to students and faculty throughout your district. Participate in an Adobe workshop and learn how your students can develop creative skills in your classes. See how your students can practice photo editing, video production, and prototyping to achieve learning objectives. You'll be amazed at how easy it is to create with Adobe tools. We know you won't be able to attend all of these workshops, and that's why we've recorded them and will make them available for your review after the conference. Visit the internal Sci-Fair Adobe webpage for links to resources, handouts, and work.
Good morning. I think we're going to be getting started soon. I know, Seth, that you're getting things ready, I believe. I'm so glad you're here. I don't know if you can see or hear me, but we can see your screen, which is awesome. So I'm going to come on, and Seth, you can come on with me so I can introduce you, but we are going to begin the third presentation, and we have Seth Chambers with us today. And we're so excited because he's going to be sharing some building design skills with Adobe Spark and some Creative Cloud in the hybrid classroom. So
sure. Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
To have you present for us. Thank you for being here.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. I'm excited to be speaking with people halfway across the US, less excited that it is in my office and not in person. I've discovered that these presentations, I really enjoy connecting with other instructors from across the US because I feel like I've built my own instructional methodology, pedagogy, just from interacting with other teachers and instructors. And the bummer of this time is that that doesn't get to happen
110
as often. So, so thank you all for joining. First off, I would like to say that this presentation
is that his website? Oh.
There's a bit.ly link right there if anybody would like to follow me along on your own device or at home. In addition to being able to follow along with this presentation, there's also some great information at the end of it, some links, as well as my contact info, so you can reach out to me. I'll also say too that I wholeheartedly believe that instruction and teaching is a community. And I am only where I am at because I stood on the shoulders of some amazing giants before me, and I have kind of an open source mentality, if you will, to creating projects and working with other instructors. And so if there's any questions you have, any comments, if you'd like to borrow some project ideas or give me some great ideas, I'd love to talk with you. So please reach out at the end of this. So again, the shortcut link is bit.ly/scifair_chambers. And the reason I put that up there is because at the very next screen, there's a quick survey that I'd love for everybody to take maybe 30 seconds to fill out. It's really short and easy, I promise. There are 4 questions on it. The 4 questions, it just kind of helps me get a snapshot of who is here. What grade level do you teach? What subject matter do you teach? What's your level of experience with technology? And then what are your feelings on your own creativity and how you interact with that? So if I could ask a huge favor and ask for those of you that are in this session to go ahead and enter that information into the quiz, the Google form, I will take a look at it, and it allows me to address some of the needs of my audience. Lastly, I'll also say too, I really enjoy feedback and interaction. This is very weird for me to be talking to a camera instead of a room full of people. And so I would love it if any of you have questions, please throw them into the chat pod. I believe I've got someone helping me out that's going to be monitoring that. I definitely don't mind being interrupted with questions or comments. And if you have any specific questions on software that I'm either not covering or on ideas that I kind of go off on a different direction than you're interested, please feel free to drop those in real time into the chat. I definitely don't mind stopping and taking little sidebars from time to time. Gosh, I love Google Forms. This is great. We actually use Google Forms in our classroom too, and I love like the instant response to it here. So I definitely see there are at least 8 of you with me right now. We've got one K2, which is what my wife teaches. She's a K1 combo. And man, as difficult as this fall is going to be for me as a high school teacher, she's the one that I'm really just blown away with the things that they're doing at that grade level. So 7th and 8th, 9th through 12th, in terms of subject matter, it looks like we got some ELA instructors, sciences, social sciences, arts as well. Let's take a look at some of these other responses here. Nice, nobody's in the computers hate me category, which is great. About a quarter or less beginners, some intermediate, and some advanced. And I'm really happy to see the skewing of how people view their own creativity. I will say this going into the presentation. We really try intentionally at the beginning of the school year to help our students understand that creativity is like a muscle of sorts. If any of you are like me, going to the gym seems like a great idea when you're at home sitting on the couch eating your 3rd basket of French fries. But when it actually comes time to put on your shoes and get out and go to the door, it's the hardest thing ever. Creativity is just like that. It's a muscle. I believe that every human being is innately born with a desire to create in some way. Those of you with children or that teach little children know that every child loves to dance, loves to sing, loves to perform without any pushing or teaching from parents. It's just born into them. But yet somehow between the time that they're young children and the time that they graduate into maturity, all of that is pushed away. It unfortunately kind of is a victim of the growing up process. And in my opinion, a lot of times a victim of the school process as well too. And so one of the things we try to do at my school, which I'll tell you about in a second, is we try to help students forget everything that they've learned for the last however many years and to kind of relearn things. One of those is creativity. We believe that creativity is innately important to all learning. And it's something that all too often, in my opinion, is pigeonholed and put in a box. Those of you that answered that you were arts teachers have maybe seen this, you know, around about 3rd grade when students start splitting up and moving into separate, you know, instructional classrooms. We start pushing students into a way of thinking that says there's a time for math, there's a time for English, there's a time for art. And then we start developing this thinking that there are people that are gifted in one of those things or another. Either you have it or you don't. You're good at art or you're not. You're good at math or you're not. And unfortunately, I think that's a really backwards way of thinking because it teaches students that they can't develop a skill, that they can't change over time. They can't learn these things. And so a big part of what we try to integrate into our classroom is helping students kind of stretch their creative muscles, if you will, and learn how to maybe connect and reconnect with that inner artist inside of them. So I'm very happy to see that some of you, it looks like, kind of had the same mindset. Let me tell you a little bit about me. My name is Seth Chambers. That's me. And today we're going to be covering a variety of topics. So first off, I am a teacher myself. I teach 11th and 12th grade at a school called CART, C-A-R-T, the Center for Advanced Research and Technology, which I'll get into in a second. I teach filmmaking and animation, but really what I try to do is help students understand that every single human has a story and a desire to tell it. I believe that storytelling idea is what drives us as humans. It's been existent since we were cavemen and searching for ways to communicate ideas out, you know, around a campfire. It's progressed to storytelling, to writing, and now it includes audio and video and web and apps and games and you name it. As we develop new technologies, we find new ways to tell stories. And so ultimately, that's something that I hope to do, is to help my students learn how to tell their story. We're going to talk a little bit about project-based curriculum and responsive design, and it's important. We're going to talk about the importance of failure. I heard years ago that FAIL, F-A-I-L, stands for First Attempt in Learning. And it's something that we try to get our students to embrace. And it's something that we try to get our staff to embrace too. Oftentimes, children love failing and love revising. And as we get older, again, just like our creativity is a victim of the growing up process, so too is our willingness to fail and try something different. We're going to talk about equity and access for all students, which is something that's dearly important to me, that I believe is paramount, especially in these times coming forward when we move into uncertain territories with teaching in the fall. We're going to talk about thoughtfully and authentically integrated technology for all teachers as well too. We're going to talk about personalization and ensuring that students are seen during this time and what that looks like, and the Adobe product pathway and how that fits in. So a little bit about myself. I mentioned I am a teacher at CART High School. I've been teaching there. This will be now my 14th year if math doesn't fail me. About 10 years ago, I met a wonderful woman that was part of Adobe's education group at a great conference. You guys remember those conferences, right? Where you'd show up in person. And she started talking with me about a program that Adobe has called the Adobe Education Leadership Program, or AEL. Over the past roughly almost decade at this point, I've had the amazing opportunity to connect with hundreds of instructors from around the world as we really seek to thoughtfully integrate in applications into our core workflow. I am not an Adobe employee. I am just someone that's a bit of a proselytizer for them, if you will. I fully believe in the products. And I've been really lucky and blessed enough to connect with this group of instructors and group of Adobe employees that really authentically want to find a way to get their technology into the hands of students without any barriers. That's important to me because of the school I work at. So CART is a bit of an odd duck. We are a joint powers authority. We're co-run by two school districts, Fresno Unified and Clovis Unified. I am in the Central Valley of California, and we have an extremely diverse student population, which I'll talk about in a bit. But our population at my high school literally attracts students from all over our city. We have students from every single socioeconomic background, every single ethnic background, you name it, we represent it at CART. It's truly reflective of our city. And a big part of what we do at CART is we're a project-based curriculum that is all integrated with multiple subject matters. And our goal is to try to help students bridge that gap between high school and college. It's almost like you're climbing stairs and you get to a certain point and half of the staircase is wiped out and you have to make this huge leap up. For me, it was almost a failure. I'm pretty open and honest with my students and let them know that aside from changing majors 3 times in college, I almost failed out my freshman year. I never learned any of these skills that I needed to succeed because I had structure in high school that I always depended on. And as soon as I went to college, that structure wasn't there and I didn't know how to create it for myself. So there's a lot of personal passion that comes from my teaching at CART and my desire to continue there as well. I mentioned that we are all lab-based. We have 14 different labs that all seek to kind of reflect industry standards, be it law and policy or product development, environmental science, or my lab, multimedia, where I teach filmmaking and animation. A big part of understanding kind of my push in this presentation is to understand our course design. We try to thoughtfully integrate in technology, design process, creativity, critical thinking skills, all into seamless projects. Our typical project, as you see here, has approximately 5 to 6 students in it, and they try to create thematically connected tangibles that form a single bonded campaign. We're trying to help students understand not only how to communicate their own story, but that in the real world, you may work in a production house or in a firm where you are connecting with people in graphic design and in web and in video, and your product is meant to represent a client, not your own styles. And so we teach students how to come up with a campaign that connects across a variety of media and seeks to kind of hit that target audience that they're tasked with. This is what a typical project launch might look like for our students in any given year. In fact, this was from fall of 2019, which, even though it was roughly a year ago, it seems like a lifetime ago at this point. So you see here, we were trying to get them to understand the goals of larger thematic campaigns. Graphic students had to create a slogan graphic, as well as a full page advertisement promoting their topic. Video students had to create a 30-second video PSA that was used to promote that. And the hopeful goal was that 6 unique different individuals would come together and present a thematic campaign that had 6 different products that all looked like they could have come from the same person. They had similar colors, or maybe the same tagline in it, or a similar use of that target demographic audience in it. And then students would ultimately present this project up on stage in front of a theater with maybe about 60 to 70 students at a time in it. And they would develop skills, in presentation. They would learn how to dress for a presentation, how to hold themselves, how to communicate, how to collaborate with other members on their team. Our goal is to create that safe environment where even students that are scared to death about speaking in public feel safe with the audience out there and can, again, be comfortable in that fail process. Part of that is that the first 2 weeks of CART, we really spend a lot of time with our students, not focusing on assignments, but breaking down walls, helping them understand that we're a team, lots of trust exercises, lots of group activities, lots of things to connect these kids from 14 different high schools that have never met each other, and we're asking them to trust. Unfortunately, with 2020, all of that's out the window. We love what we've done. We think that there's things that we do really well in our school, and every year, like you, I'm sure, we also try to revise and tweak and adjust. The problem is in the fall of 2020, we are revising and tweaking everything. And so a big shift is happening. And as I said here, good design is responsive and adapts to its users. It's part of the reason why I personally happen to love Apple products. They're just intuitive. I've seen a 3-year-old use a tablet, an iPad. I've seen an 80-year-old use an iPad, and they don't need instruction. And that's good design. Good design should adapt to the human being that's using it and not the other way around. And all too often, I feel like we try to get students or our class as a whole to adapt to our design and methodology thinking instead of looking at how we need to adapt to theirs. And so every year presents new challenges. This year is no different than any other year. It's just a slightly bigger revision. And so a little bit about what we did in the spring and how that informed our way of thinking moving forward. So in California, at least, March 13th was the last day we had school. We were given roughly a week officially to pivot to online instruction. We immediately, though, on that next Monday, started reaching out to our students right away. Like many of you, we had a moving goal line. One of our districts, one of our partner districts said, we're completely in online learning and all grading will be only positive accruement of grades moving forward. So students' grade can't worsen during this time. Another district said grading is normal, and we're going to reevaluate every couple of weeks to see where we're at. And so it meant that that goal line was constantly moving. And so, I mean, like you, we were constantly shifting our way of thinking. And I've never met a group like teachers that are able to constantly reevaluate things and reshift their thinking and go, well, that stinks. I put a lot of time into that, but I need to move in this direction now. And so that's what we did. The first thing that we did is we created a Google form to reach out to our students and ask them about their technology usage. We pushed that Google form through Google Classroom, which is our learning management system that we choose to use at CART. We also pushed it through remind.com, which we had previously set up, and sent out all that information. I guess if there was a silver lining to this happening in the fall is we had already established all of our norms before this happened. And so we were lucky enough to have means of communication to students. However, we did not have 100% response to the Google form. And so the next day, we started calling students. We reached out to the student phone numbers we had on record. And if we didn't have student phone number, we started reaching out to parents. We asked about access to technology. You can see some of the responses here. We were lucky enough that both of our partner districts committed to providing Wi-Fi hotspots for many of our students. A huge concern of mine is that we have a lot of students in rural territories that do not have broadband connection. And so being able to get these Wi-Fi hotspots at home was huge. However, going into this, we had already prepared some ideas about what if students don't have wireless. We thought about, would there be a way to have them submit materials once every X number of weeks by a USB stick. We used to call it sneaker netting back in the day, literally walking a file to someone. We thought about pencil and paper options if we have to. Could we still tell a movie, the story of a movie rather, in paper form? And that really pushes you into some creative spaces too. By the way, little side note, in Google Forms, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but you get some really humorous answers when you leave an other category that people can fill out there. And so we asked about computer access. We had about 20% of our students on a Mac, 55% on a Windows PC. 19% of our students had no computer access at all, which I'll circle back to. We also had someone on Graham's laptop, which I thought was really funny. Smartphone access, this was the huge thing to me. 78% of our students have an iPhone. 24% of our students have an Android. And like many of you, we're finding, especially as students get older, that even if they don't have computer access, there's a very high probability, and increasingly more so, that they have access to a smart device, which was important. We also had one student that just put their phone number in there by default. And then tablet access, we were curious about too. We had some students with iPads, some with a Windows tablet, even some Wacom drawing tablets represented in there. But the vast majority of our students did not have a tablet. So the problem is we had to still teach industry standard, project-based, relevant curriculum when we don't know what our students have access to. Usually by the fourth quarter, we're running some pretty high-end software, things like Adobe After Effects, Adobe Animate, even Autodesk Maya, Maxon Cinema 4D. Those are pieces of software, desktop applications that require a lot of horsepower, and our students didn't have it. And so that began this kind of tear down of like, what can we do in order to connect with students and still make this relevant to them, still make it meaningful without just giving them simple busy work. And so I mentioned that CART, my high school, is not only project-based, but it is an integrated curriculum. I co-teach with two other instructors. One of them is a graphic design instructor. The other one is an English instructor. And we try to weave in English into everything that we do in our projects through the lens of multimedia. So for my students, it might be character development. It might be writing poetry. It might be developing an industry standard script. But that English work, it counts as honors English on their transcript, and it thoughtfully integrates in. So we had to figure out what were our norms, what are our non-negotiables that we can't let slip, even though I'm not in my lab, even though my students don't have computers. And the first thing that we hit on is that it needs to remain industry relevant and academically rigorous. These are a couple of graphs I shared from our local newspaper, but the data was reported from the James Irvine Foundation as part of a multi-year study. You can see here, Fresno Unified, one of our partner districts, is the light blue. CART, my high school, is the dark blue. These are comparisons of statistically relevant students from one high school to the next, and whether or not they meet or exceed expectations in ELA standards across the years. Here you see those connections with Clovis Unified, our other partner district as well too. It was important to us to ensure that students are still walking away with something that builds them up, that helps them understand the world around them in a more meaningful, powerful way, and that it's academically rigorous as always. Our second I mentioned is really important to me. is the idea of equity and access. With 1,500 high school students at our school spread across the Central Valley, Fresno, and Clovis, it was important to us that nobody got left behind in this weirdness that was spring of 2020. And so we also had to make sure that we met our students' needs. Wired Magazine has this extensive report, link is here in the button if you wish to check it out, that showed that nearly 20% of rural youth doesn't have access to broadband at home. And when we talk about moving forward to online instruction and what that looks like, not only in the spring behind us, but the fall ahead, that definitely has a massive effect on where we're going. And then lastly is the idea of personalization. I mentioned that the first 2 weeks of school, we tear down some of these paradigms. We forget homework for a little while to connect with students. We have these silly things called the CART Olympics, where students are all working with each other to do group activities and compete lab to lab, again, to build that, that bonding experience. So how do we do that moving forward into the fall? And so it's again requiring a shift of thinking. I want to thank Rebecca Hare, who's an amazing Adobe education leader as well too, AEL, and she gave a presentation a couple of weeks ago on kind of shifting her way of thinking moving into the fall. And these slides are straight from her presentation deck, and I wanted to share them with you because they've not only informed me, but now I am pushing them onto my school and sharing them as well. What we are looking at going forward into the fall is having to move into a workplace where we want to be something that students look forward to. We have to try to build a connection, a relationship with them over a computer screen, over a camera, over phone lines. And how do we do that? And so at first, my way of thinking was, you know, I'm going to have to spend a lot of time in front of the computer, recording screencasts, showing them how to do things, making these videos available offline. And then I realized there are amazing individuals that have already done just that very thing. The last session, the name of Claudio Seguer was mentioned, and he's an amazing teacher. He does some great stuff. There's some fantastic teachers that are doing stuff online. There are some great sites like videocopilot.net that are doing work on the internet to teach students and just the average Joe how to use After Effects. And then we also have the Adobe Education Exchange, where there are instructors from all over the world that are sharing their lesson ideas. And so it quickly got me thinking that maybe the best use of my time and energy isn't recording yet another tutorial on how to use Premiere Pro. What I can provide that's unique is my connection with my students. And there are phenomenal tutorials out there that could probably do a better job than I did in teaching that software. And so we're shifting into this kind of idea of workflow where each week, students will receive a project, an idea on a Monday, lots of support on that first day, helping them understand that. But I realized through the spring semester that one thing I cannot expect or plan is our students do not necessarily advocate for themselves. If they have a question or are confused, they will talk with each other long before they ever raise a hand virtually or physically and ask me for help. So I have to be intentional about going to them over and over. So as you see here in Rebecca's plan, on Monday, she's asking kids if they understand and need help. On Tuesday, she's asking kids if they need help. On Wednesday, she's asking kids. And our idea is to move into the space where we launch a project, work with students, maybe put them in small groups of 2, 3, 4 students where they can interact with each other and then provide support to them. What this might mean is not only will I be doing video chats like this, but even if I say, does anybody have a question? I might not get any questions in the chat feed. And so it might mean that on Monday, I'm on the phone making calls. On Tuesday, I'm on the phone making calls. And so I'm looking at a lot of my fall being spent connecting with students to establish relationship, because that's the only way they're going to get to know me and my personality and know that I have their best interests at heart. Our idea is that once we launch a project on week 1, at the end of week 1, students will turn in that assignment. And then in week 2, we're going to put them into peer groups where they're going to be connecting with each other and giving feedback. They're going to be leaving meaningful interaction. They're going to be making comments on their design process. And then in week 2, they're going to revise that design, because if any of you have ever worked in a design firm or in a production studio, you know that the day you finish your creative project is never the end of that project. You meet with a client, you connect with them, they have feedback, some good, some bad, and then you have to thoughtfully integrate that feedback and modify. And so we're teaching them revision, and that your first attempt is probably going to be a failure, and that's okay. I will say in filmmaking and graphic design and even game design, our students have seen amazing, excellent examples of what the best looks like all their life. And then they come into our classrooms to learn the tools, and their idea is amazing, and they're smart enough, they recognize that their performance and what they've seen all their life has a huge gap between it. And a lot of times students see that as failure on their part. They connect the thing they made to their own intrinsic value, and they see that their failure at the thing means that they failed too. And so we try to teach them that it's okay to fail. It's okay to iterate and to change and to grow and to learn and to revisit things. And so we want to try to instill that from the very beginning. Rebecca also had another wonderful slide too that has really informed me on how we evaluate our students. We usually grade on a 4-point rubric across a multitude of ideas, everything from how well was the idea communicated, to how did students use technology, to how did they personalize the experience of the viewer. And I will say we probably usually have pretty rigorous assessment for our students. The idea, again, is to build them up for a career in industry. I don't think that'll work this time around. I think if we come out of the gate for the first 6 weeks when we're online with extremely rigorous assessment, all we're going to do is push students away. And our goal right now is to connect with them. And so I love how Rebecca phrased this. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Our standard for assessment needs to be successful completion of the project. And we need to shift our way of assessing to support students and say, you did a great job. You did what we asked. We're not necessarily expecting you to have endless time or energy for this project. We're going to assess at this level, and then we're going to look at it as a bonus for those that can go above and beyond. And so you see here, students with little time and energy, that's where the assessment line is, because honestly, my students are also going to have math homework and English homework and science homework. Some of them are trying to juggle, still trying to connect in sports groups or club groups through an online methodology. They may be balancing 1, 2, 3 siblings at home, 2 parents. My co-teacher has 4 daughters, and there's 2 adults. That's 6 people in the household that are all either teachers or students and on devices throughout most of the day. And so even the best of households are struggling with trying to make this schedule and plan work. We don't want to expect that students are going to give us 100% of their time and energy, because that's only going to lead to failure on their part and frustration on our part. So it's shifting our way of thinking, assessing at the minimum, and building personal relationships. And then the students that we can develop connections with, we can set up one-on-one Zoom calls with, one-on-one phone calls with, walk them through ideas as best as we can remotely. And so with that came the wonderful realization that most of our students have a smartphone device. And yes, we can't teach After Effects, and yes, we can't teach Maya, but there's some amazing tools that are out there. And so this great chart here shows a lot of the device compatibility, a lot of the applications we're looking at. I'll share some with you, as well as some student examples from our class. Spark, you've already heard mention of. In fact, it's what this presentation is developed in. I will honestly say, and again, I promise I'm not paid to say this, Spark is maybe my favorite tool out there right now. The reason why is it's so easy. Again, I mentioned my wife teaches kindergarten, 1st grade. She has students developing it. My own 1st grader, we did a Spark project, a Spark page in, we did a Spark video in, it is ridiculously simple to use, but yet it's also clean and powerful. You know, again, to the point, my high school students use it. This is what their presentations are oftentimes delivered in, because it's really interactive, it's engaging. Students can share it online, so it's available for the public to see should they wish and get feedback on. And it also forces the user into clean design, which I really appreciate. And so Spark, as was mentioned in the previous session, is a trio of products. I won't go over all three of them and how to use them now, but if anybody has any questions, please reach out to me, type a question in the chat. Spark Post is basic graphic design. Spark Video, video design, and Spark Page is creating an interactive web page such as you're seeing now. I'm actually going to pause right here and ask Meredith if you're on the line, or Janae, if there's any questions in the chat that I could feed so far before I move on, just so I make sure I'm not leaving my audience behind. I'm going to take that silence as possibly that there are no questions at this time, but I will leave time afterwards, and I can come back to those should you wish. So,
Hi, Seth. It looks like we don't have any major questions right now.
Okay.
They've been kind of corresponding and really listening and asking some things that pertain specifically to Sci-Fair. So thank you so much.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, and feel free to interrupt, by the way, because I know I can be long-winded sometimes, especially not having audience feedback is a really weird thing.
It's
so
hard to see, yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So here's our way of thinking for the fall, what we're looking at doing. We're looking at using Spark Post in order to help students understand the basics of graphic design. I'm going to exit out of this full screen view for a second and show some different examples of Spark Post. So give me a second here as I switch over from my computer to my phone. And let's see, hopefully this comes through. There we go. I wanted to show you these applications on a device as well too. So Spark Post allows you to do graphic design, and it really allows us through a really simple, easy to use format to even address basic design ideas, to talk about things like white space, to talk about balance, to talk about font usage, consistency in message, consistency in fonts, so that there's one or two at the max and not 500. And so a typical Spark Post might allow students to communicate an idea, might allow them to create a brochure or some type of document. So we're thinking about coming up with an idea, maybe relating to the world we live in, maybe relating to the political season that's coming up, and having students create flyers, create brochures that promote an idea. What's beautiful about Spark too is they can look at this wonderful template gallery and look at them for ideas and even remix some of these ideas. You can open up an existing project that somebody else created, and then you've got the opportunity down here at the bottom of the screen to remix that template as well too. So you can use this as a jumping off point to get your students thinking about new ideas. And as Meredith mentioned earlier, the other beauty of having that registered version of Spark, the enterprise version of it for Cypress Fairbanks School, is that you've got the safe search option in there. You know you're receiving a consistent experience across devices. Once you're in that Spark Post, students can go in and edit it, could start working around with colors or with objects. They could change the movement of things, change the complexity of an object, the scale of it, the message that's within it. Everything is completely editable, even when you remix these templates. Or, of course, if you want to, one of the most intimidating things ever is a blank page, in my opinion. But if you'd like to, you can also begin with a blank page. And you can begin based on a color, a pattern, something from your camera, etc. As you move through this object, you also get suggestions in here in terms of font colors, or you can choose your own. So there's a lot of ability to move into a space where students are being creative. So again, our idea for the first project is to create something that is helping students understand the basics of graphic design, but through the lens of something topical that's going on right now. News stories, the political cycle, the things that are on their mind. Last year, what we did is we even asked students to present ideas for coming up with their own documentary, something in the way of things that affect teenagers that may be off the radar of most teachers or parents. And we got some amazing feedback where students had that connection with their subject matter. In week 3, as we move into the second element, we're going to move into Spark Video. And Spark Video is going to be used in order to tell a visual story. And I want to share my computer screen real quick, even though it is similar on the app as well. But the reason why I want to share my computer screen at this time is because I love Spark Video on the web interface for one specific reason, and I want to show you why. When you go to spark.adobe.com and you log in on a computer through a web browser, you have the ability to create either a flyer, which is Spark Post, a web page, which is Spark Page, or a video, which is Spark Video. On a smartphone, those are 3 separate applications. So you have Spark Post, Spark Video, Spark Page. Through the web interface, you have one single site with 3 kind of subsections. The reason why I like the website is this. When you make a new video, it asks you to start with your idea. So let's say that I want to do something about coronavirus and COVID, because it's on everybody's mind. This is why I love the web interface, is it actually has story templates in here that are best even for the non-video person. One of my biggest, I guess you'd say, soapbox items or frustration items I mentioned earlier is that art and artists often get pigeonholed as they have creativity or they don't. If you are an ELA instructor, think about Spark as a next step when your student's done with a book report or a research paper. Why does the research paper have to be the final assessment? What if students finish that research paper and now they have to make a flyer or a social media graphic that promotes the cause that they researched? What if students then make a short video that teaches the viewer about that cause? What if students then make a Spark page that has to convert their academic language from the research paper into a social interaction language that would be used to attract the average passerby? And students now have deeper level of thinking. They didn't just regurgitate information from their research sources and put it into a paper. They are now changing that language and making meaning of it. And so students can promote an idea, tell what happened, tell the hero's journey, which is something we spend a lot of time on, show and tell, personal growth, teach a lesson, create an invitation. And so what if, students had an idea that they wanted to promote about wearing masks, for example? Well, they can click on this template, and the beauty of this template is it literally walks them through step by step and asks them thoughtful questions. So it's gonna say, here's how to get started. And once you say, okay to get ready, here's the first question. Describe the world today. What's the setting or context for your story, or show who you're helping? Students then just press the microphone button and hold it down and speak into their computer or on their smartphone if they're using that device as well too, and they tell that story. As they tell the story, it walks them through what problem does the audience struggle with today? What could be a better world where this problem doesn't exist? What's your idea or solution for it? And again, as a teacher, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I don't have to make a worksheet that steps them through this. These options are already there, and it's a great way to tell that story. Next, moving into our 5th week, we're going to have students take the graphic and the brochure they created, the video they created, and they're going to put both of those into a Spark page that tells that story. I want to show you real briefly an example of a Spark page that we did with our students. We gave them a template, and for their final project of last year, there you go. This one my students. This was his 4th and final project of the year. He did this all remotely. This is a Spark page that he created. What he had to do is he had to introduce the project idea at the beginning and tell the audience what he was going to do. He made a poster for his project that he created as well too.
Hi, Seth.
Hi, yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but we have a couple of questions.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and here it goes. It's, can students?
Will students be able to upload a working document to Schoology for collaborating with peers?
So will student be able to upload a working document and collaborate with it in Schoology? Is that, yeah, in Schoology, because we have a new LMS in CFISD.
Yeah, so the beauty of this, before I go on, I'll show you my own Spark page that I'm working on right here. I'm going to exit out of presentation mode and I'll show you the construction mode, if you will. What's beautiful about Spark is when you get ready to share it, you have this share option, publish and share link. And there's a link that is created right here. That link is static. It does not change. So what's beautiful about that is students can turn in that link into any LMS, and they could turn it in rough draft stage, and you could see it and check their rough draft. Then if the student goes in and makes a change on it, what you have to kind of get into their head and remind them of is when they make a change, they go back up to share and that same publish and share link, and you'll notice that there's a notice here. It says, we've noticed you've made some changes, update link. When I hit that, any of my changes are then kind of uploaded up to the server. But again, that link stays the same. So the beauty of that is if the student turned in that link already to their instructor or to a partner, they don't have to publish a new link. All they have to do is remember to update it. The other beauty is that when you go to the main Spark interface, spark.adobe.com, you can select any project. So here is that very same presentation that I'm presenting from. If they click on the 3-dot menu up here, they have the option to share that out and can actually invite other people to participate in that. So you can actually have collaborative work through the Spark applications. That varies depending upon platform and depending upon whether it's Spark Page, Spark Post, or Spark Video, but there's some great collaborative options in there as well. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, that was beautiful because especially when you were saying that you can embed it and then when they publish it and all that, that's going to be perfect, especially for our students here in CFISD. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I'm running short on time, so I want to show you a couple other things. Again, this was my students' project here. He presented. We actually had them take screenshots and they could do this on a phone as well as through the web interface. They have to share how they use technology. It's not just important that they made a pretty thing. They have to tell us how they use that technology to the best of their advantage. And so you can see examples here from a student that had a computer. I actually had a student here that did a lot of stuff on the phone and tablet. So this is Rush through a tablet-based interface as well too. And she included some stuff like that and even some applications she used on the phone. A couple of other great ideas that I think that you can use for your presentation. I mentioned Rush. The beauty of Premiere Rush is that it works on Android. It works on iOS, so it works on phones and tablets, and it works on Windows and Mac. And all content is directly saved to the web. And so when a student goes into Rush, sorry, I switched to Lightroom there. There you go. When a student goes into Rush, they see these projects that they have, and they're all synced up to the cloud. And so here's an example of my Rush program, and you see here that there's some projects that are on the computer and in the cloud. But the beauty is I can start editing this on my computer, and then I can move to my phone. Students can shoot on their phone, and all of the footage is not only uploaded to the cloud, but all the footage is also directly linked to this to this Rush project. So when they go on a computer at home, the footage is there. They don't have to worry about SD cards. They don't have to worry about emailing footage or transitioning it. And then I don't know if there's any video instructors on today, But here's the beauty that I love is if a student begins something in Premiere Rush, they can then go into Premiere Pro, and there's an option in Premiere Pro to open a Rush project. And there you see that very same Rush project that I began on my phone, I can now import in to Premiere Pro seamlessly. It didn't ask me to import any footage. It didn't have to convert anything. It just worked. And that for me is huge to connect with my students. Lastly, I also want to show you too that Lightroom CC, which is used for photo retouching, is also available online as well. And so lightroom.adobe.com, excuse me, lightroom.adobe.com allows you to access your entire Lightroom library, excuse me, directly through a web interface. And so students can do photo retouching and remixing on here as well. The beauty of that is if any of you are teaching Photoshop or photography or art, students have a camera in their pocket and can shoot on their phone and then can go into this web-based application and begin to remix, adjust exposure, contrast, highlights, work with color temperature and effects, cropping, all of that without actually having the application installed on their computer. So Lightroom, Rush, two big apps that we're going to be using and transitioning into as well. The very last couple things I want to mention as we wrap up here, Adobe has a brand new program that they just launched called Adobe Creative Educator that's really seeking to not only empower, but to connect other instructors that are authentically trying to integrate in these creativity tools into their classroom. And I want to stress again, this is for science teachers, this is for math teachers, this is for history teachers to take next level meaning from how students are accessing information. And it's a wonderful opportunity to connect with other instructors and to begin to build that community of support that I think is going to be so important for us as we move forward into the fall. And then the other last thing I want to mention is there's a series of links down at the bottom here. I really want to make sure that you take a look at some of the distant learning resources that are on what's called the edX, the Adobe Education Exchange. If you haven't looked at edX, I'd encourage you make an account, sign on. There are thousands of teachers from around the world that are sharing their project ideas. They're not necessarily affiliated with Adobe, but they are just people that are passionate about these tools. And there's an opportunity for you to connect with subject matter and grade levels, peers, and pull ideas and collaborate with them on your own as well. So there's a host of opportunities on there that I think can be useful. Very last thing at the end of that Spark page is my contact information. You can feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or via my email as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions that this might not be the best place to host them. Last thing is here, I'll throw up that code that everybody needs for credit. And maybe while this is up on screen, if there's one or two quick questions before we have to move on, maybe I can field those as well.
Hey, Seth, this was wonderful. We're looking and we don't really see any that you haven't addressed. So we really appreciate you being here and sharing all your knowledge. And I know they're excited because they're asking questions that pertains to our school district to see if we have these things available. So this has been wonderful.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And again, if there's anything I can help with, I love connecting with other people. I'm definitely happy to respond. The one thing I'd encourage people to do is kind of a parting thought is if you have the opportunity to collaborate with people, take that opportunity, even if it's in a lunch break, even if you have regular department meetings, if there's any administration on as well, to encourage them to provide that time. It's so helpful for me as an instructor to pull from my peers because I find that there's no idea that I come up with that can't be made better by collaborating with somebody else. It brings out the best in both of us. And I really want to encourage you, connect with other instructors, reach out to them during this time. It's a wonderful opportunity to build your own ideas and learn from those around you as well.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for your time, everybody. It was great to hopefully virtually see you, and we'll be in touch. And thank you again for the time.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Hello, this is Tommy.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Okay, we can share our screen if we get permission. Host disabled attendee screen sharing.
Hi, Tommy. Are you with us? You should be able to share.
Okay, let me go ahead and try to do that. Give me a second to get my screen right.
Okay, no problem. And I'll introduce you and then off you go, okay?
All right.
And
Let me.
Eric is here as well. Can you hear me?
And Eric, hi, yes, thank you for being here as well. So both of y'all are going to be on at the same time, or?
Yes, we'll be on. We'll be talking. You know, we'll kind of go back and forth.
Okay, no problem. And I'm sure you know how to use the audio and the mute as well. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and show myself. If you want to go ahead and come on with me and share your stuff, you can do that as well.
Do you
So
see my screen share?
we do. We see the DLC, probably one of the one of the slides you're going to show towards the end, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I thought it was at the beginning because nobody told me. So.
Oh, no worries, no worries. You can display that definitely later, and we'll go from there. So that's going to be perfect. But yeah, it looks really good. So
Okay.
I'm going to come on, and if you come on with me, that would be perfect.
Okay. Let me share. How do I share my video here?
Okay. I see Eric. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how
And
you
I see
doing?
Tommy. Okay, we have two great presenters here, and we're so excited to get y'all started. And I guess we already know what the topic's going to be: video from the smartphone and to amazing in minutes with Spark Video. I think I have that on my smartphone, so that's going to be great that you'll be able to share that with us today. So we want to welcome you, and we also have our YouTuber over here that's going to be fielding some of the questions. So those of you who are here live with us, please put those questions inside of the chat. And then also, you know, we'll at the end we will show you the attendance verification. So, and also we will put it in the chat as well. So just make sure that if you're asking questions that we can see it in the chat, and we will be able to ask the presenters during the course of this session. And his name is Jerry Boyd. That is our YouTuber. So if you see his name, I'm terrible here. But anyways, we're glad y'all are here, and we're going to let you guys go ahead. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. So let me go ahead and show you that initial slide again. This is the attendance slide here at the beginning. We're going to show this again at the end. And I see that there's a delay in the YouTube stream. So I see it a little bit before you do. Okay. So we are doing a presentation called Video from Smartphone to Amazing in Minutes with Spark Video, Premiere Rush, and Premiere Pro. So we are going to actually review the 3 video solutions from Adobe, and we're going to focus a lot on the middle one, on Premiere Rush, because we think that that's the one that you're going to be most likely to use, especially in middle school, high school, some older students that really want to get their feet wet with video editing. That's a great place to start. So we are going to introduce ourselves. Go ahead, Eric.
So also we're going to talk about storytelling and how do we tell stories through sequence of scenes and videos, and how to take all that information and put it together into a visual format that students can understand and remember. Tommy, I think your video went out.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Okay.
I'm going to put it back in a second.
So a little bit about us. You want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, sure. My name is Tommy Demos. I am a professor of film, television, digital production at Miami-Dade College, which is a very large community college in Southeast Florida. And Eric and I work in the same school of entertainment design technology, but we work in different departments. So I work in the film department, and Eric, of course, works in graphic design. We have several Adobe credentials, and they are listed here. And the one that we are sort of illustrating right now in this presentation is the Adobe Education Trainer credential, where we actually train other faculty members, both at K-12 and higher ed, how to take advantage of Adobe products in their classrooms, regardless of the subject matter that you teach. A lot of people have a misconception that Adobe is only for design students, only for students who are, you know, in a film class or a TV class, and that is not the case. Actually, Adobe is being increasingly used by students and faculty in other disciplines. So go ahead, Eric, you can introduce yourself as well.
My name is Eric Cornish. As Tommy mentioned, I teach graphic design and computer animation within the School of Entertainment and Design Technology. I've been with the college for over 13 years, started there in 2007. And like you mentioned earlier, we do a lot of work with training sessions through Adobe and on our own with our college. And we travel across the country talking about using the digital design tools like After Effects, Photoshop, Illustrator, all the common programs. But our main focus and goal has been in the last 2 years to focus on digital literacy and how do we help teachers become better teachers and influence the tools to be used in the classroom effectively.
So this first slide is all about why are we going to create video in the first place, right? Why should students bother using the equipment that they have at their disposal, like their smartphones, which almost every single one of them has, to record video content and actually cut it together to create some kind of story, hopefully with emotion. And the reason is, you can sort of think about your own experience as a student when you were a kid or even a college student. I think back and I don't remember a single paper that I wrote for any of my classes, like an English paper or a history paper. I don't remember those things. They didn't stick. But what I do remember about my schooling is every single multimodal project that I created. So anything that I made back in school with video or with graphics or audio or something that's interactive, that I remember. So this multimodal component is critical to forming memories and emotion and true learning about a particular topic or subject. We actually extensively use project-based learning in our program. I know that that's a hot topic these days, is PBL, and we strongly recommend looking into adopting PBL techniques because it removes the teacher from the sage on the stage role and really puts the learning in the hands of the students. It gives them student voice and choice about what it is that they're going to study. And trust me, if you give these tools to students, they're going to love using them. So why not empower them to do those things, right? Using video teaches students valuable lessons about copyright. Students will often go on Google Images and just steal things from the web. And I feel like it's our responsibility to help them understand that they can't do that, so that they don't form these bad habits when they are students and then take them into the workforce. They need to understand the difference between public domain and Creative Commons and what is commercially licensed and owned. So working with video is one way to help them understand that. So I think, any other additions, Eric, on this one?
No, I think we should go into why, show them examples on why we create video.
Sure. All right, let's play this short excerpt.
When we talk about how students learn today, really what we're talking about is transliteracy. It's where a student understands how media works in lots of different ways, whether it's video or it's written or it's social media campaigns.
New Tech High is a wall-to-wall project-based learning school, and we do that in a fully public setting. Teaching video in general education classes is vital because it's a skill set that really transcends disciplines.
Video really speaks to the engagement piece. If you can get kids engaged, then that is the sweet spot that teachers are always trying to get to.
All right, so this is the use of video in a school out in Napa Valley. And they are a huge PBL-based institution, and they do all kinds of multimodal projects. So they've got a great use case over there in California.
Students can, right now in the day and age that we're in, students use all types of mobile devices to create content. That's how they receive their content. And so it just makes more sense that we meet them where they are. And so in this case, when we have these types of software that allows us to start on the mobile phone and then finish on the laptops or the desktop or the tablet, I mean, it just makes sense that we teach them how they're used to receiving this information. And so this is where the equipment comes in. Go ahead, Tom.
I would also add that there is a misconception that you need fancy, expensive video equipment, and that used to be the case, but nowadays, everything that they need is in their pocket. Another thing is you can actually edit the footage that you shoot on the phone itself. The phone can be the end-to-end experience for producing video. You literally can do everything on the phone. So if the students don't have access to powerful machines at home that perhaps they either own or borrow from the school, nearly every single student, no matter which area they live in, they've got one of these smartphones of some kind, or at least they have a friend whose they could use together.
And so that empowers the student. It empowers the power of each individual friend. And now they become, you know, the student who has the idea and the friends who participate, now they become a production team. And that is powerful.
Yeah. So we've got a few top tips for producing video. I've actually got a whole bunch more, but we only have 50 minutes, so we really streamlined it. And I'm a video producer myself. I've made many short films and feature films and learned a lot of lessons, and also, of course, teach video with my students. So my philosophy is, number one, use what you have. And we kind of mentioned this already. Do not go out and buy a bunch of expensive equipment. You probably don't even have the budget to do that anyway. But what you do have is a lot of students who are digital natives who are used to using this stuff anyway for entertainment. They are content consumers. And what we are going to do is turn them into content producers, because real learning can happen when they are involved in the production process rather than just sitting there receiving the information. So they're going to create so that they can send messages out for other people to see.
Right.
It's really, go ahead, Eric.
No, I was just going to say that's absolutely right. And then, you know, on the second part of this tips, we want them to plan and tell a story that elicits emotion. Everyone has a story to tell. And we have to start to train our students to look for their voice. How can they tell the stories from their perspective, their unique perspective, and look for the things that people are interested in, and how do you put those things, those elements together so that people can feel what you feel.
Right.
So we plan the story and elicit emotion.
If you cause an audience member to feel an emotion, whether it's happiness, sadness, annoyed, angry, they're going to remember the thing that you showed them, right? They're going to remember the story. It's the reason that we love movies. We only really remember the great movies that caused us to feel something. So that's your student's mission when they're creating a video, is turn on the emotion. Go ahead.
The next thing is use a variety of shots. And so this is another way that you can elicit emotion, especially if you do a series of shots that are close up. And so you are getting into the action. I use the example of just someone walking across the street, right? And when you have just that simple action from one person standing on one corner and going across the street to the next corner, if you have a wide shot and they walk across the street, it's very boring. The action happens. But if you take a series of shots that looks at a close-up of their face, then a close-up of the walk sign, and then maybe a close-up of their feet stepping off the curb and stepping into a puddle, and then it starts raining, and there's a lot of different things that you can do with the different shots. But if you use a variety of shots, that simple action of one person walking from point A to point B can become very interesting.
Yeah, those separate shots direct the audience's attention so that they focus on the thing that is going to help them understand the forward movement of the narrative, right? Now, real quick on the last two, get the person close to the microphone. Here's my microphone. I need it to be as close as possible. That probably sounds better than when I have it over here, but it's not really convenient for me to keep it in front of my face. So get the mic, get the mic, and notice when we teach online, we use real deal microphones, okay? This is not a toy, and you get a lot better quality out of it. So that is worth spending a little money on, because the actual cell phone itself, unless you get real close to it, doesn't record the best audio, but you make do with what you got. And then finally, shoot for the edit. That is a simple thing that we say all the time when we're out in the field shooting video. Don't waste time shooting shots that you're not going to end up using in the final movie. Students always love to do these silly things where they put the camera, you know, on the ground looking up through a glass table. It's like, why are we doing that? Why don't you use shots that are pretty traditional, that tell the story and don't distract people from the narrative with the form. Now, we're going to get into Adobe's video editing solutions. There are 3 of them, and we've laid it out here all on one slide so that it's as simple to understand as possible. Oh, is that my email? I might have had it open. I hope that wasn't mine. Spark Video is free for the world. Spark Video is free whether your school has a contract or not. Now, we know that you have a contract and that your contract gives you access to Rush and Premiere. So we are going to focus more on Rush and less on Spark Video and Premiere, but we do want to show you what Spark is able to do. So in a few minutes, we will. And there's a very specific reason why you would use Rush instead of Spark Video, and we're going to explain that. So for you guys, all of these are free because you've got the contract, but even in other school districts around the country, Spark Video is available to whoever. Now, Rush, as you can see by these icons here, Rush and Spark both work on all types of devices, computers, tablets, and mobile phones. There is a caveat, and that is Spark Video does not work on Android mobile phones, but Rush does. So I know not every student has an iPhone. So in the case of those who have Android, luckily they can use Rush, but they cannot use Spark Video. Now, as far as Premiere Pro is concerned, you actually need a real computer for that with at least 4 GB of RAM. So Premiere Pro is, of course, a pro level software. It requires a little more beef in your hardware, but I think that you're going to end up trying this one first, Spark Video. I don't know if you can see my arrow moving around.
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay, good. So you're going to do Spark Video first, very likely, and then you're going to feel that it's a little constrained and you're going to want to do more. And then that's when you're going to make the switch to Premiere Rush, and you will love it because it gives you such full control and it's totally intuitive. You don't have to waste time teaching students how to use the software. They will figure it out. We guarantee you that because we teach this all the time. We put the tools in their hands, and as digital natives, they are able to get through it without direct instruction.
In fact, I was going to say, in fact, today we are going to show you that progression. So we're going to start off with Spark Video, and then we're going to show you where the limitations lie, and then we'll move on to Premiere Rush, and finally on to Premiere Pro.
All right. So we're going to show you a very quick clip of Spark Video in action in a primary school.
I love Adobe Spark because it keeps my students completely engaged. It's also intuitive, so it's not difficult for them to jump right in. It is endless what I can do with this. We can do it for history. We can even do it for science experiments and investigations. We decided to make a Spark video about what makes 4th grade awesome.
In 4th grade, we did shell art, icons.
Probably the biggest reason they love it is because they can personalize it. There is a lot of choice involved. Every single person's is totally unique. The voice, the pictures, the icons, the text. They also can choose a variety of themes for their video. It really gives them a feel of they're truly making a movie. It's so much more than just a paper. It's an entire experience that people can watch.
We loved The Lion King, and in the play, I was a hyena.
I love the fact that they can use their voices, bringing life to what they actually have written.
And in the play, I was a hyena.
It makes it so personal to them. They can use it at home, they can work on it no matter where they are. They can share with their family and their grandparents and their classmates. It's really nice to be able to give them a glimpse into what their children are doing during the day, what they're learning. I think what I love most about my job is when they know that they have learned something and that they own it, and they're like, oh, I got it. It's me. I'm always trying to make learning fun and exciting and engaging. And when I'm using Adobe Spark, it's fun to learn it. It's fun to share what we've learned. It's fun.
Now, we don't want you to think that just because we showed you a video with little kids using Spark Video, that it's only for little kids. because even as adult professionals, Eric and I have used Spark Video to create content for commercial clients. So this is just a constrained tool that has a few restrictions, and you will find that you'll get a lot more creative freedom when you use Rush. So that's why we show you both. So now we are going to do a quick demonstration. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Eric is going to share his screen, and he is going to show you how Spark Video works very briefly.
I think I have to get permission to share.
All right, let's go back over there.
I will give him permission. So just one moment and he can do it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, here you go, Eric. You're welcome.
There we go. And I believe I am sharing now. I can't see it, but can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so what I am going to demonstrate is I'm going to demonstrate getting into Adobe Spark and locating Spark Video. And then we're going to do a simple demonstration. And you know, some of you may be already aware of how to use Adobe Spark and Spark Video. Some of you may not. So I'm going to go through this process just so we can kind of give you an example of the progression from Spark Video to Adobe Rush, Premiere Rush, and then Premiere Pro. So as we log into Adobe Spark, and that's going to spark.adobe.com, and then you would log in using your credentials up here where you have the login area and your Adobe account. So you'd log in, and then once you're in your account, on the left-hand side, you should see something that says projects and home, and there's a blue plus here, and then you have a lot of different preset information that you can click on here. But what I would do is I would just click on this blue plus to get started and find out what do we want to create. Flyer, Instagram story, collage, web page, and look, there's video. Click on video. What do I want to create? So we're going to create a little basic story about, of course, what else is current right now but COVID-19. All right, so this is our little story. How do we tell a story about coronavirus safety tips, right? So we want to promote an idea. We want to tell what happened. We have a journey, a hero's journey, show and tell, personal growth, teach a lesson. So we have a lot of different presets that'll get us started. And each one of these presets basically tells you, it gives you some prompts on screen on how to tell your story. So I'm just going to teach a lesson here. Pick this one. And as I do that, this loads and it gives me some messaging here and the home screen. You can, if you've never used Spark Video, this is a little video that kind of gives you a quick overview on how to create video. So you can see, it gives you a quick overview of how to work the video features. And I'll close that. So our first title slide, we have our overview, concept, example, explanation, try it, summary. So we have a really quick, brief overview of each slide. It's almost like PowerPoint, but for video. And on each slide, it gives you some text prompts that allows you to get started with your story if you don't have your concept or your idea already created. So in our case, we have our concept created. What we're going to do is we're going to call this slide here. We're going to click on text, and we're going to call this Coronavirus Safety Tips. Okay, and that will be our first slide here. And if I wanted to change the color or the background, there's a little plus here where I can add video to this or photo to this. But also in the top right corner, we have, do we want to change the layout, full screen, split screen, caption, text and title and text. But then there's something here called theme. And right here, we can change what the background looks like as a solid color. This is tied to the fonts. We can also change each theme to match what we may be talking about, and possibly I'll click on statement. And if you leave your mouse on each one of these themes, you can see the transitions that happen for that specific theme. And I put my mouse here and it will give me an idea of what that looks like. I can change the color and I'll leave it at blue. I think I like that. And it shows me the themes, how the text gets revealed, how it changes from picture to picture, and we're good to go. So I'll do that coronavirus safety tips. The next one will create a slide format. Actually, here is the first slide here. I'll say coronavirus safety tips, and we will, we'll leave it blank. We'll leave it blank. The next slide, we'll take this next slide and we'll add a mask icon, and we'll say, wear your mask. So let's say, wear your mask. Okay, now with this, I can take this, move the text up, down, to the right, to the left, right? And then if I want to add an icon on this screen, I can click and add a photo or video. But maybe if I don't want text on the screen and I just want an icon, let's see if I take this and delete it, and I look for text or icon, I'll click on icon and I'll type in mask. And I find a lot of different masks, but it's probably not the mask that I'm looking for. So I've preloaded a mask that I have on my computer, and it's a coronavirus kind of icon that I got from the Noun project. So if you don't find anything here, you can always download from a stock video or a stock website. And so what I'll do is I'll click on this to add my photo. I'll click upload photo, navigate to my documents and Spark video, and here it is. This is my mask icon. It's pretty big, it's fine, but I will click on text and say, wear your mask. Okay, now with this, because it's a background image, I'm unable to resize the information here, but I can move it around by clicking on this little icon here, and I can kind of scale down this way, and I can move it up or down, right or left. But in this case, I'll do wear your mask here, and that's my second slide. And as I start to build this, I can click on preview. And when I click on preview, and if you notice, there's music already added to it. The transitions are already added to my slides, and that's based off the theme that I've chosen. So my third slide, I'm gonna add the keep your distance slide, which is 6 feet. So I'll go here and I'll go to photo, and I will upload another photo, 6 feet. And maybe this time I will, instead of adding the text, maybe I'll add voice, or I'll switch it and I'll say this, I'll take the text off here and I'll say wear your mask, and over here I'll put text. So I'll click here and put social distancing. I think I spelled that right. Grab that, move it up. Okay, now let's go back here. I'm gonna record my voice here. Wear your mask. All right, let's try it again. Wear your mask. And let's play it back. Wear your mask. Okay, and now if I go back to the first slide, now I can take these other slides and I'm just gonna delete them. Delete, delete, and delete. And here we go. Let's preview it.
Wear your mask.
And it's just as easy as that. You can just kind of build slide by slide. You can add photos, you can add icons, you can add background images if you wanted to look for a photograph and find free photos. And I can say COVID-19. Let's see if this shows anything. And this is my COVID-19 safety tips. Okay, and so with the COVID-19 safety tips, that's a background. I have a different slide that has voice on it. Then I have the social distancing slide, which shows me the graphic and the text that I added. Now, the only thing that's missing now is I didn't control the music. So if I want to control the music, I can go over here next to theme, click on music, and I have a whole variety of different types of music: playful, relaxed, happy, rousing, thematic. Let's go to uplifting. And I click on that. Okay, and so you can change that, and when you preview it, you can kind of tell what type of music you're going to use for your...
Wear your mask.
Okay. And then basically that's it. And when the last thing that I want to show you is how do we get this out of the computer? And how we get this out of the computer is at the top of our screen, there's a share button, and there's also a download button. If I click on share, I can publish this, and I'll click on publish just so you can see what this looks like. COVID-19 is the title. I can pick a category for education. If I want a subtitle, I can do that. The author is me. If I want to get noticed and keep the author on, I can turn that on or off, and I can create link. And once this processes, you can share that link with anyone. It's a static link, so that when you share with your audience, if you make any changes, you do not have to send the link again. The link will stay the same, but the changes will be updated. And if they have the link, they'll be able to view the updated changes once you update that link and republish it.
Awesome. Eric, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
We had a question. Can you upload your own music?
Not in, can you, let me see, add my music. There it is right there.
Awesome.
So right here in the music section, if you click on add my music, you can select, there's a lot of different channels in terms of like free stock music. There's a Purple Planet. There is a website, I call it a mega website. It's called Blue Vertigo, and it's bluevertigo.com.ar. And that is like the mega portal of all stock. It's stock video, stock music, stock websites, you know, all graphics, anything you want is on this Blue Vertigo website. So check that out.
That's awesome. One more question. Sorry that I keep interrupting.
No problem.
Also, is there a safeguard for internet-based searches?
Yeah, well, if I go back here to the layout here under, let's go to click and add image, right? So if I go to let's just say free photos. Now what happens here is inside the search, it's searching under, it tells you the website is Unsplash and the other website is Pixabay. So most things that are searched or can be searched on those websites are pretty safe. I believe in the background, they've cut on the search, the safe search filter. I've never seen anything that is risque on the search options. So I believe, I don't know this for a fact, and I would probably can ask some of the Spark team members, but I believe that the search filter has been placed on this, the back end of the searching engine for Find Free Photos.
Beautiful. And one last question, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Is the music trimming available? Can you trim the music? Or even the video, sorry.
The video and the audio is based on the length of each of your slide. So each slide has a maximum duration of 30 seconds. So as you're recording your audio, if you want to record voice, each slide has a maximum duration of 30 seconds. So you can kind of time how that, how your video will be in terms of length by the number of slides that you have and how long that slide happens. There's one thing that happens though, and right in the bottom corner of your slide, if you have audio, it gives you a time frame of how long that audio lasts. Like this particular frame, when I recorded my voice, it's only 4 seconds. So the rest of these right here, 2 seconds. You can change the duration as you go for each slide. So if I wanted this first slide to last less than 4 seconds, I can click on it and adjust if I want it to be only 2 seconds or if I want it to be 30 seconds. So each slide has the ability for you to adjust the time frame for each one. So you can kind of time out how long or how short you want that presentation to be. I hope that answers that question.
That was really good. And okay, since you're listening to me, you're doing such a great job answering these questions. Another one popped up. Can we do picture-in-picture with front-facing camera, PIP?
Now, you can't do that with Spark Video, but that is how we get into Adobe Rush. And so that's where we're going to show you, that's one of the constraints of Spark Video. So now we're going to show you about Adobe Premiere Rush and how when you want to do more, this is where you start to get that ability to do more.
Exactly. So that's a great segue to move into Rush. So Eric is going to stop sharing his screen now, and I'm going to share mine. So let me just rearrange some windows here. All right. Boy, trying to do this without 2 monitors would be impossible. I'll tell you that. Yeah. I've got 2 and I'm still confused.
Sure would. I got a lot of windows open.
All right. Do you see my screen share yet? Yes, you do. Okay. Yes. So we are done with Spark Video. We are moving on to Rush. We're going to play you a short video of some older students using Rush, and then I'm going to demonstrate it for a few minutes so that you can see what it's like.
The great thing about Adobe Premiere Rush is that you can start on your phone and then you can move to lots of different devices, and that opens up a world of things for our students.
I believe in more actions than words, and I feel like movies can show your actions far better than your words can. The videos I made with Rush are a lot higher quality than the ones I can make with certain other products.
Adobe Premiere Rush inspires me by what I see the students bring into it, what their interests are. Just being able to see that in a pretty professional way has been really exciting. It's so important for kids to look at the world and be able to really figure out what their own perspective is with the most reliable information available to them.
I've been using Premiere Rush in my art class. We've been using that to compile videos that display emotion. I think video is super.
Oh my goodness. Did I click something? Well, I think we get the point. I don't want to go back into that. Sorry about that. So this is some students using Rush in a classroom, and we are now going to actually show you how Rush works. I'm going to go to my Spotlight. Rush is an installed program, okay? Rush has to be installed, and it is in an app form on both the computer and on mobile devices and tablets. So I'm going to search for Rush in my Spotlight on Mac, and there it is. I'm going to double click it to launch it, and then you can see it down here at the bottom. I'm going to clean my mouse real quick because I'm getting a little zoom issue. So let's give me 1 second to do that. Give me just a second. All right. So if you ever need to clean your mouse on a Mac, all you do is find a piece of white paper, flip the mouse over, rub the ball real fast for 20 seconds, and your mouse wheel works again. So the reason I do that is because I like to zoom in and out, and then you can see what I'm focusing on. So this is actually the Rush interface, and this is the new project or your projects window. You can sort of see it here. So these are projects that I've worked on in the past. And if I wanted to make a new project, does anybody see like an obvious place where I would click to create a new project? I'm going to look over in the chat and see if anybody sees it. Do you see anything for making a new project? Yes, it's in the top left corner. It is create a new project button. So I could open up existing projects, but I want to show you how to do this from scratch. So I'm going to click on new project. And we get this interface that's asking us to import files. So I happen to have them ready. You search for those media files on your drive. Okay, Rush does not access any kind of public domain footage. You could go get some things from the Creative Cloud if you had them there, but most of the time we're going to be accessing our video clips probably from a hard drive or a thumb drive. So we are going to choose this Sci-Fair folder inside of Greyhound's media. You know, it looks pretty boring right now. It's just a bunch of folders. We got B-roll, graphics, interviews, music, sound effects. I'm going to go ahead and click on B-roll. And then I've got some other folders in here called Bringing Blitz Home, Meet Easy Greyhounds. This is going to be about dogs, guys. No more coronavirus. I saw somebody in the chat said, does this really have to be about coronavirus? We're not going to do any more coronavirus. It's all dogs now. Happy times. So I'm going to choose Bringing Blitz Home. And look at this. We've got all kinds of footage in here of a dog and a woman. She picked him up. She adopted him from the pound because, I don't know if you know this, but greyhounds, when they are retired from racing, they have to be taken care of by somebody. So there's a lot of greyhound enthusiasts who like to adopt them after they are done with their racing careers and give them lots of love in a home environment. So the documentary that we're going to create is going to be like a very, very quick look at some talking head interviews and some B-roll. So if I go back a couple of levels and get out of this B-roll, B-roll, of course, is the footage that shows us what the interviews are talking about. I'm going to click on interviews, and then we can see that we've got a clip of Barbara and we've got a clip of Rebecca. So I'm going to go ahead and click this icon for Barbara so that I can expand her. And we are going to trim the part that we want to keep, which happens to be just the beginning of it. So I'm going to hit play.
Many people who start looking at greyhounds or who come to the meet and greets and have never seen a greyhound before, they are very surprised at how easy these guys are.
I'm going to pause that. And if you notice underneath her, we've got these trimming tools that let us pick the end of the region that we want to use and the beginning. So you can actually see the waveform there. That little spike is the audio. That's her talking. That's not like pitch information. It's actually level information. So we can decide that we like this in to out point, and we have marked it in essence. So I've told the computer I'm only interested in that little section of Barbara. Then I go back to the grid view here, and there we have it. So I have not added her to my project yet. At this point, I'm just selecting the part of the clip that I want to use. So I'm going to definitely click it once, which adds the number 1 to it. And then I am going to rename my project. I'm going to call it Greyhound Adoption, let's say. I'm going to zoom out. You know, it's like a pet peeve of mine to leave something called untitled. So I always teach my students to name their project so that they can find it again. And then we need to get started with the actual editing. All I did right now was pick one clip, but I could have hit this back arrow and pick some other ones. I could have picked B-roll and I could start adding these clips. And I'll go ahead and do that. I'll just add a few clips in there and then we'll worry about the arrangement. This is sort of like a storyboard edit type of concept. So it's going to start with her talking, and then we have these that come after, but we're going to mix that all up. So now there's a button in the bottom right corner that says create, and this is going to add all of our clips to a timeline so that we can actually edit. Now, we only have about 6 minutes left before the session ends, so I'm going to show you the most important feature that is so different about Rush from Spark Video, okay? What's cool about this program is that you can actually have multiple tracks. And if you get tired of looking at Barbara,
many people who start looking at greyhounds,
like right there, start looking at greyhounds. Maybe it would be a good idea to put some B-roll of greyhounds above her, right? So here's a shot of a greyhound. I'm going to pick it up and move it to the left. And you can see, if I zoom in, you can see real well that what's going to happen is Barbara is going to be seen first, and then it's going to revert to the footage of the dog up on track 2. This is not something that you can do inside of Spark Video. Watch this.
many people who start looking at greyhounds or who come to the meet and greets and have never seen a greyhound before.
So now we continue to hear Barbara, but we see a dog up on video track 2. This is called cutaway or B-roll. And the problem is, I don't know if you could hear it, I could hear it. There is some audio inside of this clip down here that I just don't want, okay? So one way to fix that is to right-click the clip and expand the audio, and then you can see that it's there. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just mute it? It's super easy. All you do is select the clip, go to the top right corner, find the icon that has to do with audio, which is certainly the waveform, and we click the waveform, and then we simply check it mute, and now we don't have to hear the dog anymore, because that dog was just sort of like a room tone audio that doesn't really matter, right? So I'm going to hit play again.
Greyhounds or who come to the meet and greets and have never seen a greyhound before.
There we go. We got the greyhound up on video track 2. I'm going to trim that some more. I'll trim this a little bit more. It's a lot of clicking and dragging. If you are on a phone, all you have to do is use your finger. There's no pen tool or anything like that. And students figure this stuff out. Basically, students want to know how to control things, and if they don't know about this menu in the top right, they're going to get lost. So the only thing you might have to teach them is up in the right, you've got all your menus for adding text, which we call titles, transitions. Let's do a transition. We'll take a transition like a cross dissolve and throw it at the front, and now we have a fade up on Barbara.
Many people who...
Super easy, right? What about a title?
Hey, Tommy. Before you forget, after you go through what you're getting ready to go through, and since the time is running out, when you get back to that B-roll footage, can you show them how to scale it down for the picture-in-picture?
Oh yeah, so I would never do this in this project, okay? But somebody asked about picture-in-picture. This is a bad example. I'm gonna click on the crop button over here, and I'm going to scale that down, and then I'm going to change its horizontal position there, and its vertical position there. So if you were doing a screen share recording on your computer and you wanted to also have your webcam showing in the top right, this is how you would do that. So this is 2 layers. The dog is on top of the woman, and we rescaled the dog, okay? You can change anything you want in this program. It's almost as powerful as Premiere Pro, except it has constraints that keep you from doing bad things. One of the bad things that people often do is they leave black gaps in their timeline. It's not possible to do that in Rush, because every time that you pick up a clip and try to move it, it just snaps back, and that's a constraint, and it's meant to save you from making bad choices. So let's say we wanted to put more B-roll. Boom, we pick it up and grab it and throw it here. Boom, we grab another one. We can do all this trimming right here in the timeline. There's actually no need to do the trimming in the previous window that I showed you before if you don't want to. So you can actually trim everything you want right inside of here. So we are really running out of time. I do want to show you quick, if I were finished with this project and I wanted to share it with the world, all I've got to do is click the share button. And then you can download a copy to your actual computer. So we call that a local save, and we would choose the pathway, and we can do with just a flip of a switch, we can actually share it to your YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, and Behance all at once. Behance is, of course, a portfolio website. And we are at time, but if I could keep going, I'd be happy to. Do I have permission from,
Hi,
the management team?
It's up to you because it's really good stuff. We just know that we have another one following you, so and that's kind of what we're trying to keep on, you know.
Got it. So I think what we should do is just show you our last slide. Let me pull up that real quick. So I'm going to get past that. I wish I could have spent more time. If you need to have more tutorials on Rush, we've got a link here. I'm actually going to share this link with you in the chat box on YouTube. These are basic training videos, tutorial videos that show you in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, okay, 4 minutes, 2 minutes, all the basics that you need to get started with Rush, okay? Let's go back a second, back to that slide deck. If you want to dive deeper, you can click this link. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat as well. This is a Claudio Zavala channel playlist just about Premiere Rush. He's an Adobe education leader just like we are. And I'm going to put that up on the screen. There it is in the chat box. And then I'll give you this final link. This is so cool. You can actually join the Adobe Creative Educator program by taking a 1-hour course, creating a small graphic, and then you will have a credential, kind of like Eric and I have. This is where you get started. So you become an Adobe Creative Educator first. You move through different levels of that. I'm putting the link up there. And now I'm going to go get your attendance because everybody's asking for it. Your attendance link is that. So I strongly recommend joining the ACE program first and then trying to move into AEL, Adobe Campus Leader, Adobe Education Leader, and Partners by Design. There's lots of different credentials that you can get, but the place to go is Adobe edX. Everything that you need to know is right there. So Adobe Education Exchange. All right, I wish we had more time to do Rush, but look, it's only a 50-minute session. It's really tough.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate y'all being here. And I know that there were some really good questions, and I know that there's still some that they're thinking of, but you guys did a great intro to all this cool stuff that we could use. So it was really nice that y'all came to join us. So I hope you have a nice rest of the day, and y'all stay safe, okay? Because I still have my mask, even though we're 6 feet apart with my team. So like I said, we appreciate you guys. And I'm a dog person, by the way.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh, that was sweet.
particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you.
Hi, Brian. We're going to get ready in a minute. I did give you sharing rights, so they can see you right now through YouTube. So we're glad you're here. And I know that we're a minute away, so we could get started. So you could come back, and I'm going to come back with you. Okay. Hello. Okay. Hi, Brian. We're glad you're here today. We can check to make sure we can hear you. I know it looks like you're unmuted, but
can you hear me? Is that okay? Does it sound good?
I can hear you now. That's perfect. So you're going to you're going to add some flair to your presentation with Adobe Spark page and InDesign. That's pretty exciting. So I know 50 minutes isn't a long enough time, but we really appreciate you being here. Before we begin, we do have a YouTube channel running, and we have a person manning the chat. So that's where people are going to be putting questions, and I may interrupt you, or if you want to wait to the end, we can wait to the end so that you can answer them.
Yeah.
And
again.
Okay. And one more thing, also, we know that we're going to put up the attendance verification link, and we just want y'all to know is to go through the form. If it goes next. Okay. So that's another thing. So please wait till towards the end, and they will be showing you an attendance verification, or Brian will as well, and we'll put it in the chat. So we're excited. So Brian, welcome, and I will give the floor to you.
Excellent. I will start sharing my screen here. Alrighty, how's everybody doing? Don't answer that because we're not, welcome. We're going to go through and we're going to talk today about using Spark to actually create a web page and kind of what that means and some of the cool stuff you can do with it. I also want to take you into working with InDesign to be able to create some content. With InDesign, we can create different kinds of presentations and different things like that. And honestly, there's a lot of things in there that I think will spark your imagination as you start to go through. So we're going to start out in Spark. We're going to create a web page, but the web page is going to be a presentation. So we're going to get a little specific here. I use these all the time. I really do. I use Spark and I use these types of things because it just makes it a little bit easier. You can see that I've got Spark open right now. Spark.adobe.com. On certain platforms, we also have the apps that you can use. What I'm going to do is just go through the browser rather. That way it's a little bit easier for me. And what I want to do is I'm going to open the final Spark project. Now, Spark is useful for creating video, You can create social assets. They call them Spark posts. You can create something like a Spark page, which is a web page. And like I said, using a web page like this, we can go through and create all kinds of content. Like this happens to be a really simple web page that is more of a web page, right? So you go down, you can see content, and hopefully everybody can kind of see it. It'll be a little bit of a delay here, but this is a typical or a simple kind of web page. What I want to do is I want to show you a little bit more of like a presentation. So I'm going to back out here. I'm going to go over, and I've got a lot of things. I do a lot of things in here, and so I've got a lot of different types of projects I've worked on in the past, etc. I actually do a lot of work in here. In other words, for my work, I work for Adobe. I actually do a lot of the different presentations and things like that in Spark. That way it makes it easier, you know, for me and for me to share it with other people. So let me open up one of the presentations we're going to create here. And it's let's say it's a school presentation, for instance. This is for a student that needs to do a report. It could be on just about anything, right? It could be something that, you know, as a teacher, you're going through and creating, or, you know, however that works. But you can see here that it looks like a pretty typical web page. I just go through and I can see some really cool stuff. You can see we have things like the ability to show larger images, the ability to do thumbnails, and we pop those open. But in Spark, we've got two things here up at the top. We've got preview and we've got present. Now, preview is a way for us to just look at this without all the editing stuff. So you can kind of get a quick feel for what it looks like. And that's what people are going to see when they look at your page. You can also present. And this to me is one of my favorite features. I'll scroll back up. And what I want to do is I want to present. So if I tap on present toward the top up here, it's going to take a few seconds. You're actually going to see a school logo right there. You can do things called branding, which we'll talk about. But what it does, or what Spark does, is in presentation mode, it's going to take your, we'll call them like screens. So if you are working in, let's say you work in PowerPoint, or you work in something like that, where you actually have the different pages or screens, this is actually going to divide that up for you into those. So as you place content, if I use my arrow keys, I can use my arrow keys right, I'll go right, and left. And you're going to see it's going to create a presentation for me, presentation style, I should say. So now it's important that you set up your content so that it fits on the pages and that it looks good. So what you're going to wind up doing is you're going to wind up doing a lot of testing. So you're going to go in and you're going to try putting content out here. You're going to be testing it out as a presentation, seeing what it looks like, seeing what shows up on individual slides, for instance, and then you'll kind of go from there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out of here. So I will close this up here. There's a little X right there, and that should let me go back out. Now what I want to do is I want to jump in here. We're going to start this. I'm going to start this from scratch just to give you a feeling for how this all kind of works. Okay, and this, you can, like I said, you can use this if you want to create just a web page as well. If you go to spark.adobe.com, or if you have one of the mobile apps, and you go to the ability to do Spark pages, they're called. That's what the web page is. There are a lot of different templates you can work from. There are also, if you want to, you can start from just a blank slate, which is what I'm going to do. On the website here, I'll go up to the upper left here, tap on the plus, and you can see that I've got web page. That's going to allow me to go in and say, all right, I want to create a web page. Now, there's a lot of other things we can create. I'm going to create my presentation by starting that way. So I'll tap web page. And it takes a little bit of time depending on your internet connection. It'll go in and it'll say, all right, here's what we need to do. We need to start this out. Now, when you work in Spark, typically if you start from scratch, if you don't start from a template, there's lots of templates you can start from. It's going to start from the first screen or the first bit of information. Your job is to go in and just do exactly what it says. You start adding the content and working your way down. That's how we build these typically. Now you can always, if you miss something, you can always add it later, that type of thing, that's fine. What I want to do is I want to go in and say, let me add a title here. I'm just going to call it Polar Bears or something simple. Obviously this presentation can be anything you want, right? I'll just say like fight for survival, something like that. And I don't even say it's spelled right. All right, for every web page you create, what's happening is it's saving behind the scenes. You can then, if I add a little bit of text, kind of like a starting headline here, I can go down and it's going to say, what do you want to add next? Well, for the starting slide, let's call it a slide, we're going to add a photo. That's what we have. So what I can do is I can tap on photo. Now what this will do is this is actually going to go in and say, all right, You can use any photo you've got, at least one that works, JPEG, that kind of thing, PNG, whatever. You can find free photos. There are actually photos via Creative Commons license that you can use. If you have any access to any of these, Dropbox, Google Drive, Google Photos, etc., you can use those as well. I'm gonna go find a photo. So I'll tap on Find Free Photos, and I'll just, I'll type in like, polar bears or something like that. I'll wait a little bit here. It's going to think about it, and then they commit. So you've got a series of Creative Commons license images that you can pull from. If you want to, like I said, I'm going to just tap on one of these. And what that's going to do is it's going to put it in there for me. Now, depending on the size of your image, depending on what you've got going on, if you pulled it from your hard drive or a drive or whatever, it might take a couple seconds to bring it in, but it's going to bring in as close to the full resolution as it can. It looks pretty good, as you can see right there. So there's our polar bear. Now we've got our title slide, so to speak, done. And one of the things that I do is a lot of times I'll just run in and I'll start throwing my content in there. I'll just start getting it in there because I know I've got my text here, I've got my images here. I just want to kind of start getting it in there. But I want to do this. I want to actually start out by setting out what's called a theme. I do this sometimes. If you look out there, you're going to see there's a kind of a gray bar underneath the polar bears there. If you want, you can change what are called themes. So if I come to the upper right here, you're going to see themes. We have a series of what are called branded themes, and we also have just a series of themes that come with. So if I scroll down a little bit on the right over there, you're going to see what are called Spark themes. We can try any one of these out we want to. For instance, if I decide I want to try this one called Trek, I can tap on that. And all it does is it takes everything in the document, fonts, colors, things like that, and it matches it to that theme, okay? Now, right now, there's no, customizing the theme as it stands. These are default themes. If you want to, you can actually use what are called, like I said, branded themes. And these are at the very top on the right when you tap on themes. You have light, medium, and dark. You can, if you want to, go in and start to create these. Now, what I do a lot of times is I like to brand my content. So depending on what client I'm working for, if I'm working for the school, if I'm working for Adobe, if I'm doing this, that, whatever, I'll go in and I'll do things like take a logo specifically to that, whatever it is, company, etc., and I'll put that up there. I'll change the fonts. I'll do the colors maybe to match the company or match whatever I'm working on. In the upper right, if I tap on these arrows up there, it's called Switch Brand. It's going to allow me to switch the brand. So I have a whole bunch set up, a whole bunch being like 5 or 6, okay? I'll scroll down here. You're going to see I've got some set up here. If you don't have any in here, it's going to say, all right, you're not going to see what I see because these are my brands. I can see like Wildcats, that's a school, for instance. You can create your own brand. Now, to do this, it's pretty easy. You don't have to do it while you're creating this content either, like Spark page. You can do it when you're on the main homepage for Spark as well. So we can do this ahead of time. You can, if you set up a brand, you can use the colors, the fonts, like the different things you can set up. You can use those across all the different content you create. It doesn't have to be. So you can switch, which is really great. So I'll click on Create a Brand. Now it's going to take me out. Okay, so it's going to take me out, and it's going to switch over to what's called the Brands tab here. You're going to see the brand content. Now I'm not going to go through this because I'll talk to it. How about that? If you want to, you can upload a logo. You're going to see that we can upload JPEG or PNG files, and they can't be too big. It'll tell you, hey, this looks good, it works, whatever, that kind of thing. Your logo can be created somewhere else. If you guys happen to have that, you can upload it here. You can also skip this step. Let's say I don't have a logo. Let's say skip this step. It just won't put it in, and you can edit it later on if you want to. You can add one later. There's also a logo maker, which is kind of neat. If you want, you can insert your colors. These could be school colors, they could be company colors, it could be whatever colors you decide. This is pretty great. And I'm going to mention this, but it's actually going to automatically try to take colors from the logo to start with. That's pretty neat. But if I click on Pick Color, you could go out and start to change this up, pick a color. I could say like maybe a green, save that. It's going to allow you to go in then, and you can actually start doing things like saving other colors, and you'll see that in just a minute here. But this is your primary color, okay? That's kind of an interesting green anyway. You can then add fonts. If you have library fonts, if you got your own fonts that you want to use, you can do that as well, Okay, and once you do that, like I say, choose fonts, it's gonna say, here are some fonts you can pick. You can choose those. I can say like, hey, let's do Railway. If you had your own fonts that are on your system, you can tap the plus or say add your own fonts and add those as well. And it's gonna brand everything that uses this brand with the color and the fonts and a logo if you had it. Okay. Now, if I tap on next, for instance, it's gonna make me name it. It's gonna say like, I'll just do this as a school. I'll just call it something simple, create my brand. It's gonna think about it. Now, this is gonna take just a little bit of time because what it's doing here is it's actually getting it in the system, saving it for you. That way later on, you can choose this brand from anything you're creating. Now, I can see on the left over here that I've got a logo. Now, all it did was it took the name of the actual brand and it's making it the logo. I'll put that in air quotes. So if you want to, you've got an image later on, a JPEG or a PNG, you can tap the plus and you can add it. You can add multiple types of logos, some for different positions, etc. We can add more colors here. You can add more fonts. You can start to go in and really start to work with this. And then what's really cool about this, what I love about this, is that if you set all this up, you got it dialed in. You can change it at any time, by the way. It will affect every project you're working on that uses this brand. But if I scroll down, you're going to see that it's going to then let you make branded projects, I guess you could say. These are kind of like templates, sort of, for pages and videos. So we're working in a page right now. We're doing a presentation. If we want to, we can actually have a light, medium, and dark type of branding. We can actually go in and change or edit each one of these. And you can do things like change the fonts, the colors, the sizes, etc. So for instance, I'm looking at this light one and I think, well, maybe I want to change a few things. So I'll tap on edit for that one. And it's going to load it and say, all right, what do you want to change? You've got backgrounds, you've got colors, you've got headings, you've got all kinds of things that you have total control over. And by total, I mean you've got a few things to do, okay? It's, it gives you some cool stuff. You got text, you can put a shape behind headlines, you can pick a font, all caps, things like that. So once you do that, once you set up and I'm like, oh, my headings look like that, that's kind of cool, I like that. You can then save what you've done and then apply it and then use it. So I'll tap done. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's a lot to go through, but you can kind of wade through those a little bit. There's some really cool things you can get done. And now we can actually use this. So if I go back to my project and start looking, you're going to see. I'll show you. So let me go back over to the project. Right now, I've actually got a brand called Adobe because I work for Adobe as one of my jobs here. I will go in and switch that brand in the upper right corner with theme selected. I can switch the brand. And if you take a look at, now I can actually see there's my school brand. So if I were to tap on that, I just want to show you what this is going to do. It's going to change the font. It's going to change the color. And anytime I have any content out here, it's going to be that green text, black text, that type of thing, whatever was set up in that brand. So I'm going to run with this brand for now. You're going to see what happens as I start adding headings and things like that. Okay. All right. I'll close the themes. Now, you've created the title here. The next thing you want to do is you want to create like the next slide. I'll put that in quotes too. So we're going to start adding more content. So what I will do is I will scroll down. What it'll do here is it's actually going to say, all right, you can now add any one of these things. This is how a page works. You got to start thinking in terms of slides, though, if this is a presentation. So I can add a little bit of text, and I can say something like, get to know polar bears or something like that. And any text you put out here, there is some simple formatting. We can do things like headings. You can do things like a quote. You can bullets, numbered lists. Add a link if you want to. You can select text and add a little link, align text. There's things like that. So I'll do like an H1. I'll say get to know polar bears. There we go. Now what's interesting is if you put certain headings like an H1 or an H2, a lot of times if it's followed by an image, it's going to be a separate slide. If it's followed by text, it might be the same slide. So what I want to do next is this. I might want to add a picture. So as we start working our way down, I can add more text. You're going to see there's a plus right here. Anytime you can add more content, you're going to see a plus above and below, just about anything you've got. If you tap on a plus, you're going to see you've got photos, text button, video, photo grid, glide show, and split layout. Now, I want to show you a few of these because some of these are really cool for presentations. I think they work really well. If I go in and add, let's say, just a photo, Let's do that. I just want to put a picture out there. I'll tap on photo. It's going to do the same thing it did before. It's going to say, all right, well, what photo do you have? Okay, I can, if I want to, I can go out and get photos off my desktop. I can just keep using the free photos here. So I might just choose a photo. I might say, I like that one right there. So I'll tap on that and it'll put it out there. What's great about the photos here is that you can leave it as is. This is called inline. That just means that after this heading, we're going to see a photo. That's great. But once you get photos out here, you can also do things like fill the entire screen, make a window. There's a lot of different options we can do here. I love. For instance, I love this one, fill screen. If I tap on fill screen, it's going to do exactly what it says. Some of these, like a window, fill screen, they're going to allow you to add a caption out here. So I could, if I go over to the caption on the left here, I can type, you know, whatever I want, polar bears at play or something like that, okay? So it's only going to allow you to do text in that instance. But this is something that if I go through and I start to take a look at, you're going to see I've got my text and I've got my image. And notice what the image is doing here as I go up and down. It's doing a little bit of a kind of a zoom, really kind of cool. I know it's probably going to be hard to see over the web here, but as you're building this, I'm going to show you a few more things. As you're building this, you're going to want to test it out. Like I said before, if you're going to use this as a presentation tool, you want to go into presentation mode or present it. That way you're going to see what is going to be individual slides. So if I come up and I go to, let's say, present, tap on present. It's going to take a couple seconds here, but you're going to see what it does. It's going to show me the slide that I was on. I'll call it a slide. The content I was on as a slide. If I use my left arrow and my right arrow, you're going to see what it's going to do here. This is why it's really important to test, because if I had expected that image to be right after that heading on the same slide, you can see I can't. Simply because, honestly, I made it fill the screen. That's why. All right. I'm going to come out of here. I'm going to close this out. And if I add more text below this heading here, you know it'll actually be added to that slide for Get to Know Polar Bears. So there's some things we can do here. All right, I'm going to go down, and I want to add some more content. I want to show you some other things here that I absolutely love. One of them I want to show is called Split Layout. This one is one of my favorites. You're going to see it right down here on the right. Split Layout makes it so that you can have exactly what it says. You can have an image or something on one side, it's an image, and you can have text, video, image, or whatever on the other side, so you split the layout essentially. Let's try it. I'm going to tap on Split Layout. Now, the great thing about this is it's going to be the next slide, so to speak, because it's coming next in the order. And you're going to see I can now add an image on the left, and you're going to see on the right here, just to show you, if I tap on the plus, we can add photo, text, button, video. And you're going to see we can actually add more than that, but meaning we can add multiples, like a photo and text, for instance. You can do this. Let's do that. I'll start by putting a picture out here. So I'll tap on Add Your Image on the left. Now, I've still got the same images up. Like I said, if you want to see, like I want to upload a photo from my desktop, I can go back and I can tap Upload Photo. And if I go out to my desktop, for instance, I can say, let's go to presentations, and I'll just grab, like, let's say this polar bear. And what it's going to do is it's going to do exactly what it sounds like. It's going to take that image, bring it in, put it up here, and we're all good to go. Now, one of the things you will find, let me close this little panel on the right, is that if you tap on the image over there, a lot of people don't notice this or realize this, but as you're going through, the presentation is going to show a slide at a time. That's great. If you were to use this as just like a web page, if somebody had a smaller screen, this image might get a little smaller. So what we do is we want to set focal points on our images. That means if you tap on one of your images, you're going to see something like focal point. If I tap on focal point, you can drag and look in the upper right over there. You're going to see what's called portrait, that little box. That's what it's going to look like if it's showing as portrait, which is great. So I can make it so I want to make sure we get the polar bear in there. So we'll make it look something like that. We're just framing it for a different size. That's great. All right, I'll tap on Save. Now I can add my text. So if I go on the right over there, I can add a little bit of photo, I can add text, button, whatever. I'm going to add a little bit of text here and say polar bear walking. Now this is, you guys, obviously you're going to add more text. I can copy paste from somewhere else. Just for the sake of brevity, I'm just trying to show you that this is what we can do. You're now going to see the pluses out here. I can go in and do something like add a button. So I can say, let's add a button. I'll say visit the, and I don't even have to spell it right, visit the polar bear site. Okay, and then I can put a site in there. I could say like whatever that happens to be, www. I'm going to put adobe.com in there for now. I know that's not a polar bear. And if you look, you're going to see there's my button. I'll save it. So we can add a lot of interactivity if we want to here. We can add a video. Video is usually social. It's something that's hosted. Maybe even a Spark video if you want to do that, which is pretty cool. I'll scroll down a little bit, and we keep adding, you guys. We just keep adding, and we are always thinking, what is the next slide going to contain? And a lot of times when I do this, I'll make sure that if I have a bunch of text, I try and put that all together, and then kind of split it up between text and images and things like that. Let me show you a glide show, and then we're going to take this and I'll show you how to share it out. So if I go to glide show, this is another one of my favorites. It's really pretty amazing. You can take an image or a series of images. And what it's going to do is it's going to make it so that as you scroll up, it's going to do kind of a zooming, moving effect with content on one side. Okay, when we get there, I'll show you. Okay, I'm going to go find more free photos. I'm just going to grab more polar bears. So expect nothing less here. So I'll grab an image of that one, and I'll try maybe, that one. Okay. Now, when you add multiple images of your own, of the Creative Commons license, etc., you can, if you want to, reorder these. So these are going to show up in this order. You can reorder them. You can replace one, or you can delete one. You can have several of these if you want to in here. And it's going to put them one after another. Now let's see what this is going to look like. I want to show you what a glide show is. Okay. Right now we just see two pictures. If I tap on save, this is a glide show, you guys. I love this. So if I scroll through, you're going to see a little bit of a Ken Burns effect, a little bit of a zoom in. I now have a caption. Fade to the next one. You can see right there, pretty cool. And for each one of these captions, I love this. Let me go back up. I know this is going to kind of stutter step a little bit, but for each one of these captions, you're going to see that we have a plus in the middle of that white box on the left. You can now go in and start to add content. So if I tap on the plus, kind of like we did with the split screen, the split layout, you can add photo, text, button, video, etc. Okay, so this is pretty awesome. So we can go in and do all kinds of things. I can put other photos in here if I want to. I can even go in and start to, whoops, I just went past it. I can add more content. I can add like text. You can keep adding content out here. I'll just do like polar bears at work. I know. I could do better, right? All right. So this is the glide show. Another thing that's kind of interesting here, a little tip for you. If you have a bunch of glide shows one after another, you're actually going to see that the caption, that white box, always shows on the one side. You can, if you come to the caption, you can drag it to different sides if you want to. So you can have one on the left, one on the right. There are a few options here. So, all right, we're doing pretty good. I could keep going. There's a lot of things we could set in here, but I want to do one last quick check here. So what I'm going to do is quickly scroll to the top. Just bear with me. As we're going to do our last test here, I'm going to present. So I'll go up to present. It's going to show our content. I can then start going through. I can do my right arrow and left arrow going through. And you're going to see once we get here, we get to the glide show, and you're going to see what it does. It kind of goes through. Now, did you notice what happened there? I wanted this to happen. If I have a slide, quote unquote, that is too tall, you have a lot of content, and it tries to fit it all in. If I use my right arrow key again, I'll go back. If I use my right arrow, it'll fit what it can, but I'm going to have to tap arrow again to fit the rest. This is why you got to test. Because if I wanted it to be to where I just tap one arrow and it fits it all, I'd make sure that that image or whatever I have fits all. There we go. All right, I'm going to press escape. And we've got ourselves our presentation. A lot more you can do. There's tons of other stuff you can do. But last thing here, if you want to, what you can do is if you decide that you want to have somebody else help you create this, you want to have multiple people editing this thing, you are, let's say the owner. If you started it, you're the owner. You can share it with other people by tapping on the share button up here. And what that'll do is it'll say, let's invite other people to this. You can invite some other people via email. They'll get an email, they can tap on it, and then they'll see it in their Spark if they go through the browser or wherever. They can go in and make changes. Now, you as the owner, you can see me down here, Brian. Me as the owner, I'm the only one right now that can actually publish, okay, or publish changes. So that's the way it works. All right, let me cancel out of that. And the last step here is if we want to, we can either print this, make a PDF out of it. There's the invite again. And the big one at the top here under share is publish and share link. So if I tap on publish and share link, it's going to give me a link. And you guys, if you want to, you can go in and say, don't post this, don't get it noticed, don't post the author, you know, kind of hide some of that content. You can also pick a category if you want to. It's actually you need to pick a category. And if you create a link, once you do this, what's going to happen is it's going to give you a URL, and you can post it just about anywhere. Anybody with the URL can view it. They don't have to have a login, that kind of thing. You can share it if you want via Facebook, Twitter, Google Classroom, email, or even embed it somewhere. The trick here is this. You make your presentation. You realize later on, which I do all the time, you've got a change to make. Well, you go back out, you make your change. I'll just say, you know, polar bear, something like that. I go back up to share and publish and share. Now, I'm the owner, I can do this. I go to publish and share link. It's going to say update link. So you need to make sure you do that. Otherwise, your final changes or whatever changes you have will not be updated, will not be sent up there. They'll see the older version. So make sure to do that. So if you see, you can see that Spark is awesome. There's a lot of great things we can do here. What I want to do now is I'm going to shift gears. I want to shift over and I'm going to show you guys InDesign. Spark Page is awesome. It does a lot of really great things, but InDesign is a great tool as well, and it allows you to make presentations as well. This is a simple example of a presentation, similar polar bear theme, that was created in InDesign. You can actually see that I exported or saved it so that you can view it in the browser. You don't have to have InDesign. You don't have to have a PDF. You just have to have a URL. You tap on it, you go look at it, and you can see what I've got. And with InDesign, we can do the same type of thing. I can actually do presentation style. You can add things like interactivity. So I have a button here. I didn't make it very fancy. You can make it change colors and do all kinds of things. If I tap on the button, you're going to see it'll take me to a website, for instance. Okay. So there's a lot of things we can do with InDesign. And the great thing about InDesign, in my opinion, is there's tons of flexibility. You have tons of control. It also means you've got to learn InDesign, but there's some ways to help you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to InDesign, and I want to take you through just kind of the idea of what I did here, these steps, just to get you started. Now, this is the final project. Okay, this is the final thing. Let's say we start from nothing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up, and I'm going to go up to File, New. And when we start in InDesign, InDesign is this page layout program that gives you tons of options, a lot more options that you're going to get in Spark. Okay. If I want to create a new document, I'm going to create a new document this way. Now, what that'll do is it'll open up a dialog, okay, just like most programs. You're going to see, okay, what do you want to do? What size do you want to pick? Where are you going with this? What are you doing with it, et cetera? You may see, in some cases, you may see things like templates. There are templates that are here. These are part of Adobe Stock, and a lot of them are free. Now, depending on your firewalls and your school and all kinds of things, you might not see these, just to throw that out there. What I'm going to do is this. You're going to see that we have things like print, web, and mobile. If I go to something like web, for instance, this is what I'm going to use to make my presentation. It's sizing, because it's going to size it roughly the size of the screen, okay? So what I usually do is I go to a preset and I pick something like, 1024 or something like that, maybe a little bigger if you want. And that's going to be the screen size. And that way it's going to usually fit pretty well in browsers and things like that, all right? Now, by doing this, you're setting up a lot of different things. I'm saying, let's make this for the web. And I know we may not save this to the web. We may save a PDF. There's a lot of things we can save this as. But the web sizing is just getting us closer to something fitting within our screen. So, all right, I'll choose 1024 by 768. Keep it simple. And I'm just going to create it. Now, when you create a document in InDesign, what happens here is it's going to say, all right, here is your page. You only have one page in the entire document to start. We can add more pages if we want to. There's a lot of things we can do here. What I want to do is this. I want to add more pages. Okay, so we're going to start with one. If you look over on the right over here, you're going to see what's called the properties. The properties is where we can set a lot of things, like the page size and stuff like that. If you come in here, you're going to see we have page one. We've only got one page. I want to add more pages. So if you come up to the Pages panel up here, Pages panel is where it's at. This is where you're going to see all the, we'll call them pages, but these are like the slides in your presentation, right? So think of something like PowerPoint. On the left, you see all of those little thumbnails for all the slides. It's kind of what this is. You're going to see all of your different pages. Now, if I want to add a new page, down at the bottom, there's a little plus. I can just tap Create New Page. I might want to do like a 6-page presentation. You're going to see I just did 5, 6. There we go. I now have my pages. There's a little scroll bar here, and you can just scroll up, and you can see all the different pages. I'm going to go up to the first one here. Now, as you get used to InDesign, you're going to find that there are a lot of faster ways to do things, right? All right. First thing I want to do is I want to save my document. We got to do that. So let me go to File. Unlike Spark, Spark is saving it as you go, but here we got to, man our own ship here. So I'm going to go to File, Save As. I'm just going to put this, I'll call it Prezzo, and I'll put it out there and save it. There we go. Now I'm on my first slide here. What I want to do is this. I want to start adding my content, kind of like we did in Spark. But in here, we've got, like I said, a lot more options, a lot more we can do. Our job is to add content like images, text, things like that. Maybe a little bit of interaction. So let's do this. You're going to learn 2 things right now. We're going to learn how to add images, how to get them out there, size them, etc. Then we're going to add a little bit of text and see how to format it. And you're like halfway there to make a presentation, okay? To get images out here, here's what I usually do. I'll go find my images somewhere else. You guys are going to either have to take them, get them off a stock site, a Creative Commons license site. Wherever you get your images normally, we're going to go get them, all right? Because InDesign doesn't give you imagery. So I'm going to go up to File, and I'm going to say the command that we're going to use a lot. It's called place. Place is like import, bring in, place, that kind of thing. So if I choose place, it's going to say, all right, well, where's your content? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out here and say, I've got some imagery. I've got a couple of polar bears. I've got my logo, things like that. I'm just going to bring in maybe I'll bring in a couple of polar bears here. So I'll shift click to select a few. We can bring in more if we want to later on. There's a lot of ways to do this, but I'll just open that up now. So I'll tap on open. And what it'll do is it's kind of cool. It's going to take all the pictures you want, and it's going to put them in this little cursor here. You can see we've got the number 2 right there. Now, if I selected 16 images, I would see 16. And what you could do is you could actually use your arrow keys and just kind of go right arrow, left arrow, right arrow, left arrow, or just right arrow all the way. And whichever picture you land on, that's the one you're going to put out there. So what I'll do is this. I like this one. This is my starting slide. So I'm going to take this one. I'm just going to go in the upper corner here. I'm just going to press and drag. Now what it's going to do is going to freak out a little bit here and go a little big, but I'm just going to drag out and let go. And you're going to see that I've got my picture. Now it's not in the right spot. We need to move it. I'll do that in a minute. I'm going to scroll down now. I'm just using the touchpad on my thing here. I could also use the scroll bar here. And I'm going to put a second picture out here. So I'm just kind of scrolling around with my 2 fingers here. I'm just going to press and drag and maybe put my picture like right there. There we go. There's my next picture. Okay. All right. We've got a couple pictures. To put pictures out here, that's what you're going to wind up doing. After you put them out here, if you realize you're like, well, I need to make this bigger, if you come, you're going to see if you click on a picture, come to a corner, you're going to see the bounding box. If you just drag that, stuff's going to happen. That's not good. Okay. So I'm going to undo. I'm going to go to Edit, Undo, Edit, Undo. Here's what you want to do in InDesign. This is a little wacky. You want to hold down Command and Shift and drag. Let go with the mouse, let go with the keys, and you've got yourself at resized. If you don't hold Command and Shift on Mac or Control and Shift on Windows, sorry about that, it will only resize the box and it'll cut off part of the picture. So you want to make sure you do Control Shift on Windows, Command Shift on Mac to resize. Okay. Now we got our pictures out there. Let me go back up. I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to drag it kind of in the middle of the artboard or the page here. And something like that looks pretty good. Now we're going to start to add some text. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to put the heading out here, maybe for my title slide. I want to make it so we can read it. So I might want to put maybe like a box, put a color in there, and then we'll put the text on top of it. Okay. All right. On the left over here, you're going to see we have a bunch of tools to draw boxes in different shapes. I usually use the one with the X in it, just out of habit. Come out here. I'm going to draw a rectangle. So I'm just going to kind of press and drag. It's hard to see with the picture there, I know, but if you press and drag, you can create a box. Now my box, I can't really see it because it's blue on blue. It's got like a blue outline on it and all that. Here's what we do. We're going to fix it. Once you get a box out there, we can size it later, don't worry. Come to properties. Just think this way. If anytime you click on an object like a picture, a box, text, anything like that, and you decide I want to change the color, the font, the formatting of some kind, I'm going to go to properties. Properties is where all your properties or most of your properties are. You're going to see that we can fill it with a color now. So I'll tap on fill, and I'll do like maybe a black. That looks something. And what's cool here is that you can do things like change the opacity. You can make it transparent. So there's a little slider here. I can say, let's make it a little transparent so we can kind of see it, but kind of not. And that's going to make it easier for our text to be able to read it. Okay, awesome. Now, if you want to, you just drew the box. I want to resize it and do something like that. You can't use the same drawing tool. You want to make sure you always go back to the black arrow in the upper left called selection tool. This is for you to be able to select, transform, edit, move, stuff like that. These tools right here, the shape like the rectangle, those are purely for drawing rectangles. That's the idea, okay? So I'll go back to the arrow. I'm going to come up and make this a little bit smaller, maybe so I have a little room here. And I'm going to drag it up. I want to see the polar bear. I want to see him right there, or her, all happy. Okay. Now I'm going to add my text. So to add text on the left-hand side over here, you're going to see we have the type tool. So just like any other content, the box, the selection, the type, I'll go to type, select that tool, and we're going to come out here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to draw a box. Everything in InDesign, you draw a box for. You just draw, it's called a frame, but we'll draw a box, we'll stick the stuff inside of it, and then we'll just kind of move and resize the box. So what I'm going to do right now is draw a box. So I'm going to tap and drag, just like I drew the rectangle, and let go. That looks pretty good. And now I can type. So I'll say polar, and it's going to be really hard to see because it's really small text, and it's black. So let me go polar bears, press enter, return, fight for survival. I will be shocked if I spell that correctly. I don't know. Anyway. All right. So here's what I want to do. I just made a box. I just typed a little bit in. I know it's hard to see. We're going to fix that right now. I want to just select the text now. So usually it's kind of like going to Word or any other program. You want to get your cursor near the text, and you want to just press and drag, or just drag, okay? Be careful in InDesign, because if you move the cursor outside the box that the text is in, and you press and drag, you're going to make another box. So I'm always going in the box, pressing and dragging. There's a lot of other ways to do that, but that's one way to get it done. Now we can do things like make it bigger, change the color. So if you look on the right, once again, you just selected something, properties on the right. I'll go to fill, tap on the T, that's the fill for text. And maybe I might do like white. So paper is white, just consider it white, that works. All right, let's make it a little bigger. You're gonna see your font, your size, all that kind of content. I wanna like center align it. I wanna make it much bigger so we can see it. There we go. Now, if you want to, you can select part of the text by dragging across, maybe making some of that bigger than the other. You know, there's a lot of things we can do here. A different font, maybe. You can try all kinds of things, but all of that is over there in the properties. If I'm looking at my text and I'm like, okay, I'm formatting, it looks great, but you know what? It needs to be a little bit lower. So thinking that way, I need to move something. So I'm going to go back over to the black arrow, the selection tool, and I'm going to drag that around. Not bad. There's a lot of ways to do things like align content, things like that in here, but we're going to keep it a little simple right now. And I think I'm not doing too bad. I got some content. I would go down, honestly, to the next slide. I would keep going with this. I might add some text by going to the type tool, press and drag to make a box. I would add my text. I change the formatting. We'd always go to the selection tool and start doing that. This is the process we would use, you guys. Now, what's really cool about InDesign is that I'm getting down time here. I'm really cognizant of the time, so I'm trying to make sure that we fit our stuff in here. But in InDesign, you can add things to like maybe a button if you want to. This is kind of neat. If we wanted to do a button out here and we wanted to say, you know, tap to visit the site, or tap to visit polarbear.com or whatever it is, okay? You could go out. I'm just going to draw one. It's the same thing we've been doing, but I'm going to draw a rectangle. I'm just going to draw a box, and I'm going to go fill it with a color. We already did this. I'm just doing it a little quicker right now. I might fill it with red. There's my button shape. Now I might go to my type tool, go out here, press and drag, right? Visit the polar bear site. Now normally, to be smart, we put the site there or something. We do something that makes a little more sense there, but right now I just want to get this going. So I'm going to select all the text. Go change the fill color to paper. Same kind of thing we just did. Move it around. There's a lot of other ways to align. I might change the size if I want to. I can make the size bigger. Okay, now I'm going to select both these objects right here. I'm going to move down my arrow key. There we go. I'll select both of these, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, and we can turn that into an actual button. So there's a lot of interactivity we can uncover here. If I come under Window, you're going to see we have what's called interactive. You can do things like animate things. You can have something like a logo slide in. You could do a button. That's what we're doing right now. You can make an interactive form. You can make it so that somebody clicks. That's called a hyperlink. You know, there's a lot of things. You can add media. You can add video. You can add different content. I'm just going to go to buttons and forms, and I can go in and say, let me add an action. We're going to say go to URL. I'm doing this a little quicker now, trying to be present of time. And I can just add a, you know, adobe.com or whatever website we're going to go to. I now have a working button. It was add an action, tell it what to do, like go to URL, and then type in the URL, and that's the minimum you have to do, and that's your button. Now, the cool thing about this is if we get our project going, and I'm starting to get all my content out here, and I think it looks pretty good, and I want to share it, I can go up and I can export as PDF. We can also do what's called Publish Online. Publish Online is what I showed you first when it was in the browser. InDesign takes what you do here and makes kind of like a web page out of it that you send a URL to other people. So I'll say Publish Online. I'll just show you real quick, and then I'm going to jump out to questions and things like that. I'll say Publish. Sorry, I jumped through that. I just said Publish. There's some settings, things like that, but it's going to upload the document. You can then go view it, and you can share the URL via email or however you want to do it. You can see there's a URL right there. Copy it, send it to people, they can see it. So this is another way to make a presentation. There are tons of different things you can do in InDesign. I wanted to just take you through some of the really cool things. Let me switch back out, and I want to make sure that we show this slide because this is one that we need here. So if you need to get some, you know, some kind of learning credit, that kind of thing. We've got a lot of things we've done here. We went through Spark. We talked about that. We talked about making presentations. We went through and showed you InDesign just to kind of get your feet wet, talk about the bulk of it as far as creating, adding pictures, adding text. We were pretty much there. You can repeat that process to make really great presentations. There's bullet points and all kinds of great things you can do to kind of, you know, keep that going. But let me do this. I'm going to go out now, and I'm going to see if I think we've got, I'm going to go to chat here. There we go. We've got it. So I think we're doing pretty good here. I've got a few minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I just want to show you a couple different things here really quick, share a few little tips for you. I'm going to go back over to InDesign. One of the things that I would suggest you do take a look at is if you want to, you can share that URL like I just showed you. You can also export as PDF, and I get a lot of questions, and I wanted to share this really quick just because a lot of people ask me, they're like, well, export PDF versus that Publish Online URL thing, what's the difference? Publish Online, the URL, the web page it makes, it's not a true web page. It's just basically a presentation you can look at screen to screen, but it does everything. If you have any kind of interaction, video, you know, animation, things like that, it'll do all of that. It'll show it all. If you save as a PDF file, you will lose certain types of animations. Sometimes the video won't play, the animations will not show. A lot of the things that I showed you in that list under the window menu, where it said, I said things like media and buttons and forms and all that kind of thing. There's certain things you will lose in a PDF, but a PDF is something that's standard. A lot of us know it. If we need to print it, PDF is great, you know, that type of thing. So just wanted to share a couple different things there as far as, you know, kind of deciding between the two. Using InDesign is a great option if you can do it. You have total control. You've got a lot of things you can do. It is a much steeper learning curve, obviously, if you look at the program. I mean, there's a lot in there. Spark is a great starter. I do it for students all the time, getting started with the program. And you know, one of the things that I do a lot of is not just creating things like presentations, but going out and creating the different things like Instagram posts, things for social media, creating video content. Like I just shared with a group how to actually create a post, and what we did was we created something like an infographic. So with Spark, you can create all kinds of content. I just wanted to show this just because I think it's really cool. Like it's a really simple infographic, quote unquote. It's just something that you can then share via however you want. It makes an image for you. This could be a class assignment, it could be a social post, it could be et cetera, et cetera. So just tons of great things you can do with Spark. Anyway, sorry, I thought of those, I remembered those, I want to kind of go back to that. But if you guys, there's a lot we can do out here. And I just kind of want to leave it with it's wide open for what you can do. If you get to Spark, there's a lot of different types of websites you can go to. If you go to edX.com, you can go and find Spark-specific video content, Spark-specific all types of content. As a matter of fact, if I just jump over there real quick, I'll go to edX.adobe.spark. You can see right there. That actually gets me to Spark resources. So edX.adobe.com/Spark, you're going to see these are teaching resources that you can use. A lot of great stuff up here. This is a great way to get started, a great way to take somebody that took their work, what they did in class, or some kind of lesson plan, et cetera, and be able to roll it into your own. And also, for me, it's great for ideas. You can see a lot of different great things up here. So anyway, that is it for me. Hopefully everybody got something out of this. There's a lot to go over. It's only 50 minutes. So I kind of wanted to give you just sort of a bird's eye view of what we can do with Spark to create a presentation, as well as InDesign to create a presentation.
Thank you, Brian. There were so many great ideas. I mean, you really sparked my imagination, and I've only delved a little bit into InDesign, but then I get all crazy and I can't figure things out, but you really did a nice overview. Thank you so much. So we really appreciate you. And I think you're coming back on at 1 o'clock. So we'll give you a few minutes to kind of gather yourself, and then we'll introduce you and we'll get started at 1 o'clock with you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And he does have the link there for you guys for your attendance verification, and also it should be in the chat. So thank you again, Brian.
You're welcome.
to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions. So there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
This Adobe Workshop series is a preview of the products in the Adobe Creative Cloud that are now available to students and faculty throughout your district. Participate in an Adobe workshop and learn how your students can develop creative skills in your classes. See how your students can practice photo editing, video production, and prototyping to achieve learning objectives. You'll be amazed at how easy it is to create with Adobe tools. We know you won't be able to attend all of these workshops, and that's why we've recorded them and will make them available for your review after the conference. Visit the internal Sci-Fair Adobe webpage for links to resources, handouts, and workshop recordings. Since distance learning is becoming more prevalent, each session provides information about the Adobe products that can be used on the devices your students can access. All participants will receive information about how to use creative skills they've learned in this workshop to become an Adobe Creative Educator.
Brian. Look at him. He's Johnny on the spot. Hi, Brian. We're going to get stuck on the next one. Did you have a chance to breathe for a moment?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Heard some good feedback about you, so good stuff that you're doing for us today.
Good.
We really appreciate it. And we have Jerry over here. He's manning the chat, and we're really grateful that he's here. So once again, if you're brand new to this this session room, we have Brian Wood. From you, will you work for Adobe?
Yep.
Great. Okay.
I'm a contractor.
No worries. No, we're just glad you're here. So we're going to start at the 1 o'clock time with web and app design and creating a single web page in Adobe Spark. So, and also you're going to do some quick prototype design with Adobe XD.
You got it.
I'm so excited. So like I said, we're so glad you're here. We're going to still kind of do the same thing. We'll build all your, your questions. And if I have to stop, I'll let you know, but you must have done a good job on the last one because you didn't have that many questions. So also everyone that's in, just remember that we're going to put the attendance verification up at the end. And also we are going to put it in the chat. Jerry Boyd will actually put it there. So we're hoping you see it. I know that, as you're scrolling, you might miss it. So he'll put it in a few times. And just remember to answer all the questions from the form. It'll be a next and then X. It's not just simply your email. So we're going to get started. Thank you, Brian, for being here.
You got it. All righty. All right, let me share my screen here. Hopefully everybody can see what I'm seeing. This is the Spark website. So welcome everybody. We're going to take a look. It's kind of an interesting little session. I wanted to kind of make a sort of a progression from Spark to something else. And Spark, if you haven't used it before, or if you have used it, there's a lot of ways we can work with it. We can use it to create things like social content, social video. We can create social imagery. We can create animated content. We can create things like pages or presentations. There's a lot of stuff we can do with it. But if you want to take it further and you want to do more with web, like today we're going to make a web page. I'll show you how to do that. But if you want to take it further, what can you use? Well, one of the tools you can use for web design and app design is Adobe XD. So we're gonna do a bit on Spark, show you a little bit about how it works, et cetera, go through that, and then take you over to Adobe XD, and it's a decent jump. From Spark gives you parameters, guardrails, guide rails, that kind of thing, of where to work, how to work, et cetera. XD is like, wham, whatever you want to do, you do. I use it for all kinds of stuff, presentations, mood boards, whatever. There's tons of things you can do. So let's jump in, all right? Let's start out with Spark. So I'm going to go over to my Spark example here, and this is let's say it's a web page, maybe a class assignment, something like that, where, it's about me. You have to kind of tell about yourself, maybe summer vacation, whatever it happens to be. But using Spark Page, we can create a page. Now, the thing I love about Spark Page is that it's really simple to use. Once you've seen it, once you understand, there are just some little nuances, there's some tips, things like that you can work with. But we have the ability to add things like imagery. If we want to do something like a slideshow type thing, or you want to make it to where we have like split layouts, you can see this is called a split layout. I love these. These are great I do a lot of work in here. In other words, I do work presentations. So this kind of thing is pretty cool. You can also do things like glide shows. This is the example, really cool, of a glide show. You can see, I know it's tough over Zoom to see some of this, but the thing about the glide shows that I love is that you sort of present a main image or main content, and then in the caption box, you can add more. You can add like the descriptor or whatever it is you want to about that thing. So this is just kind of an example of what we're going to create. So pretty simple, but it's a web page. So I'm going to go back over to the main Spark page. And if you go to spark.adobe.com and you log in, you're going to see that we've got a lot of ways to start. One thing I love to show people is that if you want, you can actually, if I scroll down here, there are a ton of templates you can start from. I love these. I really do. I'm going to tap on Explore Templates here. And you'll see that it'll give you everything. It shows you posts, pages, which is a web page, as well as video. And you'll see some of these are tagged right here. This is like a premium, okay? You can search them if you want. For instance, if I'm creating like an about me, or, well, I have to spell it correctly. you know, something like that. You can say first day of school. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do to grab and start to use. And what's cool about these is if you select one of these, like I say, first day of school or whatever, you can sort of, for some of these, you can remix them. If they're a social image, for instance, you can kind of use it and replace the content with your own. All right, I'm just going to go in and we're going to start from scratch. So I'm going to go in here and say, let's make a web page. So go to web page. And it's going to think about it. Now, when you do this, you're going to start out, and when you work with Spark Page, you actually start from the top down. So you start adding your content, like your title at first, and then you just start adding everything you want down. You'll find later that if you have content that you put in that you need to be higher up, you can always change the ordering. Okay, you can kind of get it in different ordering if you need to. So now I'm going to start out by just adding like a title. So I'll just go in and you do exactly what it says. Say like about me. I'll put my actual name. My name is Brian Wood. And the next thing we need to do here is as we go through, you're going to, Spark is all about pluses. Anytime you want to add more content, something, you're going to tap on a plus. So I tap on the plus here. I've got a photo. And this is what we can do. This is our job here. So I'll tap on photo. On the right, it's going to say, give me a picture. If you got your own picture of you, you can bring it in there. Upload a photo, it's called. Find free Creative Commons license photos here. If you connect to anything like Google Drive, you can find photos there or get your photos from there rather. I'm going to go to find free photos and I'll search for, I don't know, boy in school. And you'll see a bunch of boys here. We can do, you know, whatever we want, girl, blah, whatever. I'll do this guy. And it's just going to take your picture, optimize it, put it out there. And the really cool thing is for different device sizes and things like that, this is all going to kind of mesh and meld and work, which is great. That's what I love about these pages. It is what's called responsive. In other words, it works on different device sizes. If you're looking at this in a browser on your phone, it's going to look different. Okay, and it's going to look good. It's good. They do a pretty good job of trying to make it so it works everywhere. Now, one thing I like to mention about your imagery in these types of situations is what's called focal point. If we had an image that had like a person way off to the left and we were showing the whole thing, if you get to a smaller screen size, it might cut that person off. So if you go to focal point, after you click on the picture, you can drag the focal point, and if you look in the upper right here, you're going to see this little portrait box up there. You're going to see that you can make it, if it's on a smaller device, for instance, you can set where or what should show in that window. So like I like that. That's a good framing, okay? Little interest off to the side, little intrigue, you know, whatever. All right, I'll tap on save and I've got it. Now, when you create a web page in here, your job, there's no code, obviously. You're not going in and coding anything. It's just what you want, and you put it out here, and you put it in the order you want, etc. As you scroll down, you start adding your content. We've got photos, text, buttons, video, photo grids, slideshows, and split layouts. I'll add a little bit of text first. So I'll tap on text. And I'll say like, my name is, and I'm not going to go crazy here. You get the idea. I just keep typing. What it's going to do is if it gets to the end, just bear with me. I know this is ridiculous, but it's just going to start wrapping. Okay, that's all. So I'll get rid of that. Now, if you do type in text and you want to change your formatting, if you select the text or part of the text, you're going to see we get a little formatting bar. We can change some things up. Now, the thing is, you cannot change font, for instance. So I can't go out here and say, oh, I want to do an H1 or an H2. Whatever is tied to what's called the theme, and I'll explain that in a minute. H1, heading 1, heading 2, paragraph, all those are preset. Like your quote, that's what it looks like. You're not going to change it here. If we want to change any of this formatting, like I don't like the green color, for instance, here's what we'll do. If you come to the upper right, you're going to see what's called themes. Themes are really important when it comes to web pages like this. I have what are called branded themes. Branded themes are, I can create a brand for myself, for my school, for my job, whatever. You can do things like grab your logo, your colors, any fonts you normally use, and sort of brand it to look like the other content. So you've got what are called branded themes. I'll scroll down. We have a series of what are called Spark themes that come with Spark. You can tap to try one. And once again, all it's really doing is, it's changing everything, okay? But we don't have any option here. We just say, I like this one. Bam, you've got to take all of it. You've got to take the color and the this and that. But if we decide later on, we're like, you know what, I want custom. Okay, I want more custom. you have your branded themes you can work with. By default, you've got 3. You've got light, medium, and dark. If you click on one of them, like light, it's going to take whatever formatting is in that branded theme and stick it out here and format everything, okay? Now, you do that, and you're like, well, I still don't like that turquoise, aqua, whatever that is right there. You're going to see there's a little pencil in the corner of a brand, okay? Now, if you don't see this, there is going to be branded by default. What you can do is this. Up top, you're going to see what's called Switch Brand. Click on that. You can create brands, and I actually created a brand in the last go-around. If you look right here, you're going to see Create a Brand. If you haven't done this yet, you can do this. This is pick a logo, pick colors, pick fonts, give it a name, and then you can pick it from this list. And I just want to show you it. I'm not going to go through the whole process. It's actually pretty self-explanatory, but if I click on Create Brand, it'll take me to another page. And you don't have to create the brand in the page while you're doing it. You could be on spark.adobe.com. You could come out here and you're going to see there's a brands link on the left-hand side. You can do it right there, okay? You upload your logo, you add colors, you add fonts, you pick all of them, and it's going to make all of the images out here look like your stuff. It's going to apply all of it. And then later on, you can choose this brand by name, and it applies your logo, your colors, and your fonts. See what I'm saying? Hopefully that makes sense. So you can go, I'll go upload a logo. I told you I wasn't going to do this, but I'm actually going to do it, I guess. I don't know. Let me grab school logo. There's my logo. Notice what it's doing. It's putting that logo everywhere, so you can see it. I can pick colors. It's going to automatically pick colors from the logo. You can make other colors. That's kind of cool. And some pink. I guess there's pink in there. I don't know. Anyway, I'll save it. There's my colors. Okay, I'm going to start colors and then fonts. You can pick fonts. And then next, you can name it, and then you can start to choose it. Okay, so I'll pick a font. Like I'll say, yeah, Futura, great. That's awesome. I'll tap next. Give it a name. I'll call it School Wildcat. I'm going to get rid of this, I know. So, because I'm demoing you guys, I'll create my brand. It's going to take a few minutes here, okay, a couple seconds, whatever. And it's going to do this. You can add more colors, you can add more logos, you can add more content, more stuff. Here's what you do now. I go back to my project. I just did that. I can close this page. I don't need it open. I go back to my project. I can now switch to that brand. So I click Switch Brand in the upper right. Scroll down. There's my School Wildcat. See, I already did one before, but I'll choose School Wildcat. And you're going to see there's all my formatting from those. I can now go to one of these themes like light, and if I click on it to apply it, I can then go edit it. I don't like the colors and fonts. This is where I can really dig in. I click Edit Theme. I click Edit Theme. Okay. What did you do? Let me go back. Not sure what it thinks it's doing here, but let me go back here. I'm going to edit the theme. And anywho, you guys, what should be happening here is I'll get to my brand. I'll get to light, and I can edit it. And I can go in and actually edit the theme. So I just went in kind of a backwards way. I went over to brands, and I found them at the bottom. But should be taking me over here, and I can go into everything, like my headings, my paragraph text. You can see, change the color, change the font. I could say for my heading 2, I think that's what I've got. I could make the color, you know, black or something like that. And that's it. I can save it. And if I go back over, let me go back over to my project, pardon me. Let me get back in there. Scroll down, you can see there's my heading. It is now black. So you can change the themes, you can change the formatting, you can really kind of dig in. But let's do this. Let's add some more content to our page, okay? I got my starter. I want to add some more text, like paragraph text. I'm just going to say this is like paragraph placeholder text. You guys can copy and paste from other programs, things like that. Right now, I'm just going to put some content in there so you can see it. Now what I want to do is on my page, I want to start to add some content. I want to say like, hey, here are some of the favorite things I like to do, and then I'm going to put some pictures. So I'll put a little more text. Once again, anytime you want to add something, you tap a plus. I'll add some text. What did I say? I said some of my favorite things. In this case, what I want to do is I want to make this stand out a little. So I'm going to select the text. I might go in and say, let's make it an H2. Or I could go in and try like a quote. I could try like centering and bolding, something like that. Let me do something like that. And then I can add my favorite things. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to add some imagery that somebody could tap on and see as a slideshow. So I'm going to tap the plus. We've got all kinds of things we can do here. What I want to do is I want to do what's called a photo grid. So a photo grid is just a series of photos in a grid that you can then tap and see as a slideshow. So I'll tap on photo grid to replace it. And it's going to ask you, it's going to say, all right, what images do you have? So what I can do now is I'm going to go find some pictures. You could upload your own if you want, but I'll find some. I'll find like, I like to draw, for instance, so I'll go find some pencils. That's cool. I like to play video games, so I'll go look for video games. I'm pretending I'm a 12-year-old, so I'll go, there's my video game console or controller. I like to draw. I'll just type in draw. Let's see. And I'll say a little bit of sketching, for instance, like a little doodling. There we go. So I've got some pictures, you know, and I'm going through and I'm adding these things. We can take these different images, and it's going to show in a grid like this. You can make it to where you can move them. Each picture, if you move over, you can like rearrange them. You can make one of the pictures bigger, so the rest are a little bit smaller, so you can see something like that. And this, in this case, you guys, are going to make all of them huge, so I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a small photo. There we go. You can replace the images, and you can remove them, so you have fewer images. I think this looks pretty good. So I'm going to save it. And there's my grid. Now you can, if you want to, for a lot of these different image types you put out here, you can add captions. And sometimes these captions are really helpful just because if it's, let's say you're doing a history project or something, and you're trying to show a historical photo or something, and you need to give reference, or you need to say, here's the context of this image. This is what you can use the caption for. Now what I want to do is I want to try this out. If you want to edit it, I make this mistake all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm going to click on it and we're going to see the slideshow. No, that's because we're editing. If I click on it, I'm going to see edit or delete. To see it, to actually preview it, click on present or preview. I'm actually, last class we did present. So I want to do preview, you guys. So I'm going to do preview. It's just a simple preview of the web page. Takes a second or two, and then there we go. All the pluses are gone. It's going to see, this is what it looks like to other people when they look at it. If I come in here, I'm like, oh, I'll click on a picture. You'll then start to see we get our slideshow, which is really cool. So beginning and end. All right, I love that. It's just a matter of grabbing pictures. And you can see I love this too. It actually credits everyone that you're using Creative Commons license for, but it does it anyway. So let me close this up. There's a little X in the upper right, and we'll just keep going. So as I scroll down, I've got more content to add. Now, on our web pages, a lot of times what I like to do is I like to do like a picture on the left, image on the right, that kind of thing. There's a lot of ways to work in here. I'm going to do what's called a split layout. So I'll do split layout. Now, you got to think about this because I'll show you what I mean in a minute. I'm just going to do a split layout. Image, and then other stuff. So on my left now, I can add an image, just like we did. On the right, I can add all kinds of stuff. We can add multiple of each. You can add a picture and text if you want. So I'll start with a picture on the left. So I'll tap picture. I'll just put something out there. Normally I would actually be a little more discerning, you know. What it's going to do is it's going to think about it. If you get your own picture, it's going to upload it, optimize it, put it in there. In this case, I want to be careful because the crayon thing is kind of disappearing. So here's what I can do to help that out maybe. If you tap on the picture, you're going to see replace or that old focal point we were talking about. So if I tap on focal point, you can drag to try and change what the focal point is. Now, all I'm doing right now is I'm changing the vertical focal point. That's my whole idea right now. Portrait, the picture fits perfectly right now. I'm not going to do much with that. But I care about this. So I'm going to get it lower and save it. So you can now see that it moved the picture up a bit. Sometimes there's only so far it can go because there's only so much picture below it, right? On the right, I'm going to add a little bit of text. I can say like, I love drawing, you know. Makes it look like I love coloring, but, and then I can add another picture. I can say a photo. I could say, let me add, you know, like I said, I would normally, like I'd add pictures of myself. I'd add all kinds of things out here, but I'll add a photo and you can see, there's my picture. So we now have this split layout, which is really kind of cool. You're going to find, and I do this a lot, is that if I make a web page and I like this format and maybe I want to add it a few times, if you put multiple in a row, you're going to see picture, text, picture, text, picture, text. You can actually swap the two by tapping the arrow in the middle. So if you really want, if I have like 2 of these in a row kind of thing, there we go. I could have one on the left, one on the right. So it adds a little bit of interest, so it doesn't look, it actually looks a little weird sometimes, but all right, I'll keep it there, that's fine. And now I want to preview it, because if you look up here, you're going to see there's a gap. See what it looks like in the preview. So I'll tap on preview, and it'll take a second. And you can see what it looks like now as a web page. So it looks a little interesting. This is what you always have to do, because we're creating a web page here that's meant to be scrolled up and down. You want to be looking at your content. You want to always be previewing it. I personally like the idea of having some break in here, like maybe some text, you know, something like that, maybe descriptor, whatever. So I might do that. But this is helping me to determine that or to understand that. So I'll go back, close up the preview, and you're going to see there's a plus between. So I could tap on the plus and I could add some text, and I'd say, I like to draw at home. I don't know. You guys give me a little break and credit at the same time. I'm trying. I've got a whole bunch of text I can type in over here, but you don't want to watch me type that text. So, okay. Now I'm going to scroll down a little bit. You can see there's more content. If I want to add a video, I absolutely love this. I'm going to add a video. So I'm going to add a little text in here and say, check out my latest YouTube video, you know, and we would probably be more descriptive, that kind of thing. I would tap on a plus once again and say, oh, let's add a video. I'm only doing this because I want to show you something here. We can't add video that you've got on your hard drive. You can't like take an MP4 you've got sitting on your hard drive and say, all right, let's add that. It's not going to take it and upload it and embed it. This is something that you're going to pull from a social site. So if you have a YouTube video, Vimeo video, or this is to me one of the best parts, a Spark video. If you go back in and you choose, like let me go back over to my content here. I can go to my projects, and you're going to see it actually lists by post, page, video, etc. I've got tons of things we can do here. I've got a video right here. You're going to see that I can actually share it. And if I want to, I can take things like, you know, this video if I want to. So I can say, let me take this video. I'm going to say publish it. And it's going to go out. Just give me 1 second here. If you make a video in Spark, what I'm trying to say here is you can take the link that it gives you when you publish it right here. So I'll say, I'm going to go there, create a link, and you can copy paste that into your page. There's lots of ways you can do cross sort of content with Spark. If you create a post, which is a social image, if you create a video, you can bring that content or some of that content into your web page, which I love. So this is taking a little bit. This is a pretty big, I've got a lot going on in this video. It was for a project I did for another class, that type of thing, classroom project, based on trying to show, I think we were talking about garbage in the ocean, that kind of thing, like cleanup, etc., recovery. So once it creates the link, you'll see that it's going to give me the link itself, and I can share it via social media in a lot of different ways. It's taking its sweet time here. We'll give it a minute. The bigger it's like anything, the bigger the video, the bigger the content, the longer the content, the longer it's going to take. All right, I successfully talked my way through that. So I will copy that now. And if I go back over, I can actually paste that in and then save it. And you're going to see it's going to take a little bit here, but it's going to take that video and pull it in. Just like YouTube, just like Vimeo, you can bring that content in here. It's going to play right there, which is really great. You're going to be able to see that pretty easily. Tons of content we can add. Absolutely love how we can work in here. And as you're working on this, like I said, you always want to preview. So you always want to go up to preview and take a look. A couple other little things here that I want to mention. If you have, you're working in here and you realize, like, you go and see, like, where's my logo, where's my branding, like that kind of thing, because I set up maybe a theme, like we talked about. If you come up to settings right here at the very top, you'll see that it's going to show a header and footer when you preview it. Okay, now the header and footer is going to contain things like your name, the name of the brand. If you don't have a logo, it's going to show the logo, that type of thing. You can actually turn that off. So you can make it so that there is no header footer. So it will not show, for instance, your brand logo. Now, you can do that per page, which I love. So you can show it on some, not on others, depending on which page you're working on at the moment. You can also, if you know anything about Google Analytics, you can set that up. You can grab, somebody gives you a tracking ID, or you grab the tracking ID, you can paste that in there, and it will actually allow you to track Google Analytics to see who's looked at it, things like that. You know, all this different kinds of information, okay? All right, I'm gonna turn off my header and footer so I don't have that content. It's still thinking about the video, that's totally fine. I would, if I were you, go and explore all these, because if you add, let me just mention one more thing. If you add a button, you get a fully interactive button that you can click and go to a website to. If you add a photo, this is going to seem kind of simple. I'll put a photo out here, like a sketch pad, for instance. What it's going to do is going to take that photo and put it in line, okay? But you've got a lot of choices here. Instead of just a picture, you can make it so it fills the screen. You can make a window, a width, full width, place it, etc. So just to give you an idea here, if I choose fill screen, it's going to do exactly what it sounds like. It's going to fill the whole screen. That way, if I scroll, I've got a caption I can type in on the left. If I tap back on the image, you can try, I love this one too, window. It's going to make it, this is really cool, it's going to make it so it scrolls over the image like this. You see that? That's kind of neat. So you can actually still add a caption. If you go over there and tap in there, you can add a caption. And there's other ones too, like full width, et cetera, et cetera. There's just different ways to be able to do this. Some of them have captions, some of them don't. So it depends on what you want to do. All righty. So preview the file. I'll go up to preview, take a look at it, scroll up and down. You can see there's the video. I'll play that. It's going to play in place, or rather, on a separate screen. There we go. That's my video. Awesome. Very riveting, I know. Okay. Rest of the content, exciting. Now, if I've got my page and I'm working on this and I'm realizing, okay, I got to share this, it's time. How do I do that? Well, let me close up the preview. Once you feel good about it, if you've noticed something, I haven't saved it all. That's because Spark is saving for me the whole time. If you realize you make a mistake, there is an undo up here. There's an undo and a redo. You can do that. If we're ready to share this, there's two ways to share. First of all, if I come up here, you're going to see this button. I'm going to ignore that for 1 second. If I tap on share, you'll see invite is pretty much, it's the same thing as that button right there. That's why I was ignoring that one. If you go to invite, you can invite other people to edit this, to make edits with you. If you own it, in other words, you invite someone else, you are the person that is going to publish and update the link. Okay, the other person is not, or the other people, I should say. If you want, you can print it. If I go to print, it's going to take the whole thing and optimize it for a print page. You can, if it lets you save it as a PDF, you can do that, et cetera, et cetera. But you guys can see it's actually pretty cool. It tries to sort of break things down into a kind of a logical order of things. Sometimes there's some gapping, you know, that's just the way it works. But at least it's a way for you to share it off with someone else. The big one is publish and share link. So if I go up there under share and publish and share the link, it's going to ask you some questions. It's going to make you pick a category. I can say, hey, education. If you want, you can publish the author with it, who that is or not. You can make it so you don't get noticed, so it might not be featured on Adobe Spark's website, that kind of thing. And when you're ready to go, you want to create your link. Now, if you make changes later on, you are going to come back through this same sharing process, and it's going to say update link. That way, you can make quick updates. You can republish. Anybody that has this shareable link, this URL, will be able to then see the latest version just by refreshing. They can see it. You know, you don't have to send them new links, that kind of thing. It's always the same link in this case. So, all right. You're going to say I can go back to publish options or return link. If I copy that, I can then go give it to someone else. All they need is a browser and the link, and they've got it. If you want to share it via Google Classroom, you can do that, or however you need. But this is it. This is us creating and us sharing. So creating a web page is really relatively straightforward. You start getting in, you start realizing, okay, there's certain things I can do, there's certain things I can't do, okay? But it's Spark, and there's some really cool stuff. What if you want to take it further? You realize you want to create a web design, or maybe you want to go further and make an app design, for instance. And you want to be able to create that design and share it with other people, for instance. That's going to be called Adobe XD, all right? So what I want to do is I want to switch gears and go over to Adobe XD. I'm going to tell you right now, we could spend, I don't know, 6 weeks in this program. There's so much you can do in here. If you've used XD before, you know where I'm coming from, what I'm saying. If you haven't used XD before, here is the idea. XD is meant for us to create some kind of design. It could be a website design. It could be an app design. It could be both. You could make presentations in here. I love it for that. You can do things like, I work with designers a lot of times, and what we do is we create things like mood boards. We go in, I create a lot of video and animation content. I will actually put out screens for every animation that's going to change or something different and give myself some kind of run. So I can say, here's the beginning, here's the end, and we can mark it up, and I can share it with people before I make the actual animation, for instance. There's a lot of ways you can use this program. I want to show you how to make a start a web design. We're not going to get through how to do this in 20 minutes here, but if I have this example, I want to just show you an idea of what this does, okay? There's a little play button in the upper right. This is toward the end of the process. You've made your thing. I'm going to show you, don't worry, how to get here. But you've made your thing. You want to preview it. I tap on desktop preview. You can do this or even look at it right on your device, for instance. It's going to show you in the scale or the size what this thing looks like. This is a portfolio site, okay, for a student. And you can see what's awesome about this. You can actually publish this, and you can get a URL, and you can share that URL with people, maybe as a classroom assignment or something like that. Okay, this is usually what we do is if we're creating a design for web app or whatever we're doing, we share that URL to get feedback, okay? But there's a lot of ways you can use this. You can see that we have buttons, a lot of things we can do there. We have scrolling, interactive scrolling. We can go in and do things like add, menus if we want to. We can do stuff like animations. Did you see that? Here, watch this. I'm going to go back. I'm going to tap on work in the upper right and then tap on print design. Watch the header. Watch Jane Smith up there. Really simple animations. Pretty cool. I can do animations like this. These are a bunch of work samples. I'll tap on one and then tap on it again. You can see just quick examples of ways to do things. So I'm doing all this in XD. I'm taking my content, images, text, whatever I've got, and bringing it in, okay? So how do we start that? How do we do that? Let's take a look. All right, I'm going to go up to File, and I'm going to go to New. In XD, I just updated today. They update this app all the time. It is something that you're going to find. This is for desktop, okay? There is a mobile app, but the mobile app is typically for previewing things, for looking and seeing how it looks on your device. Now in XD, you can start from any number of sizes here. If you want to make like social something, you can make a Facebook cover, post, whatever, and you can actually create something like that. It's going to give you the idea. You can even export the content later on to get pings and SVGs and all kinds of stuff. If you want to start from a template, here's what I suggest you do. If you open up XD and you go to File, you're going to see what's called Get UI Kits. There are a series of, they call them UI Kits, they're kind of like templates in some ways, but if I go to Get UI Kits, More UI Kits, and by the way, there's tons of different learning exercises and things like that on edx.adobe.com. I'll try to show you that at the end. But if I go to More UI Kits and I scroll down, you'll see that there are tons of sort of like, these are like starting points. These are like templates almost on making a presentation, a food UI kit, Amazon Alexa, animating, responsive design. There's all kinds of cool stuff you can download as an XD file and open and start from. I just wanted to show you this because this is a great way to get going. All right, I'm gonna go back over to XD and I wanna get started here. So I'm gonna make a web page. So I'm gonna go up here to web and I'm gonna choose this size right there. And it's gonna give me my first page. Now, this is it, you guys. This is what we do. We go in and we start creating, these are called artboards. But think of every artboard as a page in your website or a screen in your app, okay? Or a screen portfolio or your presentation, that kind of thing. So I've got one page here. And if I'm using my pinch zoom, I can zoom out a little bit. I can just move these around and I can copy these and make a whole bunch more if I want to. Like if I copy paste right now, I can make a quick copy and I've got 2 pages now. So we can make a bunch of pages if we want to. What's great about these pages, you'll find, is if you start looking at XD, you'll see that XD is pretty minimal. There's not a lot of tools. Tools are on the left over here in the toolbar, not a lot. Properties in the property inspector on the right. Click on something, you're going to see the properties for it over there on the right. If you guys create artboards like these, like I'm creating my screens like this, I just copy pasted one. You can make grids if you want to. I can say make layout grids. I can also have little square grids if you want. Square grids are, they're tougher to see. I got to change the color, but Layout grids are great if you're doing like a web design, because we usually design to a number of columns. So you can do something like that. And I love it because I can change the number of columns. There's all kinds of things you can do. You can change the color if you want to. I'm going to make it a little bit harder to see, for instance. That way it's, you know, there we go. And that way I can go in and I can say, hey, let's make this one the same. There's a little default button here. I can say, use that as a default. Now, I've got my starting here. I've got a couple pages. I'm going to start to add content. I'm going to do just kind of give you a general idea of some of the things that we can do here, because like I said, we don't have tons of time. So here's what I like to do. If you go to File, you're going to see what's called import. Import can import a bunch of stuff. You can import text, you can import pictures, images, imagery, things like that. If you want to, you can actually open up or even import Photoshop files, PSD files, AI or Illustrator files. You can even open things like sketch files. You can open PSD files and they become XD files. You can open Illustrator files and they become XD files. It's kind of crazy. So if you start a design somewhere else in Illustrator or Photoshop, open them right in here. It creates a copy. You now have an XD file to work off of. So for instance, I want to put some pictures out here. Okay? I like to import, that's great, but I like to do it this way. I actually will go out and I'm going to show you my desktop here real quick. I love to go find a folder full of images or whatever it is I want to work on. And I will actually take that content and usually drag it in. That's one of the easy ways to work in here. So I might grab, like I got my logo, I've got this, you know, this biopic, I might do that, an image, that kind of thing. So I might take a couple images and I'm trying to drag a PSD in. You can see right here. It's not going to let me drag the PSD in because I want to actually open it or copy paste from Photoshop or something like that, or import it. Dragging doesn't want to do that. So what I'll do is I'll actually bring in my import. I'll go out there to my images and I'm going to grab, like, let's say that file. You can see it's going to import the PSD, but just not drag it in. That's no big deal. So I'll put that out there. Now, when we put pictures out here, we can just scale them. Here, just grab a corner or a side and just kind of resize them. And you can see I've got my header up here. I'm getting started. Now this page, this first page is kind of short. I want to make it taller. So a lot of times if you click on the name of the page, you can grab like the handle and just make the page smaller. And you're going to see this little dashed line. That means that's what people are going to see in their browser usually, okay? But anything below they can scroll to, which is great. All right, now I want to add just a couple more things. I'm going to open up an Illustrator file that I made. I've got some content I created because I'm comfortable in Illustrator and I want to do that. So I'm going to go to File, Open, and actually I'm going to go on my desktop. Let me do that instead. So I'll go to File, Open from your computer, and I'm going to grab an image here. I'll go out and grab this Illustrator file. And it's going to open it up in XD, like I said before, and just convert it. This is all stuff that's now editable. I can do all kinds of stuff, whatever I want to with this. This is all still text. It's all still vector, whatever. I'm going to copy this stuff and bring that into my file. It opened it as a separate file. I don't need the file. I just want to copy paste it. So I'll just go over here and paste it. And then there's part of my document. You can see there's my alignment. Cool. Now I'm going to add a little text. So I'll zoom in here. On the left, you're going to see the different shapes we can make. You're going to see we can draw stuff. We also have the text tool. So I'll go to text tool. And what I want to do is just draw a box. You can also just click if you want. And I'm going to type in Jane Smith. And it's really small, so I'll make it bigger. I'll select it. And on the right, properties, all the stuff you're going to work with. Anytime you select something, look on the right, you're going to see the formatting. So like I'll make it like maybe, you know, pretty big, even bigger. Let me go like 100. And we can pick fonts. We can do all kinds of things here if we want to. I'll try something different. That doesn't look great, but we're going to run with that. All right. Now, one thing I want to mention here is that if you start working in here, you're going to find that adding text, adding pictures, not that bad, really not that crazy. It's when you want to work smarter. Like if I want to take that formatting and use it somewhere else, in the lower left corner down here, you're going to see there are two panels that you're going to get to know pretty intimately in here. One of them is called Assets, and one of them is called Layers. Layers, if you've ever worked in Photoshop or any other Adobe tool, and you know layers, or you've heard of them or you use them, that's exactly what these are. Every artboard, every page shows you all the objects on it over here in the Layers panel, okay? You can lock stuff, you can hide things, you can do all sorts of cool stuff over there. The assets panel, this is as you get a little further into XD, I'm not going there right now, you can save color, you can save text styling, and you can save things as components, sort of like a symbol. You can reuse content. This is for all about reusing content. This can lead you down the path of somebody can make a doc with a whole bunch of reusable content that a lot of people will ingest. So there's a lot of ways to work in here. Anyway, I digress. I can make a button now if I want to. You're going to see all the shape tools over there. I'm just going to draw a shape. I'm not, you guys notice I'm not even looking at my columns. Yes, I should be snapping it to the columns, I know. I've got something selected, I go to the right, I've got all my formatting. I'm going to change the color, for instance, do something like that. There we go. Maybe add a little bit of text. I'll say, learn more, very helpful. I'll just go a little smaller here. Way too small. You guys get the idea. All right. And I might change the color. You're going to see color, fill, all that stuff down here. I'm going a little faster here because I'm just trying to show you some of the quick things we can do here. I've got myself a really simple button, okay? What I want to do now is this. I want to show you another way to work in here. You saw how I place pictures by dragging them in. I could do that. Well, here's what you can also do. We've got a whole bunch of shape tools. And the reason why we have a lot of shape tools, there's a lot of reasons, is maybe you're trying to mock something up. Maybe you're trying to go in and say, hey, here's where a picture is going to go eventually. Here's where a doodad's going to go, or a video is going to go, etc. So if I go over and like draw a circle and I say, this is where my biopic will go eventually, okay? We can do stuff like that. You can say, oh, I'm going to fill it with a gray or something and say, bam, that's my placeholder. What I love about XD is that if you make shapes out here later on, you can just take pictures and different things and drag them and drop them right inside. So for instance, I'm going to go out to my desktop and drag a picture. I've got my biopic. I'm just going to take that picture and drag it into the circle and let go, and you can see what it does. It's going to crop it in there, get it all sized, all that kind of thing, and it looks awesome. Another great thing about XD that I absolutely love is this. If you have, let's say I've got something like this. I've got all this content here. I've got like the text, and I've got these things. This is a bunch of grouped content I got from Illustrator. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ungroup them. Right-clicking, you're going to see a lot of things we can do, like grouping stuff or ungrouping or whatever. I'm going to go in here, and I want to take these objects, and I want to get rid of some of these. Let's see if I can. Yep, these are all grouped together still. Let me ungroup them. I'm using a keyboard shortcut real quick, you guys, to do that. Okay. Pretend I had one to start with, right? This is one of my favorite things about XD. If you have content, doesn't matter really what kind of content it is, and you want to make a series of them, like you want to make a, I don't know, a star rating, and you only have 1 star. Or you want to make a series of biopics like these. You want to make 6 in a row. Or this, I want to make 5 of these. One of my favorite features in XD that I had to show you is Repeat Grid. If you select an object and you go to Repeat Grid up here in the upper right, that's going to make it so you can do this. Magic, magic, magic. You can make it so it'll automatically put these out here. I can spread them out how I want. And the best part about this, you can go into these and some of this content is editable. So I could say like Adobe XD, and you'll notice it's not going to change the other ones. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of great things we can do here. Now it is going to do something like that. If you start moving positioning and things like that, it will do it. But using repeat grids are something that's just phenomenal in here. I know I'm screaming through stuff here, I get that, but I hope you're kind of getting the idea here. This is very much like other Adobe apps. Like if you've done InDesign or you've done Illustrator or things like that, you can do whatever you want. As long as you create the pages for the things, you start putting text, you start putting pictures, you start getting it all out there, colors, doing that kind of thing. And then you can eventually find yourself into getting yourself some kind of project. I can get a web design, I can get whatever I need. Now, if I flip over, I'm going to flip over to sort of a finished. And you guys can see this, I did a little bit more to this. I got some more text, I got that picture I had, that kind of thing. We get to a point where we think this looks pretty good. I want to mention this because there's just too much to talk about in XD. But if you look at my project here, I've got 3 different sizes. So this is more for what's called responsive design. I've got my desktop size, I've got my iPad or my tablet size, and I've got like a phone size, very generic. If you take a page and you copy paste it, like I'll just copy paste it and I'll get one over here. XD actually has a whole bunch of things built in you should explore later on. As you get further in here, you're going to find something called responsive resize. This makes it amazing. Right now, if I take this page, artboard, and I resize it, look what happens. Nothing. Content stays the same. If you turn on responsive resize, and I decide I want to make this narrower, or I'm trying to make another version, a smaller version, and you make it bigger or smaller, look what's going to happen here. See how it's going to start to try to at least change some of the content, centering, etc. It's not doing it for everything. But as you dig in, what you can do is you can get it close to the size you want. You can go in and start editing the content again. You can also set it up so that if you rescale it or you scale it again, every object can have a resize option you set. Like how should it resize? There's tons of things you can do. Way too much for this, okay? But I wanted to throw that out there. So later on, you guys are curious about it. Go search. There's tons of videos out there on responsive resize in XD. Really pretty cool. Last step before we share this with someone is to do what's called prototyping. Here's how that works. Let me switch over to one that's got nothing on it. This is kind of just my design. I would like to now make it to where somebody could tap this button and go somewhere. Up here in the upper left, you're going to see there are 3 modes: design, prototype, and share. Prototype is how we connect things together. You make it so somebody could tap a button and actually go to the next page. So if I come to this button right here and I select, let me zoom in, I select that button, sorry, you're going to see that I can go in, and normally what's going to happen here is I'm not going to see much. I'm going to see something like this. Sorry, I already had some on there. I'm going to see a little arrow. This is like a little a plug. Think of it as a plug. I can take that and plug it into the page I want to go to. So when somebody taps learn about me, I want them to come here. That's it, you guys. I can just take it and plug it to the next page. On the right, you're going to see all the interaction stuff you guys can set. You can say, hey, if somebody taps, transition, you can say animate it instead. There's tons of ways you can work in here, some really cool things. Once you make a connection like that, you can connect all kinds of content to make it so somebody can actually tap and interact with it. You can preview it. There's a preview button in the upper right here, a play button. And if I tap on that, and I go to my button and I tap on it, you're going to see what it does. That was me saying, go to this next page and auto-animate yourself. That was what that was. That was it. So that was how hard it was. It's really not bad once you start jumping in here. But using prototype mode, you can click on content, whatever you deem necessary. Like if I double click on some things to grab the picture, I can go to different pages. I can connect in different ways. We can have menus. We can have all sorts of really cool stuff. The last bit here is to share this. You've made this beautiful design. You want to share it with somebody as a link. If you go to share on the right, so in the upper left corner, sorry, there's a share mode. This is going to share your design. You can share your design in a bunch of different ways. If you want somebody to be able to go in and like just present it, you just want to share it with your class or something, you can share it as a presentation. That basically means it's just going to kind of let you go through page to page, go through it. No commenting, no things like that, because we can comment on these and do all kinds of things. If I choose design review, I can make it so that anybody with the link can use it. Only people that I give it to, you know, they're going to be password protected. There can be a lot of different things going on here. This is a pretty big file, and I made the mistake right now of actually uploading it, but this always happens. Anyway, what it's doing is it's uploading. It's making kind of a web page that you can then go look at. It's in the browser. You can look at it just by sharing the URL. You're going to see in just a second here. You take the URL, you copy it, and give it to someone else. They can look at it in their browser. You can update it later on, and they just refresh the page, and they've got the updates. And hopefully it'll finish just a second here. We're running out of time. I go look at the link. I'll click on it. It won't work. Oh, lovely. You guys just trust me that this is supposed to be the beautiful web page I just designed. It's not working currently. It might have been a hiccup in how it uploaded or something. I honestly, in XD, I don't really know. You don't normally see that. So anyway, trust me, it works. I know. But this is XD. XD in a nutshell. There are so many ways you guys can learn XD. As a matter of fact, if you have the latest version of XD and you go to the File New page, File New, you're actually going to see that there's a new Learn tab, which allows you to watch a bunch of videos. There's tons of video content on how to learn XD, importing Photoshop, working with components, like everything you can think of. And it's all right here. So there's a lot of great things you can do. You can also quickly go out. Let me go out. You can go to edx.com, and let me go to the right one. So edx.adobe.com, you can search and find, search for like XD as a teaching resource. There are tons of resources out there for you. There are a lot of different types of resources, like you can get courses that people have created, things like that. My browser just does not want to work right now. It's the browser. I know that this website's not broken. The XD website was broken, so there's an issue going on. But anyway, edx.adobe.com is a great resource. And also, if you go under File up in XD, I'm going to stop here. File, get UI kits, more UI kits. That's another place to go find content. Some really great stuff there. All right. I really appreciate everybody sticking in and just checking out, working with Spark to make a web page, going through XD, just a quick overview of how to kind of get started in there. There's a lot, and I don't expect you to, understand or go through every single thing, with me in these, 2 minutes I've had. So, but there's your code if you guys need to get credit. So go ahead and use that. And thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. We really appreciate it. We know that you had back-to-back, so I know you're probably, trying to get yourself some time, but it was really good stuff. And I feel like people are going to take away some good content information. So we really appreciate you spending your day with us. And thank you for joining us in Fair.
Of course.
And I don't think we really had any questions. So I think that they really enjoyed it, and I did too. So I'm going to have to experience this for myself. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Hey, Janae, it's Meredith. Are you guys there?
Hi, Meredith. Yes, we are.
Just checking.
Yeah, I'm here.
When will the links be ready? We've
link,
got some folks asking, and would love to pass them on.
The links for your session, Meredith?
Brian's and also Tommy and Eric's.
Okay, they were being posted in the chat. So we're going to go back and probably collect those and make sure that they get them.
Okay, but the recording?
Oh, the recording. I'm not sure at this time. Like I said, we had to go like a back way on this. So we will get them to you as soon as possible. But yes, and if not, I know you've spoken to Stephen Stone and he kind of coordinated everything with y'all. So if it doesn't happen, please make sure you get with him.
Okay, fantastic. I'll pass the news on. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Bye.
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 Hi, Meredith, are you there?
Hi, welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions. So there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you. And we hope you enjoy your day.
This Adobe Workshop series is a preview of the products in the Adobe Creative Cloud that are now available to students and faculty throughout your district. Participate in an Adobe workshop and learn how your students can develop creative skills in your classes. See how your students can practice photo editing, video production, and prototyping to achieve learning objectives. You'll be amazed at how easy it is to create with Adobe tools. We know you won't be able to attend all of these workshops, and that's why we've recorded them and will make them available for your review after the conference. Visit the internal Sci-Fair Adobe webpage for links to resources, handouts, and workshop recordings. Since distance learning is becoming more prevalent, each session provides information about the Adobe products that can be used on the devices your students can access. All participants will receive information about how to use creative skills they've learned in this workshop to become an Adobe Creative Educator.
Hello, hello. We're going to begin our 2 o'clock session. And I think we have Tommy. Hi, Tommy. Are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hear you. And I'm going to put my video on and hopefully I'll see you so that the audience can see you too.
All right. I just
And Eric too.
There's Eric.
Oh, Eric, you're back too. Okay, so sorry.
That's okay.
They'll never cease to amaze me. This is great. Okay, so you're both back and I'm glad you're here. And it looks really interesting because it says like you're doing some quick and easy tools and how to using the Adobe top tools. So
Yeah.
really excited. So I'm going to quit talking because I know that, you know, you guys have a lot to share and y'all don't want to hear me and they want to hear you guys. So welcome back, guys. And I'm going to let you take it away. Bye.
All right.
Can you please enable screen sharing for us?
Oh, yes. I thought hold on. Oops, I just lost them. Expand.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, I got him. Well, it won't let me make them a co-host. Hold on. That's so bizarre. Hold on, I'm trying, unless somebody else.
Oh, I think we already have it. I think I have it.
Okay, so, okay. Eric, I see you. Okay, so let me make sure that Tommy has it. Okay, yeah, there you go, because I thought I had made y'all previous. Okay, Tommy, you're good to go.
All right, there it is.
Yay.
So we just wanted to put this attendance link up on the screen. It should be arriving now. There it is. So that link is for you to get your attendance credit, and we are going to show that at the end of the session again. We are unable to type links into the YouTube chat box because it automatically deletes links. So you should take a picture of this with your cell phone now, and that way you will have the link. This is your attendance link. So we are going to introduce ourselves real fast. Eric is actually the star of this show. And we will be getting into that presentation shortly, which is about cool things that you can do in Photoshop, Illustrator, and Spark Post. So we are Adobe Education leaders. We earned this credential about 3 years ago, and we meet with other faculty from around the country periodically in order to trade ideas about how we can use Adobe across the curriculum, no matter what it is that you teach. Whether it's English, humanities, science, even K-12, higher ed, it doesn't matter because the Adobe tools are useful in any scenario. The Adobe Education Trainer Credential is actually what we're doing right now. We are certified to teach other faculty, whether K-12 or higher ed, how they can utilize Adobe in their classrooms. And Adobe Campus Leader is a special designation for running special events on your campus. For instance, at Miami-Dade College in South Florida, where we work, we often do something called an Adobe Creative Jam. And we've been doing them virtually lately, but these are tournaments where students can compete for cash prizes and also subscriptions to Adobe software. And they will compete in one of 2 softwares on most occasions. They will either use XD to prototype and simulate phone applications, or they will compete to edit video. These events are often co-sponsored by corporations. Sometimes Microsoft will be involved, or Google, or some other big company, and then the students will make some type of collateral for a mock assignment for those companies. So I think the last one we had a Disney Jam, and we also had an IBM Jam. So it's nice because those are recognizable brands that the students get excited about. So I teach in the film department at Miami-Dade College, been there for about 10 years, and I mostly teach video editing, motion graphics, and animation using Premiere Pro and After Effects. And now I'll let Eric introduce himself.
How's everyone doing today? I'm Eric Cornish. I teach at Miami-Dade College in the School of Entertainment and Design Technology. I've been there for over 13 years now. And I teach graphic design, computer animation, and motion design. And today we have a treat for you. We're going to be showcasing the top tools and top tips for creating graphics with Adobe's popular softwares, which is Adobe Spark, Photoshop, and Illustrator. So why don't we jump right in, Tommy?
Sure. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Eric is going to share his screen, and he is going to show you some amazing tips. We're going to start out today using Spark Post because that's the, I would say, the easiest, the simplest of the choices. And a lot of people don't even know about this amazing free tool. Now, your Adobe contract that your district has with Adobe gives you free access not only to Spark, but also to the rest of the Adobe Creative Cloud, which includes Photoshop and Illustrator and InDesign, which are some of the softwares we're going to look at next.
Okay, so if you'd like to follow along, I'm not sure if we can put this link. We can't put this link inside the chat, correct?
I don't think, maybe the administrators can share the link.
Right. If you put it in the private chat, I'll snag it from there, and then we'll put it in the
I'll do
public
that.
chat. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Actually, I can't get it because.
Yeah, I have it. I have
Okay.
it. Let me put it in the.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can open up the private chat.
The Zoom chat.
That's the Zoom. Exactly.
Oh, wait, I found it, Eric. I'm going to copy it and give it to her.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
No problem. So this graphic this can be found on the Adobe Spark website under remixable templates. And so we're going to give you this link here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to showcase how easy it is to take a template that already exists and modify it to your own likings or your own needs for an event that you may have. So this says back to school. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this say school supplies. And we're going to customize it for the Cypress Fairbanks event, utilizing the logo and maybe some icons. But we're going to keep the essence of how it is right now, but then we're just going to modify it a little bit. Okay, so I think that chat, it may be coming up pretty soon, but here's what we do. When you get to the link, there's a little remix this design button at the bottom. And what you'll do is you'll click on that and it's going to take you into Adobe Spark. So I'm going to just click on that just so you can see what happens. I'll click on that and it starts to load and it brings you back into Adobe Spark. And it says, do you want to replace the fonts? Some of the fonts are missing. I'll click on replace fonts and it replaces the fonts for me. And now we are in our project.
Now I want to interrupt one quick second, Eric.
Yeah.
When they click this remixable template link and they are not logged into Spark, it will then prompt them to log into Spark. So that's one difference that you guys will see when you click that link.
Yes. So in that login section, you'll see, I would have to log back out to show you. But when you do get to it's prompting you to log in, you type in your credentials, and once you log in, it will bring you to this page that I'm on right now, and you'll have access to click on all of this editable content, right? So you have text and you have graphic icons, you have a picture icon. And so what we're going to do is we're going to turn this document into this. So we're going to have the icons here, school supplies, reduce the size of the image, put the Fairbanks logo on, and put a background that looks like a notepad. Okay. So our first step in this process is to possibly reduce the size of the image. So I'm going to take this just by grabbing one of the corners. I'm just going to take that and reduce it down to size. And I'll just kind of put that like right there. So I'm reducing that, and I can actually move this over by clicking and dragging, move that over slightly, just to about there. And here's some icons that we're going to use, but we're not going to use any of the yellow icons. So I'm going to take the yellow icon and I'm just going to delete. Just press delete on the keyboard, or you can click on the little trash can icon. So now I still have the circle and the pencil icon, but you can't see it because they're both blue. So if I select that pencil icon, I can go over here to the right. Now, just to get you familiar with the Spark interface, on the right-hand side, we have all of our attributes that we can change. So when we click on one of the icons, we have the opacity, we have the order, we can flip it right to left, but also we have color. And we can click on color, and when we go to all colors here, we're going to click on white. And that white will turn the color of that icon from blue to white, and now you can see the visibility change, so you can see the icon on top of the circle. So there's a couple of things that we need to do. I want to create circles that go along this larger circle, and then I want to change the color here, and I want to put the logo down there, and I no longer need this cloud, so I'm going to take this and just delete everything off of this, and I'll just press delete on the keyboard to delete these items. They're gone, and I can take all of this and move this down. So if you hold shift, you're able to select more than one thing at a time. And so I'm not going to do the drop shadow here. So I'm just going to press delete, delete, and click once, hold shift, and I can select my information and just kind of put it right there. Okay. Now to set up my circles for my other icons, I'll select the circle, maybe place it there, bring the size down a bit. And now to duplicate, here is the duplicate option, or you can press Command D. So if I click on that to duplicate, it duplicates. Command Z or undo up here if you grab the wrong thing. So I can select that and move it into position there. Duplicate again. Take that, move it here, and duplicate one more time and place it possibly here. So it's easy just to adjust. If this is too low, maybe you want it to be higher, and you can just kind of adjust as needed. And it's a very intuitive software where you don't have to really think much on what you want to do. It's very intuitive. I'll take the icon, place it where I need it to be, back into the circle. And if I want to create another icon, like so I want a laptop, I want possibly a notebook, and maybe a book bag. So I'm going to take this icon and duplicate it and just kind of put it there. And now if I want to replace this icon with another thing, I can go over here to my change attributes section, and I click on replace icon. And this is where I can search for more icons. So if I want to do a laptop, I'll just type in laptop. Tons and tons of laptops. You can choose any one that you think looks best for you. I'm just going to click on this one. Just click on that. Here's my laptop. It's rotated around, so I can rotate that. I can rotate it anywhere. Like maybe I'll rotate it like that, slightly, make it bigger, and oops, undo, and just move that into place, maybe a little bit smaller. Okay. And you can also use your arrow keys on your keyboard to nudge, move it around just slightly, and you have the pencil, the laptop. I'm going to grab this and I'll add like a notebook and a book bag, and I'll come back to that. With the text, I'm going to type in to change the text. I'll double click. It brings you into a window where you can change the text. This is going to be called school. Done. And then double click on the next one supplies, and done. So we have school supplies. If you want this to be bigger, you just grab one of the edges, bigger or smaller. I can make this smaller, and I can do school supplies. You can move it around, change the location of it. Maybe you even want it to match it up if you want to, you can. If you want it to overlap, you can do that as well. And we're starting to get our design. I'm going to take this away by pressing delete. And this area, I'll wait. I'm going to change the color of these, but for now, I want to change the background color. So if I click in the background, it automatically activates this Adobe Spark asks us, what do you want to do with that background? So if I click here and I go here to current colors, suggested colors, all colors, that's cool. I can change one of these colors, but I don't want to do that. I want to bring in an image. Now I've already downloaded an image of a notebook background, but you could easily click on image and search for free photos. Go to Adobe Stock Photos. If you have images in your own Google account, you can search for photos inside of your Google account. So there's a lot of options on how you can find images. I have one already downloaded, and I'm going to go to upload images, and let me go here to my Spark. And I do not think, here it is, Spark Post. There we go. So I got a notebook image. I'm going to upload that. And here's that image. Now, it's in the background, so I can move it up and down, but it's kind of pinned to the background. I can't move it around like I would normally move a picture. But what I could do is I can scale the image. So I can scale the image bigger. I can also rotate the image. So if you wanted to give it just a little flare, you can rotate it, scale it, and you have the notebook paper in the background. If you want the notebook binding to show, maybe you don't rotate it as much, or maybe you want to rotate the rotation to be in the top corner, or you don't want it to have any rotation at all, and you just want the binding to show slightly like that. Okay, and from here, I can take these circles just to make room for the logo and to make sure that it's becomes visible. I'm going to change the color to white. And this is going to make room for my logo. So I'm going to expand this out and just kind of make that white. And duplicate it one more time and move it over there. And this is going to make room for my logo. Okay. And so it's basically an illusion, right? Because they're white circles on top of a white background, but I'm being able to make the visibility a lot more accessible by creating these white shapes that allow me to hide that background. Okay, so one more thing, just like I did with the background, I'm going to import the logo. So I'm going to go to Image. Actually, I'm going to click off to the side, Add, Photo, Upload Photo, and I'm going to look for the Cypress Fairbanks logo. Open that up. Now this is asking me, do I want to move it freely, or do I want to add to sort of like a collage? Do I want it to be placed in one of the zones on the document? I want to move this logo freely because I want to be able to resize it and overlap it and things like that. So I'm going to click on Move Freely. Wait for it to load. There it is. Now bring it down here to the bottom, and I will resize the logo just like that. And I have made space for my design. Now I can select one of the circles in the back. I can nudge it up like that to make sure that it's most visible. All right, and so most of my layout is pretty much done. I just need 2 more icons here. And if I can't find the icons inside of like replace icon, if I click on duplicate and bring this here, and I want a notebook, so I can go to replace icon. Let me type in notebook and see if I like any of these. And yeah, these are great. Maybe I grab this one here. And I grab this notebook. That looks good. And for my last icon, I'll duplicate that by pressing the duplicate option. And I'll rotate slightly. And for my last icon, I'm going to select a book bag. So I'll go to replace icon, book bag. And we have all sorts of different backpacks here. I can do I can search for book bag. I can search for backpack. And I'll just grab anything right now just for demonstration purposes. So I'll grab this one and I will slightly modify it. Looks a little weird, so I'm going to grab another one here. Maybe I'll grab this one here. Okay, and then I'll make it bigger. All right. So within minutes, we've created a whole new design and it's branded with our logo. So this is a really quick way to get your graphic design needs done and get your message out. It's really, really cool, really easy, simple to use. Now there's a lot, of course, there are some limitations in terms of creating your own graphic icons and things like that. So if there was something that I needed to create myself, that's where the next software comes in. So the next software is Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and so with the capabilities of Adobe Spark Post, you can get social media graphics out. You can make flyers, any type of headers, things like that that you may need very quickly. This is the tool to get the job done. So let's move on to the next software. So I'm going to minimize this and we're going to move all over. Instead of going to Illustrator right away, we're going to go to Photoshop. I know a lot of people are familiar with Photoshop. And we are going to show you some quick, I call them quick hits. Some of the easy things that you can do quickly to get off the ground and running with Adobe Photoshop. In this particular image, the horizon line is off balance, right? So what we want to do is we want to straighten the image, but we also want to straighten and crop the image. Now, here's where the issue here's where the issue lies. If we rotate the image, I'm going to go into when you're in Photoshop. If you're not familiar with Photoshop, I just want to give you just a quick lesson on where you are in Photoshop. So on the left-hand side, you have your tools. On the right-hand side, these are your panels and properties where you can modify things that relate to the tools or your image. And then at the top, you have your main menu and your control or options bar up here at the top. So every time you choose a tool, you have options that you can select and modify. Anytime I make a selection or anything, I can modify information in my properties over here. Also, my layers are over here if I want to stack things on top of each other. So this is just the navigation of how you get around the interface. I call them zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. And then my zone 4 is the information in the middle. Okay, so now that we got our grounding and our bearing of where we are and how we locate certain things in Photoshop, now what do? We want to straighten it. We want to straighten the photo, the horizon line. So I'm going to go to my crop tool. And with the crop tool, it's located the fifth tool down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So our fifth tool down. The good thing about Photoshop is that when you hover over any of these tools, they show you this little movie, which is really helpful. And it gives you an idea and a sense of how you can utilize the tool correctly. And so it gives you an idea of how you can do that. But when we select it, what we want to do is we get these icons or these indicators of something happening with the image. Now, if you put your mouse on the outside of that image, you're able to rotate. All right. So I can rotate this manually to try to line that horizontal, the horizon line up. But what happens is it starts to scale the image as well. And part of the hands get cut off. There's some image or parts of the image that gets lost. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo that. I'll click there. At the top of your, this is the options area. I have my crop tool selected. I'm going to click on straighten. This little, looks like a level that you would get from Home Depot or something like that. And it's a level that you click and drag along your horizon line that you want to straighten, and you let go. And what happens is it does the same thing that I did manually by rotating it, but there is a little trick that you can do right here in the options area. And that option is called content aware. And what happens is the content aware says, I'm not going to reduce the scale of your image, and I'm going to rotate your image, but the open areas that are not able to be cropped and there's no information there, content aware says, I'm going to take the extra information that I see here, and the artificial intelligence behind Photoshop says, I'll take the rest of this information and I'll try to fill that in for you. So I'm going to select commit. This is the little check mark here. I'll click that. And look at that. It crops, it straightens, and it also fills in the gaps for us. It's like magic. And so if I were to move this around, you can see what Photoshop actually did. It added extra information to the edges of the image so that it can compensate for the crop and the straighten. Okay, just to recap, use your crop tool, click on straighten, drag along the line of your horizon line, and I'll do my history so I go back to the beginning. Straighten, drag along the line here, straighten it up, click on content aware, and commit. Quick and easy steps. It's just truly amazing. All right. So that was our crop and straighten. The next thing that we're going to move on to is, this is a really cool, this is one of my favorite tools. This is called the content aware fill. So we're hiking in the middle of mountains like we always do, right? Everybody does this. And there is a person in my photo. Probably a good friend, maybe not. I want to remove that person from my photo. And so what I will do is, there's the person right there. You can see that person in my photo, and I need to remove that person out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my selection tool, the second tool down, and this is the rectangular marquee, or you can use the elliptical marquee. And when you make a selection, all you want to do is just click and drag to make that selection, right? And you can get, excuse me, you can get as close as possible if you want to, but it's not too bad if you just get a basic selection around that area of the person. And what the software is going to try to do is going to calculate all the information around this selection to fill in the details that it thinks will look like when she is gone. So it's going to fill in that content with all the pixel information that's around it. And this is powered by what's called Adobe Sensei, and that's the artificial intelligence portion of Photoshop. So I'm going to take this information with the selection. I'm going to go up to edit, well, the first thing you want to do is want to make sure you look at your layers, and then I'm going to click on layer 1 because layer 1 is my information. If I were clicked on this layer, there's nothing there, so I would be making a selection of nothing. So to make sure you're on the right layer, click on layer 1, then you go up to Edit, Content Aware Fill, or you can just simply go to Edit Fill, and inside Edit Fill, it says, what do you want to do with the contents? Do you want to fill it with content aware, the background, the foreground color, the color, black, white? I'm going to click on content aware, and it's recognizing the selection. I press OK, and that's where the magic happens. Let me zoom in. I'm going to undo. There she is. This is my history. I can go back in time in my history so you can see what happens. It's taking all the information from around this area and trying to fill it with inside the selection. And as you can see, there's people there. It's trying to take this information over here and blend in the new information right into this area. So you couldn't even tell she was gone. So now I'll go to select, deselect. Now there are some people down here. If you wanted to really get, you know, into the details and depths, so you could actually make a selection around these people. And I'm using the lasso tool to make a selection. And I can do the same thing, edit, fill, content aware, and it basically fills in that information. And so now you see no people. And that is a quick and easy fix to get your selfie the right way. Okay, so first we did the crop tool, crop and straighten. Next we did our content aware fill. And for the finale of Photoshop, we are going to do a quick composite of information. How are we looking on time, Tommy? Where are we at?
Well, it is 3:33 Eastern time. We have another 20 minutes or so, a little less than that. And I've been communicating with people through the chat just so that you know they are loving this technology and they're pretty amazed by how it's working.
Awesome. That's great. Great to hear. So in this particular quick composite, we have 4 elements. First, we have the background. Then we have our buildings, which this will go on top of the sky. Then from here, we'll take this young man, this young individual on either vacation or after school, or he's a tourist. And we're going to put all 3 of these on top of each other. And then we're going to take this badge and we're going to put this badge onto this backpack as our 4th composite. Okay, so we're going to take 1, 2, 3, smash it together, and it's going to look amazing. Okay, here we go. So the first thing that we're going to do here is I have my image here, I have my image there, I have my image there, and I have the guy. Okay, so I'm going to start with this image because this is the composition that I'd like to work with. And I'm going to place the sky in this open area. So when you have multiple images open, the first thing I wanted to make sure that you understand is when you have multiple images open, you have tabs. And these tabs allow you to move back and forth through the different images. And if you have too many images open, there is a little drop down that allows you to see what is not in this list of tabs. So I'm going to close a couple of these things because I'm finished with them. So I'm going to close these and let's save that. Okay. All right. So now I only have the tabs that I'm working with. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. This is my main image that I'm going to work with. And if I want to get this into this, there's two ways you can do that. One, you can do a drag and drop, or two, you can do a select all, copy and paste. Most people are familiar with the select all, so I would do select all. You can see the selection happen, and I'm going to go edit, copy, go over to my new document, edit, paste. Okay, so now I have this new layer with my sky there, it's there. Now I cannot put my sky behind my background because it's flat. It's like the desktop. I can't put this behind. So what I have to do is I have to do something called a mask. And the mask basically hides parts of an image and reveals parts of an image, right? So what I'm going to do is I need to make a selection on this layer to make a mask on the clouds layer to hide where the building is. So right here, I need to hide the parts of the sky where the building is. So this is where I want the sky. I want the sky to look like that, the placement. And I'm going to hide this. Now this little eyeball hides and reveals the layer. I'm going to select the background, and Photoshop has a really cool tool called Select Image. And this is something that's it's called Object Selection Tool. Now I put my mouse over it and you can see Object Selection Tool. It says make a selection around it, and it just kind of snaps to the edges. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm just going to drag this around this image, and it's going to recognize all the edges of this building. Now, if you get really close, you're going to see that it doesn't grab all the edges perfectly, and that's okay for now because we're just going to do this for demonstration. But if we were to really get involved, we would go in and we'd make sure that all the little tips are selected and things like that. But if you want to refine the selection, one of the things that you can do is click here at the top, and it's called Select and Mask. So I would click on that, and under View mode, there's a little thing here that says, how do you want to view this in black and white? That's what the selection looks like in black and white. This is what the selection looks like on black, and I can click here to say this is all the way black, and you can see what it's doing. It's hiding parts of the image, right? So I can replace the sky. So in this case, basically all I want to do is I want to make sure that this is a good composite selection for the sky. I'm going to press cancel because we're good with that. Now I'm going to bring back the sky, and as you can see, this is the part that we want to hide from the sky. So make sure you select layer 1. If you were going to do this, I would select layer 1 where the sky is, and I'm going to go up to layer. I'm going to go to layer mask, and basically I want to hide the selection. So I want to hide this part of the selection. So I'm going to select hide selection, and look at that. We have a new sky. Amazing.
Eric, somebody in the chat is asking, what did you do to select the building?
Okay, so the building is, there is a new tool called Select Subject, or there's a tool here called Object Selection. So if I click on the background and click right up here that says Select Subject, it calculates how to select the subject. This one doesn't work too well because there's part of the building that's being not selected. So I'm going to deselect by pressing Command D. But what I used was this tool on the side called Object Selection Tool. And when I click and drag around the image, it's calculating how to select the difference in color to select the edges around the building. Okay. And then from here, this is how I selected the building, and then I went to the sky and layer mask, hide selection. And it hides the selection and creates a mask for the sky. And it reveals the building. Okay, so I'm going to deselect. Now for the second part is I need to take this guy and do something similar and bring him in. So I'm going to do my object selection, drag a selection around this guy, zoom out a little bit, and you can see it does a pretty good job, but the only problem is part of his face is cut off. And so if I were to take this like this, he would have no face. So what I have to do is manually come in here and add to this selection. So I am zooming in by pressing Command plus and Command minus. Command plus zooms in, I hold my space bar, I can move this document around. Now with this, I'm gonna go to what's called the polygon lasso tool. And so when I click and hold this tool, I get the polygon lasso tool, and I must hold shift to add to a selection. Let me go back for a second. I'm going to deselect. Now, just so you can understand what I'm doing here, if I make a selection and I hold shift, I can add to selection. If I hold option, I can overlap and take away from my selection. Shift, adds, option, takes away. Okay, so with that concept, that's what we're going to do to add back his face. I can't even believe I said that out loud. That sounds so funny. I'm going to add his face. All right, so when I zoom out, get my object selection tool, drag a selection around my subject. He's selected except for his face. Get my polygon lasso tool, hold the shift key, and overlap the selection by clicking, click, 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 go all the way around, and then I'm going to go right back where I started. And now I've added his face to the selection. As I zoom out, there's my selection. I'm going to take this, edit, copy, go back to my original composite image, edit, paste. There he is. Move him down to the bottom. I'll put him maybe right about there, a little bigger. Edit, transform, scale. Scale him up. Get the perspective there. That looks pretty good. Commit to my scale by pressing the check. And now for the final composite, I'm going to put this patch onto this book bag. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to work with my vector tools, which is a circle shape. This is a ellipse tool. It's filled with black. I'm going to zoom in, Command plus. On the PC, it's Control plus. And I'm just going to drag this shape like that, just to cover up this information. So I'm going to bring this shape here just slightly like this. And now rotate it slightly. And because this is a vector shape, which means it's scalable and it has points that can be manipulated, what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit to that with this white arrow tool. This is called the direct selection tool. So we have the path selection and the direct selection tool. This shape has points. I can then select these individual points and move them into place. Okay, so this is basically modifying a vector shape. And the reason why I did that is so that I can have a black base instead of having the white information showing on the patch, so that I can put my my patch on top. So with that, I'm going to make a selection to grab only the information inside, which is the patch, because this is a flattened image on white. So I'm going to use another tool. Actually, I'll use the what's called the magnetic lasso tool, or the magic wand tool, sorry. So I'm going to click on the magic wand tool, and it's going to click on the white. And what happens with that is it selects by color range. So everything that's white on the outside will be selected, and I want to reverse that selection. So in order for me to reverse the selection, I go up to Select, Inverse Selection, and now everything that was selected on the outside reverses to be selected on the inside. Now I can do Edit, Copy, go over here to my image, Edit, Paste. It's huge. Zoom out. Remember how we scaled down before? Edit, Transform, Scale. I'm going to scale this down, get it to close to where I want it to be. Scale it down, zoom in, Command plus, hold spacebar to move my document around, zoom in just a little bit more, and this looks pretty good, but it does not have the angle that I want it to be. So I'm going to commit to the size, go back to Edit, Transform, and then I have what's called Distort. So when I click on Distort, it looks like the transform scale, but now I have the ability to take these anchor points and modify the distortion of how this fits. Okay, so I can take that, distort it, and just kind of put that into place. And now I commit to that, press Command 0 to bring me back to full screen, and I have a full composite within minutes. The power of Photoshop.
That's awesome, Eric. We are actually at 3:48, 2 minutes left. So I think
All right.
we need to put up our attendance link, because that was a great concern in a previous session. So I have it actually in a window. Let's see here.
Do I have time to show them the type tool real quick?
Yeah.
On Illustrator, real quick. Adobe Illustrator. If we were to do this very quickly, type in the information. I'm going to use my type tool just to show you. I click in. I'm going to click the T. Click once on my screen. Type in Fair, and this is going to take 1 minute. I have my text on my right hand side. I can change this to bold, and what's really cool about Illustrator, and to get this kind of I guess modified text look, I can use something called the touch type tool, and if I click and hold the type tool, go down here to touch type, and as I click on my text, I can move each individual element and rotate each individual element to modify and customize a really cool, fun look. And I think your students would really enjoy trying to create their name or their school name in a fun way, depending on what they're doing for that particular assignment. Maybe it's a title, maybe it is just their initials, but this is a really cool and fun way to modify the way text looks, and it's editable. So you can double click and you can retype and all you have to do is just go back in and start to modify the text. So really cool, really quick touch type tool, new feature in Illustrator. Play with it. It's awesome. All right.
All right, Eric, if you could please stop sharing your screen. I'm going to share mine and give people the link.
Thank you guys for listening. I hope that you got some good information out of that. I just, you know, as he's putting things up, just I encourage you to play around and really just dive into these two softwares.
Sorry.
Do you guys see the bit.ly link for the attendance? Do you guys see that? I just want to make sure.
No, I appreciate that. Yes, and make sure when you guys go through that bit.ly verification form, there's 3 pages, and make sure when you fill it all out, it says submit. Some of the people were thinking it was a 1-page kind of questionnaire, but it is all the way. Keep going until it says submit, okay? And then that way we will definitely get you the attendance that you need. I know that some of you had some concerns about that earlier. We just want to make sure that everything's done properly, and we appreciate you guys again for coming and sharing your time with Sci-Fair and some other people too. Not just Sci-Fair's here. We know that we have other people that tuned in, but we truly appreciate you guys today. Thank you, Eric and Tommy, and we hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
I'll pop in and say goodbye. Okay, bye. Now I'm a real person. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
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 Hey, Janae. It's Meredith again. Howdy. How's it going? Oh, hi, Jodi.
Hi. Well,
Hi.
but we are live on YouTube, so I'm happy to answer. Are both of y'all doing this? This is great. Uh-oh, she froze.
So they asked me if I could do a do-over of the session at 4 p.m.
Yes.
Are we still up for that?
Absolutely, and we
Okay. It'll be on this link?
It'll be on this link, Meredith. We appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Well, I will come back to see you at 4 p.m.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so
1
much.
hour.
Okay, in 1 hour. Bye.
All right. Bye,
Bye-bye.
Jenny.
Bye-bye. Hi, Jodi. Oh, we lost her. Hello, Jodi. Can you hear me? Okay, if you unmute, yeah, I can see your beautiful face, but if you...
sorry, I was unmuted.
Oh, no, no worries. Okay, we're going to be on in about 5 minutes, so you could hang tight. If you want to be visible, you can, or you can just shut your video down, and then we'll be back up. We're going to show a little commercial, and then we're going to start, and I'll introduce you.
Okay, do I need to share my screen now or just wait till after I'm introduced?
After, it's up to you. It's entirely up to you, but I do need to give you sharing rights, so I'm going to do that right now. So now that you have it, so perfect. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
All righty. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Jody.
Hi.
I'm back. My name's Jamae Johnson, and we're part of the EdTech team, and I'm going to start my video just so you can actually see me.
Hi,
So,
how are you?
Welcome. We're so glad you're here, and you're going to talk about Gizmo and some other good stuff.
Yeah.
So we are super glad you're here. And also with the attendance thing, I know that you have the slide that you're going to show at the end.
Yes.
That's wonderful. But if you guys are just now joining us, that's when the attendance will be there. It'll be towards the end of the presentation. And just remember that bit.ly, when you get there, it's going to be like 3 pages. So you make sure that you go all the way through until it says submit, because I know some of us were having a concern. And we actually have a YouTuber here, over here. I wish you can see him. His name's Jerry Boyd. He's awesome. He's been running the chat. So if y'all have any questions, please put it there. And then I will ask Jodi if I could either interrupt or she can fill those questions towards the end. So whatever's best for you, we want to accommodate you. And like I said, you'll see my name on the chat, but I'm not doing the work. It's going to be Jerry doing the work. So just to let you know, we are going to try to answer all those questions, but we're glad you're here and we're going to let you start the presentation. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Well, welcome everybody that's joining us today and this afternoon from our cozy homes. As you can see, I'm in my home office, just like many of you as we have set up due to the pandemic. But I wanted to say hello today. I'm going to start presenting my session for you. But today we are really going to talk about gizmos and depth of knowledge. We know that gizmos are amazing simulations that can be used in both math and science. And luckily in CFISD, all teachers grades 3 through 12 in math and science have access to this amazing resource. And I'm going to talk to you today about how we can scaffold gizmos to support the learning needs of our students, and especially through this remote environment, and how we can take a traditional gizmo that we might do in the classroom and modify it to use it while we are doing some at-home learning. And so those of you who don't know me, I am the implementation manager in the Midwest, and I work with your district leaders to support gizmos in CFISD. I've been working with Explore Learning officially full-time for the past 3 years, but I have been doing work with them probably for the past 8. I absolutely love this resource, and I am super excited to talk to you about how Gizmos really does support conceptual understanding and how we can scaffold that through our depth of knowledge. So I want you to think about these 2 words, hard and difficult. We know that students use them interchangeably in the classroom. And so I want to make sure that we're going to get aligned with some common vocabulary before we really get into the meat of what DOK is and how I can adjust a lesson based on that. So I know that you guys have access to the chat pod. I'm going to sit here and wait just a little bit to see, but I want you to type in the chat pod what you think the difference between these 2 words are. So what is the difference between hard and difficult? And I'll give you a minute to think about that, but feel free to type your responses in the chat pod. Well, as you guys start thinking about these 2 words, I want you to think about what your students say about these words. I know that when I was teaching in the classroom, they would tell me, Miss, your test is so hard, or this assignment was really difficult. And what we started to realize, and what I started realizing working with depth of knowledge, is that these 2 words, although they are used interchangeably, really mean 2 different things. Hard, according to the dictionary, is something that takes a lot of effort on our end to do, where something that is difficult takes some skills that are needed to be able to get the task done. And what we start to see, like I said, are kids using these words interchangeably, when in reality, when they're telling us things are hard for them, what they're really possibly saying is, I really don't know what to do. Like, I don't have the skills to be able to either comprehend the task or complete the task, or I don't know where to start. And so we have to really pay attention to how they're using these terms to be able to provide them support. And the next 2 words that I want you guys to think about is rigor and complexity. And again, I mean, we're in education, they use these words all over the place. And so again, I want you to think about what these 2 words mean to you. And I want you to think about like your experiences when you've had to use these words or your students.
Hi, everyone. I think we lost Jodi for a minute. We're going to wait for her to come back in, but I just want to let you know we didn't lose network here in Flair. We're just going to make sure that Jodi gets back on. So thank you for your patience. Hello, welcome back.
Sorry, guys. Gotta love it, technology. You can either love it or hate it. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. So
yes,
I'm ready.
Thank you. Okay,
no
perfect.
problem. Sorry, everybody.
No, they understand.
All right, everybody, I'm back. So hello. So to pick up where we left off, sorry, you probably started to think about the words rigor and difficult. We are using these words to really think about how much thinking and how many steps we're asking kids to do in a task that we've assigned them. So rigor is really thinking about how much thinking they're involved. And then complex is how many different steps or connected parts that we're asking them to do when they're going through rigor and complexity. And so we know that Webb's depth of knowledge is the model that we all look at. And there are 4 real pieces that we want to look at when we're looking at not only our standards and the TEKS that we're looking at, but what activities and instructional tasks that we're assigning them. And so depth of knowledge really looks at the complexity of the task. I know that we have been talking about blooms and the verb, but we need to pay attention what happens after the verb. So that task that we want students to conceptualize or to think about is what we need to focus on. We also know that DOK, our state is using DOK to write some of our assessment questions on STAR and EOC. And so we really need to start looking at not only how our standards align with the test, but how do they match? Like what DOK level is a standard and what DOK level are they assessing our students at? And DOK is not the verb. So like I said, we talked about blooms, but it is really determined by the context in which we use that verb. So if the verb is to analyze, what are we analyzing? Are we analyzing the color of my shirt? Or are we analyzing the system of fabrics and, the complexity of, the fashion industry? So those are 2 different things that we're asking kids to think about, but that verb analyze is kind of the same verb. And then again, what we've been talking about for the most part is the thinking that is involved. So let's take a little deeper, let's go a little deeper into this model and really talk about what these levels represent and what they mean. And so take a look at this image. It is a nice synopsis of what DOK Level 1 is. And the big thing that I want you to take away from this is look at all of the verbs that we're asking.
Hi guys, thank you guys for being patient again. It looks like Jodi is offline again. Maybe if she gets back on, we'll kind of see what's going on, but thank you again for your patience. Hopefully it won't be too long.
Here we go, third time's the charm, everybody.
That's right. Thank you for coming back. We hope everything's okay on your end. I mean,
It is, and I live in Flair. I'm down the street from you guys. And so I don't know, I don't know if there's a storm coming in down the street, but I am literally down the street. So I don't know what's going on. It just might be the time of that afternoon where, even the internet says it is time for us to go home.
Right. Okay. Well, without further ado, here you are. Here you.
Thanks. I just need to be able to share my screen. That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, everyone, third time's charm. I'm going to talk really fast so we can get through this, and hopefully we'll be on for the rest of the time. But hopefully you had a chance to look at this image. It is Web's Depth of Knowledge Level 1, Recall and Production. And remember that this is going to be rote definition and facts. This is what Level 1 looks like. And so if we look at a typical standard in science, this is one of our TEKs for, I think, 6th or 7th grade, where we're asking students to describe biotic factors in an ecosystem. And I give you this example because that verb describe is kind of higher level. We're asking kids to describe. It's not a recall. It's not a name or anything like that. We're asking you to describe what these things are. But what we're asking you to describe is what biotic factors are. And so when you think back to Level 1, they either know what a biotic factor is or they do not know what it is. And because of that, we would categorize this type of standard as a Level 1 recall. And so let's look at what DOK Level 2 looks like. And I'll give you a second to look at that screen. So notice when we start talking about DOK and it's the thinking that it's involved, notice that we're starting to ask kids to do a little more thought with Level 2. We are now asking them to apply these skills and concepts related to the content that we're providing. And they're going to have to start at this point making decisions on how to approach the question. So the key that I want you to think about for Level 2 is that there is a relationship between the ideas that they're studying. This is going to be a little more tougher mentally. We are asking them to maybe compare or organize or summarize some things. These verbs that you see listed are higher level verbs. But again, if we're starting to look at a relationship between concept, this is what we start to look at as DOK level 2. And so this teak is what I want you to look at. And notice that we are now describing how organisms depend on both abiotic and biotic factors. And because students are now looking at a relationship between these two factors of biotic and abiotic factors, we now want them to take these individual facts of knowing what those two types of factors are and put them together and synthesize some information with that. And because of that, we start to list these kinds of standards where we're putting two or more things together, looking for cause and effect relationships, or looking at how A and B impact something else as a level 2 DOK task that we're asking them to do. Level 3, on the other hand, we're getting up there in terms of strategic thinking. And so in this case, we want students now to use evidence to justify their reasoning. And this is a big thing in science. We want kids to tell us why they are thinking the way they're thinking, but we want us data that supports their thinking. And all of that evidence is what we use to really start to tell kids that they are starting to think strategically. They're reasoning, they're ordering, they're doing things that are complex as well as abstract to be able to defend their thinking. And this is a lot of time where us as teachers start to see students' misconceptions and see where their thinking kind of leads us astray. And up until this point, we really haven't heard from the kids. They either know it or they don't, or they start to give us some information. But this point is really when they're starting to tell us that they are going to know one. And so here's a standard. And notice the complexity of the standards. This one, we are now having them describe how they depend on these two factors within two different ecosystems. And so even the task that we're asking them to do is more complex. So we talked about rigor and rigor and complexity. This is very complex. We're asking them to put two or more things together. But remember, with DOK level 3, we are now asking them for evidence to support their reasoning in terms of what that looks like. And so I'll give you a second to look at that. And so they're having to think a lot when they get to DOK level 3. And this is where we want our kids to be. Science is based a lot on DOK level 3. What evidence do we have to support what we're thinking? DOK level 4 is extended thinking. These are the most complex, and they're going to establish and take the most thinking and effort on the student's part. Student has to look at multiple sources, multiple steps. They are going to have to plan it out, think it out. They can design a survey. Most lessons or activities that we ask students to do that are level 4 in a science classroom or even a math classroom are things that we ask them to do that are project-based learning. Science labs or like science fair is a good example of a DOK level 4, because they are going to have to put a lot of things together. Not only are they going to have to put their evidence together, but they have to plan out an experiment. They have to gather materials. They're going to have to collect that data, extrapolate it, synthesize it, tell us what's happening. So a lot of that with DOK level 4, it takes a lot of time. And so for most teachers, DOK level 4 might be a project that we've assigned for the unit, something that we know that students have enough time to be able to put all of this thinking together. And so here is a standard. Notice it's kind of the same. We've just added into the mix that now that they have to do an oral presentation, and now they're describing the impact of pesticides on these ecosystems. And they have to use their data to back that up. And so notice the amount of thinking, the complexity, the rigor that it takes to be able to do a task like this. But what we want to know is when kids start to tell us, oh my God, this is hard, they're really telling us, I don't know if I know where to start or if I have the skills or the information. And so that's where we as teachers can scaffold and start to say, well, let's break this down a little bit. Tell me what you know about biotic and abiotic factors. Tell me what you know about these two ecosystems, and then go do some research on pesticides and how that impacts those things. And so we can scaffold the task, but this is going to take the kids some time to be able to do it. And so I'm going to put all 4 DOK standards on one screen so that you can be able to see how the complexity of that task increases as we move up into the DOK levels. And so we're not going to do the challenge today just for time's sake, but I do want you to look at the 4 different DOK levels and what are you noticing about them. And so hopefully you're seeing some things that stand out to you. And what you should be noticing is hopefully this. The same verb was used to describe each one of these activities. So we use the verb describe on purpose because we have that mindset that Bloom's taxonomy and the verb that we're using in the classroom is the end all be all. And what I noticed about DOK and what changed my life as a science educator is that that verb is the verb. When I have a standard in 7th grade that says identify the major functions of the body systems, and I put that teak up on the board because, you know, my administrator says I need to put the standard on the board so kids can see it. But then they come back and tell me that that standard, the verb is too low. That's a low verb. But that's the verb that the state gave me. Like identify is a verb that we're using. But what I do behind that verb is the context that is really, really important for DOK. And so we really want to focus on not necessarily the verb is going to tell us what to do, but the context is going to tell us how they're going to do it. Like what information do they need to put that together?
Perfect. Jodi, may I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone asked if you could go back to level 4.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure
thank you. Appreciate
All
it.
the way back to level 4? I'll go back to this slide.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And I do have a great slide that like summarizes this all into one place. I do not mind sharing this presentation and I'll get my contact information at the end. So
Perfect.
if you want to email me, I am more than happy to share this.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So again, level 4 is extended thinking. The thing you need to take away from this is it takes a lot of time for kids to be able to put level 4 together. And then here is the standard and the verb so that we can look through that. So same verb, different context, and that context is what we really want to focus on when we are talking about DOK. And so hopefully you are familiar with this tool, and if not, I do have the link on this slide, and again, I told you I'll be more than happy to share this with you, but Karen Hess is really pivotal in terms of taking web and DOK and putting them, web and Blooms and kind of putting them together. So if we start to look down, and let's see if I can give you some annotation in here. If you start to look at Bloom's taxonomy that we have going down the first column, we all know what those verbs are. You know, it's the remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Those scaffolding, just like Bloom's, we want to make sure that kids are still doing that because Bloom's is important. We don't want to disregard those skills that we're asking kids to synthesize the information with. But what I really love about this chart, and they have one for every content area. So there's one for math, there's one for science, social studies, ELA, art. So what I love is that in this tool, they are combining Bloom's and DOK together so that you can see how these learning opportunities scaffolds even within what kids to do. So if I, in a science class, I will always ask my kids to analyze some charts and graphs. The problem is how are we asking them to analyze them? And so if I go down to the Bloom's column where it says analyze, and this is what it says, Bloom's wise to break it into its apart, determine how things relate to each other, distinguish, focus, select, organize, and outline. So I still want kids to do that. But if I look at level 1, analyze, all it says is that I'm asking them to do is to retrieve information from a table or graph to answer a question. For some kids, that is difficult. But it doesn't make the task that I'm asking them to do a level 3 task because the kids don't have the skills. Being able to pull simple information off of a graph is a level 1 DOK skill because it is right there. We're asking the kids to pull the information off the graph. But if I move over to level 2, I might now ask them to organize the data, to compare and contrast some figures. So if I have a double line graph or triple line graph and I'm asking them to read that, we are then now bumping up the level of complexity in that DOK skill because we're asking kids to do more with that information cognitively, mentally, that thinking piece, than just these right there type of questions. When I go to level 3 on analyzing a graph, I'm asking them to find patterns and draw conclusions and interpret the data from these complex graphs, but then explain that. Remember, level 3 DOK, we want kids to justify their reasoning with evidence. And so they're going to have to tell me why in that graph, or what content can they bring in to explain what they see is going on in this graph. And then level 4, they're taking graphs from all over the place and putting them together so that they can start to see patterns and relationships and scenarios from situations that may be related and may be unrelated, but we're asking kids to look at that information and put that together. And that takes a lot of thinking. But what I do want you, and what you're probably asking yourself right now, is how often should I be doing these tasks at each different DOK level? And do I have to teach these levels in order? And the answer is no. The order is not sequential. Students don't need to do level 1 in order to do level 2, then to do a level 3. In fact, like when you give students a level 3 task, so if we're doing like phenomenon based, or we're giving kids a scenario, or like I taught biology, so like we'd give them a STEM case, we're giving them this amazing scenario that's happening. We find that more kids will be driven and motivated to do levels 1 and 2 because the task itself is interesting and they want to learn more about it. And they are not, the other thing to think about is for, we talked about them going in order, they're not developmental. So you don't need to go in order. You can skip around DOK levels, but the thing that you need to think about is giving kids the opportunity to think at these different levels. The majority of our STAR and EOC tests are written at level 2. There's a couple level 3s, there's a few level 1s, but the majority of our assessment is written at level 2. And so if we're not providing students opportunities to think at DOK level 2 when they're analyzing our content, the kids are never going to be able to answer those questions or be able to apply the content because they haven't practiced that thinking in the classroom. If I have a lot of level 1s going on, just because I have, if I'm doing stations, if I have 4 level 1s, that doesn't make that a 4, it makes it 4 1s. So they're just doing 1, 1, 1, 1 in terms of thinking. So even if one of your stations is a level 2 or one station is a level 3, you're going to get credit for the highest level of thinking that we've asked kids to do. So even though you are mixing and matching some of the activities and thinking that is involved, we want to make sure that, again, kids have that opportunity to think at these different levels. And for some of you that are teaching primary students or you have upper elementary, DOK, it works for them too. It is not developmental. Even the youngest kids can do some strategic thinking and some extended thinking, but just remember that it's got to be developmentally and age appropriate for them. It will look different, but we want kids to have the opportunity to make sure that they are thinking at these different levels. And so here is a nice synopsis of Webb's depth of knowledge, all 4 of them. And what I really want you to look at is, we talked about the verbs. The verbs are the verbs. It's what we're going to ask them to do after the verb to put that together. So when you're looking at this graphic, I want you to focus on the focus pieces and then the notes. So level 1, just to recap, it is straight definitions. Either know the facts or they don't know it. There is only one answer. They either got it right or they got it wrong. Same thing for level 2. There is only answer, but they have to do a little bit of thinking in order to put those pieces together. Level 3, there can be multiple answers, and it all depends on how the kids justify that reasoning. So in those verbs, citing that evidence is probably going to be the key piece, but they have to tell us what they're thinking and how they put those pieces together. And then DOK level 4, like if you've done science fair or a project-based, you know, a project anything, there are going to be multiple steps, multiple answers, multiple approaches, multiple perspectives. And that's the beauty of a level 4. The kids get the autonomy to be able to think and to put together information how they want to and based on the data and content that they're putting together. And so I know you guys are here for Gizmo. So let's talk about how these two pieces really do go together. If you're new to Gizmos, CFISD again has a subscription. So grades 3 through 12, you have access to this program ready for you right in your LMS. You'll just log into your LMS and find the little Gizmo symbol and log in. You guys are rostered as well. And so once master schedule gets settled, your schedules and children will already be in your classes for you, already done too. So that is a nice feature of having Gizmos embedded into your curriculum. We have a lot of Gizmos. We have over 450. We are constantly adding more, but they are a fun way for math and science to be able to use them and to conceptually understand the content quickly, and sometimes, especially in science, with materials that we don't have readily available, especially now with remote learning. Gizmos are a great supplement to what you're doing during synchronous and asynchronous time for both math and science. It's going to give kids those real world visuals right here, right now. And so let's dive in. I'm actually going to I'm going to demo a lesson for you real quick. And I'm going to talk you through how DOK can be used with the lesson materials that we have so that you can start thinking about how am I giving students an opportunity to have experiences at DOK levels 1, 2, and 3. So remember, 4 takes a long time. It's those projects that we're assigning. And so when I write lessons and when I'm trying to help teachers, I really try to focus on how can we use facts, how can we put facts together and look at patterns and relationships, and then how can we cite evidence to support our thinking. So those 3 pieces are what I'm going to ask you to look for when I show you this lesson. So I'm going to stop sharing the presentation right now, and I'm actually going to share my Gizmo account so that you can see. First thing I'm going to do is just log in. Again, you guys are single sign-on, so you're going to go through your portal to be able to do this. And here is my main landing page. The Gizmo that we're going to do is called Ants on a Slant. And so I'm just going to type ants in terms of finding Gizmos, but there are 4 different ways to find them. You can do a Gizmo Google, as I like to call it, or you can search by standard, grade and topic, and by your textbook. Grade and topic is my second favorite way to search, and then by standard is my third way to search. But content-wise, we're going to do ants on a slant. I'm just going to type in the topic or what I'm going to look for. I'm going to click on that Gizmo. And to show you some new things that we have going on with these, if you scroll down in the From Our Community section, I know that Google is a big deal, and so we have converted all of our student exploration sheets into Google Docs. And so before you launch the Gizmo, just scroll down a little bit, and this big G is going to tell you that there's a Google Doc for you that you can copy and then modify and edit or upload to your LMS or your system as a resource, and let kids provide you some real-time information that you guys can look at. And so I'm going to go ahead and launch this Gizmo. And I'm just going to talk you through this lesson. And again, I want you to look for ways that I've integrated DOK levels into this lesson. And so I would start up, and we're going to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of using an inclined plane. And so first off, I want my kids to tell me what's happening. And so I usually have, and I'll give you guys my warm-up question. Here's my warm-up question. That says, imagine you're lifting very heavy jugs to the top of the house. You can either use the stairs to the left or use the ramp on the right. Which one do you think is easier? With online and virtual learning, I can put up a poll. I can ask kids to respond in a chat, or if I am doing synchronous learning, I can share this slide with my students and ask them to create a text box and put their name on the side of the house that they think is going to happen. If I'm in the classroom, I just tell them, hey, if it's on the right, move to the right. If you think it's on the left, move to the left. So they're physically moving out of their seats, but remotely, I can do that as well with having kids interact with this or putting up some kind of poll. And so I'm going to ask the kids to write their responses down. And I'm not gonna ask them what their answers are. I just want them to write their stuff down and let's talk about it, because I can physically see either virtually or face-to-face what that looks like. And so then I'm gonna go back to my Gizmo. And what I love about Ants on a Slant is that I can take my ants and I can bring ants down. I can hit play, and the goal is to see the ants drag the stick or the fruit or whatever food item up to the top of the stump. And so the first thing I'm going to ask them to do is I want them to sort the food in order from lightest to heaviest. And so they're going to play around with the Gizmo because that's all it is. The other thing that they can do is change the stick. Sorry, let me put my ants back up here. I can change my food item, and then I can drag the stick closer to the stump. And I can drag it out far. And so that's all I show my kids. And then I tell them, put these gizmos, put this food item in order from lightest to heaviest. I will give them time to do that. If you're modeling this synchronously, you know, I can screencast and record just that quick 3-minute demonstration on how to use the gizmo, and then pose the question for them to work on that asynchronously, and then they can share their information however they want to share that. So they can create a table, a chart, or just, you know, respond and answer for you and give you, you know, the items in order from least to heaviest. So once they give me those items in least to heaviest, we're now going to look for those advantages and disadvantages. And so we're going to focus on one food item first. We're going to look at the peanut. And what I want them to do is explore what happens when the stick is longer and when the stick is shorter. And their job is now to collect some data and give me some evidence. The great thing about Gizmos is that there is a screenshot feature. So if I'm bringing my ants in to be able to push this peanut, I can pause this, I can, you know, keep running it, but it's going to give me how much time, like how much distance versus time they're going to give me. So it's going to give me the speed at which they're pushing that peanut up the ramp. But the thing is, I can click the screenshot button. And what's amazing about that is now I'm collecting my evidence. And so as students start to test this and play around and reset, so this, you know, they're pushing this up at 10 centimeters per second, I can pause that, take a picture, and then embed that into a digital document as part of my evidence in terms of what I'm asking them to do to look for patterns in their observations about what happens when sticks are longer and shorter in terms of moving this peanut up the stick. I can either then, on top of that, I can create a public poster so that when we come back synchronously and I want to debrief what their findings were or summarize what their finding words, I can make my own document or put together a document that shows their thinking and what's happening. And so then we start to collect that data. Once we use that data, I will then have them compare my answers with their answers and have them go back and check their work to see if anything's happening. And then I'm just going to ask them, what is the advantage of using an inclined plane and what is the disadvantage of using an inclined plane, and have them explain that thinking and using their evidence to back that up. And then last, we're going to go back to my warm-up question because they wrote their stuff on a Post-it note. What's easier? I want them to explain either why they now know it's easier, or if they need to answer why they changed their answer. And that's it. It's a quick, really quick lesson on a gizmo that works really easy for our middle school students. And as we're moving into even upper elementary, when they're starting to look at inclined planes or simple machines, this is something to think about. And so that's it. I mean, the gizmo and the lesson is that simple. And so when we start to go back, and I want you to think about what strategies did we use within this one quick lesson? And the strategies we ended up using, I can have my kids turn and talk to a partner. Or because we are in, you know, virtual world, I might just have them popcorn their answers in the chat. Or I'm going to put up a poll and see what they think. But as a teacher, I'm asking questions. My movement may be kinesthetic physically, or I can be kinesthetic manually by asking them to move things around on a slide, or I give them a Post-it note slide and ask them to write their thinking and then move it onto a screen. I'm modeling and demoing the Gizmo, and so I can screencast that, or if I'm in the classroom, I can just show it that quickly with them and say, hey, this is what you guys are going to work on. They are doing some self-analyzing and looking for patterns. There's some critical thinking happening, as well as some guided inquiry. I am formatively assessing all along the way. And then lastly, they are justifying their evidence, especially with the short and long stick, why they think those things. And then in the exit ticket, when they're revising their thinking in terms of which way they want to move that jug, they're going to have to justify that thinking based on what we did. And all of these pieces, when we start putting them together, we are starting to look at how depth of knowledge can work with using a Gizmo. And so I want you to think about it. And I know she's monitoring the chat for me. So what DOK level do you think this lesson was? And I should have popped the chat out so that I can see it before I started sharing my screen, but you know. So hopefully in the chat and what you guys are thinking to yourself, you're like, man, she kind of did a lot of them. But remember, you're going to get credit for the highest level DOK that we asked students to do. And for this lesson, I asked students to do all three. We did a DOK level 1, we did a 2, and we did a 3. When we did a DOK level 1, it's when I asked the kids to put the food in order from lightest to heaviest. There is only one answer. They're either going to get it right or wrong. Also, when they are collecting data, I think part of my lesson, they need to know like what the minimum number of ants is needed to move the peanut. That's DOK level 1. It is a right there answer. There's only one answer. They're either going to get it or they're not going to get it. Now, DOK level 2 is when I started to ask them to look for patterns. What is that pattern between a short and a long stick? What are they noticing in those patterns? If I'm just asking them what that pattern is, I'm at a level 2. The minute I start asking them to provide me evidence of that, what am I looking for? How do you know? Explain that data. I'm now pushing it to a DOK level 3. And so I had them to explain the advantages and disadvantages of using an inclined plane with their data to justify their responses. And this is a great example of a DOK level 3 task. And then if you are into project-based learning or you're doing some sort of project or task that you want your kids to work on, some DOK level activities that we might want kids to think about are, we might want them to, let me think off the top of my head. They might, especially for inclined plane, like they could do any type of like Rube Goldberg machine and explain how they use simple machines in the Rube Goldberg, or if they are having to design or build something, or you gave them a project about, building ramps around the city to make things easier, or they're designing a skateboard park for kids. How can they use inclined planes at different angles to help kids have a great experience? Like those types of projects are really going to ask kids to put together a whole bunch of information, analyze the design parks and those types of things to get them to start applying the content into a novel and new way so that they can really see how the science behind that works. And so I know you're asking yourselves, where did I get this lesson? And let me just show you real quick. I do not reinvent the wheel. The great thing about Gizmos is that every Gizmo has lesson information. And remember, I told you it's offered as a Google Doc before I launch it. That is coming soon as one of these options here. But in the meantime, right now, we just have a PDF and a Word document. All I did was take this PDF document. It is a 4-page packet that we do not want to give our kids, but as a teacher, it became my lesson plan. I pulled the lesson plan off of here. I modeled how to drag the ants and then look at my first task. Put these in order from lightest to heaviest. And then we're going to talk about the pros and cons of inclined planes using a peanut. Go figure. And so for you, and then look, activity B, we didn't even do activity B. So I crossed that out. All we did was the warm up and activity A, which is kind of great about Gizmo, so I can come back and use these pieces later. And then activity C was on friction. We didn't do that either. And so when I look at this lesson, I might actually have 3 different lessons that I can pull from this if I'm chunking them the way that my standard intends. So the resources that we provide are completely amazing. And I know we're wrapping it up. We got 5 more minutes, so we're almost done. And so the top 3 things that I really want you guys to remember about DOK before we open this up for questioning and getting your credit is I want you to really think about how much thinking you're asking your kids to do to complete a task. Just because the verb is analyzed, that does not necessarily mean we're analyzing at a deep or complex level. I can analyze at a level 1 and still have it named analyze. And so pay attention to not only the verb that you're asking kids to do the process with, but what are you asking them to do? Like, what context are you providing? And then when you want to increase your rigor in a classroom, it really does take some planning. This is not something that can just happen on the fly when you're in the classroom. Those things tend to be like DOK level 1 tasks because we as teachers don't have to think much about it. We just tell them, hey, this is what we got to do. But if you want to really dive deep, take those lesson materials and plan with them and really purposely think about how can I incorporate a DOK level 1, 2, and 3 into this lesson or somehow into the unit and making sure kids have opportunities to think at those different levels. And then again, customize those gizmos. I can't express enough, customize, customize, customize. You can take some of the projects that we've provided in our lesson materials as well as the student guide and create some brand new things that are going on with gizmos that are really amazing. You guys are way more creative sometimes. That's sometimes all the time that I am being in the classroom, sometimes being out of the classroom. You know, I tend to forget, I try not to, I try to put myself back in that place of teaching and having students at the forefront of everything that I do. And so we just want to make sure that we're planning effectively for our students. And so the next thing that you guys are going to do is to play around with gizmos. Especially now we have an opportunity with virtual learning. This is a great way for you guys to start playing and getting your kids into using gizmos within this first grading period while they're still getting used to virtual if that's the option they chose. And so play around with it. Experiment, keep track of your own, learnings that's happening. If things go wrong, how can you make those little adjustments to make it right? And if things are going right, how can I do more of those things or trying those things? So we want you to be scientists in the classroom when it comes to learning and doing our lessons because it does take some practice, but once you get in the groove, it is a piece of cake. And your kids will love them when you start to customize the lesson materials and give them unique experiences while using the simulations. And so while you guys are going to the attendance link that's on the bit.ly here, I think she was saying there are actually like 3 pages you have to click on. So keep going until you see the word submit to get your credit. And in the meantime, put some questions in the chat. And if you guys have anything that I would love to answer, I would be happy to answer that before I leave and before I give you my contact information so that you can email me for the presentation, or if you have any questions about using gizmos with your students, I am your girl. I am here to help you guys. So I'll give you a second to do that.
Hello. Hi, Jodi. Thank you. We were just trying to answer some questions on the chat, and it really pertained to CFISD because we're using a new LMS and we're using Schoology. And I think the YouTube guy was making sure that it was correct what we're saying, that, once you use a Google, is it a Google Doc or slide, either or, they have to make it an assignment. And then when it's an assignment, then it gets, it creates a copy for the student. So they can't just do it as a link because otherwise they'll they'll mess with the integrity of the original documents unless they force a copy. So once
Absolutely.
they
And the
figure
other,
that out, I'm sorry.
yep, the other thing to think about in Schoology, each Gizmo has a unique URL. So you can add a Gizmo as a link, and the kid will take the kid straight to the Gizmo to work on the simulation. And then if you want to upload documents, yes, that is a separate resource that you have to add, a separate assignment for them to do. But at least the Gizmo itself, the simulation itself, you can add that as a resource link in Schoology and have kids go straight to the Gizmo.
Yes. Oh, that's perfect. That's good news. That I'm sure they're excited out there. So do y'all have any other questions? I'm gonna, if you don't mind, if we're hanging on, I'll come in with you.
Nope, you're good.
Mr. Boyd, are there any other questions? Okay, perfect. We really appreciate you being here. And, I'm sure all the participants got some great knowledge. So thank you again. And remember, if you're filling out that attendance, make sure that you go through the whole thing and make sure that you see a button that says submit, because if you're not doing that, you're not going to get credit because it won't be recorded. And we know that that's been kind of a concern throughout the day. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
Third time was the charm. So have a great day.
Yes,
and enjoy the rest of your week.
Okay, bye you too. Thank you for being here.
Bye everyone.
Bye. Hi, Meredith. We're so glad you're back, and I can see that we have a lot of people still watching. So we appreciate you coming back and redoing the 8 o'clock. So all the participants are out there. And we should be starting shortly. Meredith, can you hear me? Hi, Meredith.
Hey, hi.
We are so glad you're back. We are so glad, and we have a lot of viewers, so I'm sure they did that just for you because they really want to hear all the content you have to share today.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, let me do this. I need to get my controls up over here. All righty, I am going to share my screen.
Okay, just a moment. Okay. Okay, so Meredith, it looks like your screen is sharing, so that's awesome. And I'm going to go ahead and let you start when you're ready.
All right, well, I'm ready.
Okay.
So, first of all, if you could help me by everyone in the chat, hello and welcome. My name is Meredith Robinson, and I am an Adobe Spark specialist for North America. I am also a customer success manager, and up until just recently, I've been working very closely with Cypress Fairbanks ISD. I think you're a fantastic district. I'm from Texas. Actually, I was born in Galveston. I'm a 5th generation, and my brother lives in Houston. So I am now based in Seattle, and I don't get to get home very often. I really miss Tex-Mex food and barbecue, but so I'm jealous that you guys are down there and it's beautiful and you got great food. So what we're going to accomplish today is I'm going to be taking you through Spark 101, basically. So this is a repeat of session number 1 that we did this morning at 8 a.m. Texas time. What happened is we had a little bit of a glitch and I wasn't able to start my session until a little bit into it. And so this is a do-over. I would like to know if you could just pop into the chat, those of you who were present in either my 8 a.m. or my 9 a.m. session, so I can have an understanding of how much content I should repeat, or if I can just move on and go a little bit further. So I'm just going to wait for a second and let someone who's managing the chat there on the EdTech team let me know how we're doing.
Okay, we're looking at it now, and Mr. Boyd, he's looking to see the responses of who was here. I see one.
I see so far 2 have responded.
2 have responded, he said.
3.
So 3.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to take that as a sign that we don't have a bunch of folks that are repeating so I can just go through the same content I intended to cover in the first session. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, and let me also offer to everyone present on today's makeup session, I have this book here. Well, right now there's some stickers on it, but this is 40 ways to inject creativity in your classroom with Adobe Spark. And I am happy to send anyone who wants this book a copy of it. You can either have it sent to you at school, or if you prefer, I can send it to you at your home address. I'm going to ask that, let's see, here's the chat. Let me pop my email name into the chat. And now everybody should have that.
Okay, I'm going to transfer it over to the public chat, but thank you, Meredith. I did get it, so Mr. Boyd is going to put it in there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, wonderful. So now let's get started. First of all, this is a link to my presentation. Let me go ahead and just pick up this link. Hang on a second. And I'm going to drop it back into the chat too. Okay, so what you'll be opening here is this Adobe Spark page. And that link will take you to this Spark page. You'll be able to see it. There are also embedded links to resources and content that I thought you might find interesting and useful. But you've got my email name. And if you have questions or you just would like tips and tricks, kind of quick and call, I would be happy to do one privately. My goal is to see you all being successful using Adobe Spark or other Creative Cloud applications. So what I understand is that there's a good chance that there will be a blended classroom environment. And Spark lends itself very well to that, because actually what Spark is it is a design tool that incorporates 3 different components. It is available on multiple platforms. So I'm actually using Spark in the web version, which is available at spark.adobe.com. You would just type that into any browser. So you would just go to spark.adobe.com and that will launch Spark for you. And I'll show you the sign-in process in a second, but let me just go ahead and give you the skinny here. So Spark is also available in app form, and you can use it on mobile devices, tablets. On iOS, there are 3 individual applications available that make up the complete Spark family, which is Spark Post, that allows you to create graphics for print or to post to social media. There's Spark Page, which is what I'm showing you this presentation in right now. Basically, it's an HTML page that allows you to have a vertical visual scroll for a presentation, rather than like PowerPoint, which is individual slides. I do get asked this question, are you creating a website? No, not really, in the sense that there's no navigation, but you can link multiple pages together. So that's Spark Page. And then the third component in the Spark family is Spark Video. So Spark Video is a slide-based video program that has voiceover, embedded music, it has templates, it's very easy to use. So that makes up the Spark family. When you use it on the web, all 3 applications are integrated. When you use it on a smart device, than you will use in individual app form. We have all three published on iOS devices, and on Android, we just have Spark Post right now. Okay, so it does work on Chromebooks. I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that. Now, you'd probably want to use the web version on Chromebooks unless your IT department has enabled Android applications. Just want to go to spark.adobe.com. I'm going to show you how to do that in case you all want to follow along. Let me just actually, I'll do it this way. I'm going to go incognito here because I'm already logged in. So as I said, you'll just go to spark.adobe.com. And I just typed that into my browser bar. And here you'll see this is the main screen for logging in. And what happens is you'll want to go up here to the menu bar at the top and click Sign In. So everyone in faculty, staff, students in Sci-Fair ISD has been given access to Adobe Spark. And the way you log into it is, I just want to call your attention to the right side of the screen. You'll want to use login with school account. You can use the other side, but I want you to be able to access the education version of Spark. And if you've ever logged in and used Spark before, if you use some of the other sign-ins there, you might confuse yourself. So for now, log in with school account, and what you're going to do is type in your Cypress Fairbanks ISD email address here. And then you'll click continue, and the next screen will be your password. So you're basically just putting in your Cypress Fairbanks ISD credentials, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'm gonna now just go ahead and get out of here because I'm already logged in. And what I want to show you here is I'm using the Spark page, but if you want to see what the interface looks like, it may look a little different for you, just a heads up. The reason why is because if you've never used Spark before, your home page, you'll first get some splash screens that will teach you how to use Spark. They'll give you some tips and tricks, and then they'll bring you into your home page. And your home page will be unique to you. You can think of it kind of like your desk. This is what's on your desk. These are your projects that you're working on. So if you've never used it before, you won't have any yet. So I'm running my presentation here, this one, Adobe Spark at CFISD, and this is the one that I gave you the link to. But the reason I want to show you the home screen is because this is where your projects are organized. You also have access to a bunch of different templates, and notice here that I can just scroll and pick them. So recently I've been doing a combination of Spark Page, Spark Post, Spark Video. And here also, if I click in the left navigation, you might have noticed me clicking here on the projects folder. This is now where I'm coming down out of the home page actually into my projects folder where all of my projects exist. So you can create folders, and this will be helpful for you in terms of organizing for multiple classrooms perhaps. The one question I get a lot is, can my students get access into the same home space? No, they can't. Everyone's login is unique to them, but you can share your projects with others, and I'll show you how to do that. So I just wanted to make you aware of this projects folder, and then also there are some unique things about the education version of Spark. So the best thing about it is that you have access to safe search. So all of the images that are going to be coming in when you do, when you add images, are run through a safe search filter on our servers, the Spark servers, before they're served up to you. Now, Cypress Fairbanks may also have an additional filter that can suppress additional images as well. Many districts do. I'm just letting you know that. But all of the images that will be brought into your projects and your student projects, more importantly, have been run through the safe search filter. They're Creative Commons licensed images, and we bring them in from Unsplash or Pixabay, sometimes Bing. Okay, so I want to take us back to my presentation for a second. Here we go. Okay, so let me show you some examples of different Spark projects so you can get an understanding of what you can do with it. And then I'm going to show you how to use the interface. So in my presentation that you all have access to, there's this link here, and it brings you to the Adobe Spark EDU examples page. So I'm just going to click it here so that I can load it for you. And so remember I said that there are 3 different types of outcomes that you can create with Spark. You can create a graphic, a video, you can create a page. So here's an example of a Spark page created by a kindergartner. So this is a common project, My 5 Senses, and this kindergartner created this on an iPad, and he probably had help with his teacher. And so basically what he did is he took the iPad and he just took a picture of his face. And so here he is, and now he's going through his 5 senses. This is what my eyes can see. And this is what I can smell with my nose. Things like flowers and grass and grandma's cooking. This is what I can taste. These are the things he likes to eat. And this is what he can touch. Now I'm running this in Spark Page, and you might have noticed that I have some large images and some text boxes are floating up. This is called the glide show. This is one layout. And here in this text box is an embedded video. So this is a Spark video inside his Spark page. And you can do that. You can also embed Spark post inside your videos. I'm not going to play the video right now because I want to focus on showing you some of these examples. Okay, so that's a kindergartner doing the project with a little bit of help. Here is the Spark post. And this is a middle school history class. And it's actually a comic strip. The teacher assigned this project and let the kids choose anything from the Civil War as a theme for their comic strip. And it's not particularly funny, but in this case, what the student did is assembled multiple pictures. You can see there's 6 images, and also provided some key talking points about the Emancipation Proclamation. So this is a Spark post. It uses a template. And what's cool about Spark is your students can immediately produce. Like, this student could probably have this done in 10 to 15 minutes, rather than learning how to use the tools and some of our more robust applications that you're probably familiar with, like Photoshop or InDesign or Adobe Premiere Pro. Those are the pro applications. Spark is super approachable, super easy. So basically you just import your images, you create your text. There is artificial intelligence called Sensei behind the scenes that takes a look at what you've imported and then provides a format for you. So you don't spend a lot of time tinkering with the design. However, you have complete flexibility. If you want to, you can. So, and here is the Spark video. So before I get into this, let me explain. This is a project, an elementary school project, an ELA teacher. And basically what he's been doing for a number of years is he's been having his kids do book reports using Spark video. And this was a whole class project. They read Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. And then he issued another challenge. Rather than using images to describe the story, he had the kids use icons. So in addition to lots of images that are, you know, photo quality, really beautiful images in Spark, there's also huge thousands of icons that are available through the Noun project. So just play it. I think I'm...
By J.K. Rowling. Harry can't wait to get back to Hogwarts, but when
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Harry can leave because something bad will happen at Hogwarts. Harry
Yes, we can.
can't wait to get out without the creature knowing. Characters: Harry, a daring, brave boy. Ron, Harry's best friend that he met in his first year at Hogwarts. Hermione is also Harry's friend that he met in his first year at Hogwarts. She is very smart. Dumbledore, the headmaster at Hogwarts. Hagrid, Harry's friend who's a giant. And Dobby.
I'm just going to skip ahead. Okay, so a couple of things to let you know. So each child, there's the ability to record on in Spark video, and each child had an opportunity to tell a bit of the story. And so there were multiple kids talking throughout this. At the end, the images that they used for the each one of their slides, the credits will display here for you. They're Creative Commons licensed images, but if the author has credit, then that information is retained and brought into the project. So it helps your kids understand a little bit about good digital citizenship and also about intellectual property rights. So those are the three different types of outcomes that you can produce, but you can go very far with each one of them in a lot of different ways. So what I want to do is just show you sort of the scale, and just know that you have a link to this page in my presentation and you can browse this at your leisure. So I apologize for jumping ahead, but this is a teacher who assigned a project, a high school research and writing assignment, and it's in Spark page. So the teacher actually lays out the assignment requirements, and what the requirements were is read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and then pick a research theme and then write about it. And your paper needs to include multimedia. You have to do research using a number of different sources, and you have to cite your research. So he lays out and explains what the assignment is in Spark page and why he likes this as a medium for this particular assignment. And so you can see here, you know, he's telling him include multimedia images. He's providing an example about, you know, his theme after some of the ideas that came to him after reading Frankenstein. And so he illustrates it, but also lays out the requirements. And then here is an embedded video. He says, you know, consider using mainstream media, but also actual research resources as well. And so, you know, he's giving some examples here of TED Talks. And so this is the teacher laying out the assignment. And then here are what the kids come back with. So these are high school kids. And this is a project that they came back with. There's 3 different examples. So this is on gene therapy, and just a thought sort of jumping off of the idea of Frankenstein. And so you can see he includes an embedded video from a TED Talk. He provides some research. These are actually links to the research study. Then even how it's being utilized in industry in products that we use today. So it's quite rich in terms of the different content that's provided with this medium, and it's a real demonstration of learning. The last one I want to show you is this project. So this is a student from Seattle, and this was her high school final research paper. And she traveled to New York City. She did a trip report, and the theme of her project was graffiti and street art. So in the process of doing this project, she collected a lot of media, photos, video, etc. And also she talks about, is it art or is it graffiti? And she supports her theory with this evidence in her presentation. But when she started laying this out in Microsoft Word, she got a little frustrated, and her dad said, hey, why don't you try Spark Page? And so she did, and this is the end result. But the reason he suggested that is because there's the ability to embed video and to be able to manipulate it. So this is a time lapse. There's an audio track that goes underneath. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. But this is a project that she saw when she was in New York. So it's a building wrap, and so, she wanted to just explain that this is, an official crew. They were hired to do this. And here is a glide show. The reason I want to point this out is there are a couple of different layouts that are available to you when you create a Spark page. You can see here this text box floats up. The image behind is actually a static image, but it's moving. It's called they call it Ken Burns effect. He's a documentarian, and the panning and scanning is a popular effect to give some movement to still images, but it happens automatically. And then here's like a photo grid. There's also some split layout. You can see how the text is sort of floating over the images. And then here at the end, she provides some links out to some of these popular street artists that she saw their work. And then she provides her sources. So she has her citations. And so this is, just an example of a Spark page I like to show just because of the depth that you can achieve quite easily. So now let's talk about how to actually create in Spark. Okay. Hang on, I got a lot open. Let me get rid of some stuff. Okay. Okay, so to get, I'm actually inside a project, and to get home, you know, to get out of your project, you can click this tile up here in the menu bar. See how it's turning into a little house? Okay, now I'm back to my home page. And as I said, if you're new to Spark, yours will look a little bit different, but what you want to look for is you want to look for a blue plus. And this is your go button, basically. This is whenever you're lost in Spark, look for a plus. So I've just clicked that blue plus, and now I have the options here of picking a bunch of different layouts. This is the end product. So in this case, I'll just go ahead and show you what's available. So I mentioned that there are a lot of templates, and one of the second great benefit of the education version is that you all have access to the premium templates. This will become clear in a second. The other thing that's great about the education version is that you have access to custom branding. And so everybody else to have access to the premium templates and to branding pays $9.95 a month. So I'm gonna take us back here, and I'm gonna create a Spark post so that I can just show you the interface, and then we'll look at a Spark page quickly. So what I did is I clicked that blue plus, and I picked custom size graphic. So if you're able to look at that menu, it's way down at the bottom. And now what's happened is I have a variety of options. Basically what it's asking me is, where are you going to post this graphic? Where is it going to go? What's its final output need to look like? In this case, I'm going to pick for print, but notice that I could create for a social post. So if I want to bring something into Instagram or Facebook, Pinterest, YouTube, LinkedIn, Snapchat, or Twitter, or if I want to work on my profile, I want to do some tweaking to make my profile look a little bit better, you would select these sizes. So they're pre-formatted sizes for you, so you don't have to, you know, work to figure that stuff out, which can be a little bit of a challenge. I'm going back to print, and these are the different size formats that I have available to me. I can also pick custom. So for example, my Aunt Billy, we did a party for her, and we were using this custom paper. And so I had to pick a different layout for that. And so this is where you would do that. But in this case, what I want to do is I'm going to create a poster. So let's pretend you're creating a poster for your classroom. And we've done quite a few different projects. I'll show you about a bunch of different resources quickly. I have to move fast because I only have 19 minutes, so apologies. And also, Janae, if anyone's asking questions in the chat, can you please let me know? Just go ahead and pipe in, and I'll try and answer. Also, everybody, you have my email name. Feel free to just email me, and I'll get to your questions as quickly as possible. Okay, so here I am, and I'm ready to create. Remember I said that you have access to the premium templates. So these are these guys with the gold little emblem on them. They have like a little banner. And so, you know, you could select one of those if you like the layout. It's endlessly customizable, but, you know, somebody's already done the work of picking good looking font and colors and stuff like that. So you can take these and remix them. In this case, what I want to do is I want to just show you the interface. So I'm going to just customize it myself. I'm going to just create from scratch. So the first thing I could do here is I can pick a layout. In this case, maybe what I want to do is I'll pick something like this. Okay. So notice here that I can change anything. So I just clicked on one of the squares in my layout and it brought up the menu of color options that are available to me. So if I wanted to change the background color, I could. In this case, what I want to do is I just want to focus on putting together a quick flyer. So I already have a few photos that I can add. But notice here that if I wanted to search for photos, this is where you'd access those great Creative Commons images that are available. You can also go to other sources for photos that you might want to select. Google Drive, Google Photos, Dropbox, Lightroom, Creative Cloud Libraries. This is a brand new feature. We've been waiting for that for a while. In this case, I'm going to upload a photo because I've got it already stored on my computer. And as soon as I select it, it gives me the option, do I want to pin it to the background or do I want it to move freely? I'm going to pick move freely because that gives me some options here. So I think I want this guy here. And I'm just doing a little bit of customizing, except, well, at the moment it doesn't want me to, but. My mouse is stuck. Okay, I'm going to add a couple more images. This time I'll use search just to give you an idea of what it's like. So let's see what we come up with. This is what my son is like right now. He's 100% virtual for back to school. So he'll probably be doing most of his work in the bedroom. In this case, this is a young lady here, but I'm just picking some images. I could also pick an icon. And I can change the color of the icon if I want. There is creative intelligence in the background, and it knows that I've got this selection, this layout, this color palette. So it's suggesting a complementary color, but if I wanted to change it, I could. Okay, and then I picked a couple of images from Cypress Fairbanks site here. So I have the ability to crop, and I can see already that I know I need to do that. Maybe here. Oops. Okay. So let me add some text. So I can pick different layouts for text. Okay. And I know I need to change the color because it's so I have the ability to do all sorts of things. Or if I don't like it, I can do a bunch of different changes to it. I can pick some different effects. Let me just show you what happens. I clicked on style here, so I can go around the horn. And if I messed things up, just know that you have the ability to undo. So here's where you undo or redo. So I just wanted to show you how you can use the layouts. Remember that you have templates. I'm going to do a real quick Spark page. So I just click the plus again. And I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't actually save that Spark post. Spark, since it's web-based, is constantly saving. So you don't have to worry about doing a save. Okay, now I'm going to create a Spark page. You guys are familiar now with the layout of the tools palette being on the right side. What's a little bit different and unique about Spark page is that it does work off of themes. Now I've set up my own brand. And so this is where I'm able to create my own theme with my own colors and my own type styles. But I'm going to just show you what a different theme looks like. Let me just click through a couple so you can see. What happens is you'll have different text and different colors and a completely different format. There aren't a whole lot of them, and that's why it's nice to have the capability to create your own template. So, all right, I just added some text. Is there a question?
Yes, there is a question. Mr. Ward, do you just want to say it? Can you say it loud? Or just say it now?
If someone wanted to design without an Adobe prepared template, does the app have the flexibility?
So if somebody wanted to design without an Adobe prepared template, does the app have the flexibility?
Yes.
Yes.
So you can do it in Spark Post and in Spark Video.
Awesome.
On Spark Page, no. You'll select a theme, or you can create your own. So Spark, each one of the applications has a slightly different tool set, but Post and Video have a little bit more flexibility as far as themes go. page is somewhat limited. And, you know, the one thing I try to stress when I talk about Spark is that what's great about it is your kids will be focusing more on the content rather than learning the tool. So in 50 minutes, they're going to be able to pop out some work and show, you know, that they actually understood the lesson, or at least show where they stand in their understanding. So, but it is a, I won't say a basic tool, but it's an approachable design tool. So anyway, let me add a photo here and show you really quickly how we'll move through this. I'm just gonna create a quick presentation. And I can see I kind of need to get her down just a little bit. So I just clicked on it, and I might need to move her. Okay. So I'm just going to scroll down and try to move through this pretty quickly because I only have a few more minutes, but I want to show you some different layouts. And so remember I talked about the glide show and sort of the Ken Burns pan and scan. So I'm just going to pick a few images here, and I'm using my control key and just holding it down so that I can select multiple images simultaneously. Oh, I think, yeah. Okay, great. So now I've got my glide show. You can move your text boxes around. I can see here that I need to change the focal point a little bit so that I'm not cutting off the heads of all of our wonderful teachers here. I'll add some text here. Okay, and then I have the ability to do some minor text editing here. And I could also embed a video. I can add a hyperlink, a button. I can add a photo. I can add more text. But I'm just going to move on because I want to show you a couple of different things here. Oops. Okay, I just want to show what this is going to look like. You have the ability also to change a little bit of the sizes for your glide show. So let's just preview this. Let me get to the top here. So this is super fast. The one thing to keep in mind is it is best to have high resolution images. Because what happens is they're imported and they're going the width of my screen. And so if they're low resolution, they'll get somewhat pixelated. But you can see here, here's our glide show. And see, this one's an example of one that's a bit pixelated. So probably this one I should just get rid of at this size, but I could put it into a photo grid. So I'm just gonna click a few quickly. Okay, I can change the order too of my photo grid. And I can also do a little bit of minor editing, a little bit of tweaking, but I'm just gonna move on here and save my photo grid. The third layout that I haven't shown you yet is split layout. And this is a 50-50 split. You can actually change the sizes a little bit. So let's see, I wanted to just put in this post. Okay. So now I have my presentation ready, and I'm just going to click out of editing mode. I want to take us back into the home screen. And then here's my branding. Remember, I mentioned that that's one of the things that is available through the education version. So in the presentation that I have sent you all, a couple of things. One, your attendance verification is, I need to provide you with that link. But also, let me really quickly tell you about Adobe distance learning resources. So these are available at edx.adobe.com. This link you'll be able to click on, and that will take you to a bunch of different resources that we have available to you. Here's an example of what these resources are like. I wonder if this, can I get this out of here? Yeah, good. Okay, so this example is, we have 46 Con plus Create activities. This is an example of one of them. This is on FDR and the Great Depression. And so you'll get a description of what the lesson is about. And then if you click through and open the lesson, you get an understanding of what the big question is, how long it takes to create this, what resources are available to you, what you can create. So in this one, watch this Khan Academy article and video about FDR and the Great Depression, create 2 social media posts with Spark Post, or create a fireside chat with Spark Video. And then it explains how you do it. And then it literally has a step-by-step tutorial. So there are 46 of these lessons. And oh, I gotta go, but they're here on edx.adobe.com. Sorry. Oh, it's distance-learning. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so just so you know, this page provides you with a bunch of different resources. We also have some social justice projects that have been compiled into one area. So you might want to browse those in case this is a theme that maybe your students want to produce for back to school. I also have links to our social media channels in this presentation and other teaching resources. So browse this at your leisure, and do check out some of the content that has been posted on YouTube for some tutorials. They're great little 3 to 5 minute snacks that'll show you features of how to create. So let's see, we need the 8 a.m. Right. Okay, so this is the link. Let me put it in chat, because I think some folks had some difficulty getting it to this link. You can also take a picture of it with your cell phone, but let me just drop it into the chat so it's easier for you.
Thank you.
That's what we got. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure there were questions. I would love to hear more from all of you. If there's anything I can do to help you, please let me know. I'm responsive to email, and also I'd be happy to send you some Spark swag. Oops.
Thank you.
And also a book. So if you'll tell me where to send it, I'll be happy to do that. Oh, here it is. Okay, I just put the link into the chat. It's bit.ly /2CTDXT.
I think he transferred it over to the public chat. That looks good, Meredith. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, everyone. Thank you so much. Please let me know how I can help you. I really appreciate your time today.
And we appreciate you and coming back and doing it again for us. That's huge. And we really, really appreciate you. And thank you for Adobe for your support for our first virtual conference. So thank you for being a part of that.
I think you did a fantastic job. And I just really want to commend you for being so sweet and considerate throughout. You really de-stressed us, and we appreciated all the presenters. We really, really appreciated you.
You are very welcome, and hopefully I'll talk to you soon one day, but you have a great day. Okay, thank you.
It's been my pleasure. All right, thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye. Bye everybody who's been watching too. You're great. Have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Bye.